What's going on, everyone? It's Harry Reality Bender here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Harry Potter was raised by Hagrid? The Beastmaster Timeline, alternate history real quick. If you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Boy of the Forest. The night sky wept over the ruins of Godric's Hollow. Rubeus Hagrid stood amid the destruction, his massive frame hunched protectively over the tiny bundle in his arms. The baby boy slept, unaware that his world had just shattered, a lightning bolt freshly carved into his forehead. There, Harry, Hagrid whispered, his voice catching as he wiped tears from his tangled beard. I've got ya now. Behind him, Sirius Black paced frantically, his handsome face twisted with grief and rage. Give him to me, Hagrid. I'm his godfather. Can't, Sirius. Dumbledore's orders. Hagrid shifted the bundle. He's to come with me. Where? Sirius demanded. To his Muggle relatives. Lily's sister. I've met her, she's horrible. Hagrid's dark eyes found Sirius's wild gaze. Not exactly. Dumbledore's got different plans. A look passed between them, understanding blooming in Sirius's eyes. You. Hagrid nodded once. Me. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. The forest. The creatures. He fell silent, considering. Finally, he nodded. Maybe that's best. They'll never expect that. His expression hardened. My motorcycle, take it. I won't need it anymore. Sirius, what are ya plannin'? But Sirius Black had already disappeared into the night, leaving Hagrid with baby Harry and a dawning sense of the responsibility before him. Albus Dumbledore waited at the edge of the forbidden forest, his long silver beard glowing in the moonlight. McGonagall stood beside him, her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. Are you certain, Albus? She asked as Hagrid's enormous silhouette appeared in the sky. This goes against everything, which is precisely why it will work, Minerva, Dumbledore replied. Voldemort understands traditional magic, blood wards, ancient spells. But the magic of the forest? The protection of creatures older than our wands? That is something he has always underestimated. The motorcycle landed with a soft thud. Hagrid dismounted carefully, still cradling Harry. The house elves have prepared a space in your cabin, Hagrid, Dumbledore said. Expanded it without changing its appearance from outside. Hagrid nodded, looking both terrified and fiercely determined. I won't let ya down, Professor. Nor you, Harry, he added, looking down at the sleeping child. There will be those who disagree with this arrangement, McGonagall warned. Let them, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling despite the gravity of the night. The boy who lived will also be the boy of the forest. And when the time comes, I believe that will make all the difference. Slowly now, Harry, Hagrid instructed, his massive hand hovering protectively as the toddler wobbled toward the edge of the garden. Those nifflers look friendly enough, but they'll snatch that shiny button right off your coat if ye let 'em. At 3 years old, Harry Potter was a sturdy child with wild black hair and bright green eyes that missed nothing. The lightning scar on his forehead was barely visible beneath his unruly fringe as he crouched, fascinated by the small furry creatures digging at the edge of Hagrid's pumpkin patch. Shiny, Harry agreed, his vocabulary still limited but growing daily. That's right. They love shiny things, them nifflers. Like little treasure hunters, they are. Harry reached out a small hand. Hagrid tensed, ready to intervene, but instead of grabbing at the creatures, Harry simply laid his palm flat on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, the boldest niffler approached, sniffing curiously at the child's fingers. Well, I'll be. Hagrid breathed as the niffler allowed Harry to gently stroke its fur. This had been happening more and more. Animals that should have been wary or even aggressive seemed drawn to the boy. Hagrid had first noticed it with Fong as a puppy, how the boarhound had immediately appointed himself Harry's guardian. Then there were the bowtruckles that regularly left offerings of woodlice on the cabin windowsill, and the family of ravens that brought shiny pebbles whenever Harry sat outside. A twig snapped in the forest beyond, and both Nifflers and Child looked up. Hagrid didn't miss how they moved in unison, how Harry seemed to sense the creature's sudden alertness. "Inside now, Harry," Hagrid said, scooping the boy up. "Professor Dumbledore's comin' to visit." Harry smiled, always happy to see the headmaster who brought sweets and made colored lights dance from his wand. As they entered the cabin, Hagrid cast a final glance toward the forest where a centaur stood watching, bow slung across his back. The centaur nodded once to Hagrid before melting back into the trees. The arrangement had raised eyebrows, a half-giant raising the boy who lived in a forest cabin, but Dumbledore had held firm. And over time, most concerns had quieted. The protective enchantments around Hagrid's expanded cabin were among the strongest at Hogwarts. The forest creatures, from the smallest bowtruckle to the centaur herd, maintained an unofficial watch. And Harry was thriving, growing strong and curious in the fresh air. Only the Ministry continued to express reservations. "Ah, Hagrid, young Harry," Dumbledore greeted them, already seated at the table with tea prepared. His eyes twinkled as Harry scrambled from Hagrid's arms and ran to him. "I see you've been making friends with the Nifflers." "Shiny," Harry explained seriously, pointing out the window. "Indeed, they do love shiny things. Much like our Ministry friends love regulations," Dumbledore added to Hagrid. "Which brings me to the purpose of my visit." Hagrid's expression darkened. "Not Grimshaw again?" "I'm afraid so. Darius Grimshaw has been promoted to head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. He's using his new position to renew questions about Harry's living arrangements." "Codswallop," Hagrid muttered, mindful of little ears. "Harry's happy here. He's healthy. What more do they want?" "Conventional approaches," Dumbledore said simply. "Darius believes a child should be raised in a proper wizarding household, not, as he put it, in a menagerie." Harry, bored with the adult conversation, had wandered to the window where a small robin was perched. The bird tilted its head, studying the child. Harry mimicked the movement, tilting his own head at the same angle. "Look at him, Professor," Hagrid said softly. "I've never seen anything like it. It's not just that the creatures accept him, they seek him out. Even the Thestrals let him pet their foals." "Which is precisely why he must remain with you," Dumbledore agreed. "Harry's connection to magical creatures is developing in ways I hadn't anticipated but find extremely promising. I've arranged a meeting with Grimshaw next week. Until then, perhaps limit Harry's interactions with the more controversial inhabitants of the forest." Hagrid nodded reluctantly. "I'll try. Though it's getting harder to keep him away from the Acromantula colony. Swear he can hear Aragog calling to him sometimes." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, but he merely sipped his tea. At 5 years old, Harry knew the edge of the Forbidden Forest better than most seventh-year students at Hogwarts. Hagrid had gradually extended their walks deeper among the ancient trees, teaching Harry which areas were safe and which weren't, though Harry often seemed to know instinctively which paths to avoid. "Stay close now," Hagrid reminded as they followed a narrow deer trail. "We're just checking on the mooncalf colony today, then straight back home." Harry nodded, his small hand engulfed in Hagrid's massive one, green eyes bright with excitement behind the round glasses Madame Pomfrey had insisted upon during his last checkup. His other hand clutched a small satchel containing offerings for the mooncalves, fresh dibney leaves and silverweed. "Will they dance today, Hagrid?" Harry asked, his vocabulary now extensive thanks to Hagrid's endless patience in answering questions and Professor McGonagall's weekly reading lessons. "Not till the full moon, Harry. Remember what I told you about mooncalves?" Harry's face scrunched in concentration. "They only come out at the full moon. That's when they dance and make the special patterns." "That's right. 5 points to Harry, Hagrid said, using the Hogwarts house point system that delighted the boy. A rustle in the undergrowth made them both stop. Hagrid's hand tightened protectively around Harry's, but the boy showed no fear. Instead, he cocked his head slightly as if listening to something Hagrid couldn't hear. "It's okay," Harry whispered. "They're just curious." A moment later, 3 bowtruckles emerged from a nearby tree, their twig-like limbs swaying as they approached. To Hagrid's continued amazement, Harry released his hand and knelt down, speaking softly to the tree guardians as if continuing a conversation. "Yes, we're going to see the mooncalves," Harry told them. "Would you like to come?" The bowtruckles chittered excitedly, climbing onto Harry's outstretched arm and settling on his shoulders. "They say there are strangers near the mooncalf meadow," Harry reported to Hagrid, standing up. "Wizards with measuring sticks." Hagrid frowned. "Ministry, probably. Grimshaw's lot. We'd best be careful." They continued more quietly now, Harry occasionally pausing to listen to the bowtruckles' updates. As they neared the hidden meadow where the mooncalves lived, voices drifted through the trees. Hagrid pulled Harry behind a large oak, signaling for silence. "Clearly evidence of a colony, Darius," a witch was saying. "But I still don't understand why this requires your personal attention. Mooncalves are hardly dangerous." "It's not the mooncalves I'm concerned with, Matilda," replied a clipped, precise voice that made Hagrid's beard bristle. "It's their proximity to Hagrid's cabin. To Potter." Harry looked up questioningly at Hagrid, who shook his head and pressed a finger to his lips. "The reports I've been receiving are disturbing," Grimshaw continued. "The boy conversing with creatures. Wild magic manifesting without training or control. It's unnatural and potentially dangerous. He's a child, Darius. Accidental magic is common, this isn't accidental magic. This is something else. Something feral. Dumbledore can argue all he wants about natural affinity, but I've seen the memories from the monitoring spells. The boy doesn't just interact with these creatures, he communicates with them. As if he understands them." One of the bowtruckles on Harry's shoulder made an angry sound. Harry whispered something that sounded like, "It's all right. He just doesn't understand." Hagrid felt a chill that had nothing to do with the forest air. Harry did understand the creatures, better than Hagrid himself sometimes. But Hagrid had always seen it as a gift, a special connection. Hearing Grimshaw describe it as feral and unnatural made his blood boil. "We'll come back another day," Hagrid whispered, gently steering Harry away from the voices. As they retreated, Harry looked over his shoulder toward the meadow, his young face unusually serious. "The mooncalves are scared of them," he said. "They don't like the measuring sticks." "No creature likes being measured and catalogued," Hagrid agreed. "But don't you worry. Professor Dumbledore won't let anything happen to the mooncalves. Or to us." Harry nodded, but his expression remained troubled. That night, as Hagrid tucked him into the small bed built into a cozy alcove of the cabin, Harry asked a question that had clearly been bothering him. "Hagrid, am I unnatural?" Hagrid nearly dropped the storybook he was holding. "Where'd ya hear such nonsense?" "That man in the forest. He said I was." "Now you listen here, Harry Potter," Hagrid said firmly, sitting down beside the bed. The wooden frame creaked in protest. "There's nothing unnatural about ya. Ye've got a gift, that's all. A special way with creatures that most wizards don't have." "But why do I have it?" Hagrid hesitated. He'd been expecting questions about Harry's parents, about the scar, about Voldemort, not this. "I reckon it's just part of who ya are," he said finally. "Just like your dad was brilliant at transfiguration and your mum had a knack for charms. Some wizards are good with numbers, some with plants, and you, Harry, you're good with creatures." Harry seemed to consider this. "Do you think my parents would have liked that I can talk to the bowtruckles?" "I think they'd have been amazed," Hagrid assured him, his voice thick with emotion. "Absolutely amazed. The summer Harry turned 7 brought unusually hot weather to Scotland. Even the forbidden forest seemed subdued, its creatures seeking shade and water rather than venturing near Hagrid's cabin. This suited Hagrid fine. Grimshaw's surveillance had increased over the years, and the less evidence of Harry's unusual abilities, the better. Not that they could hide it completely. Harry's magic had begun manifesting in earnest, and true to form, it often involved creatures. There was the time Harry had been frightened by a boggart in the woodshed, and instead of taking a fearsome shape, the creature had transformed into a miniature version of itself and performed what could only be described as an apologetic dance. Or the incident with Professor Sprout's mischievous venomous tentacula, which had inexplicably rearranged its vines into a cradle shape when Harry approached. "Control, Harry," Hagrid reminded him as they tended the vegetable garden early one morning, trying to finish before the worst heat of the day. "Remember what Professor Dumbledore says about accidental magic?" Harry nodded, carefully pulling weeds from around the carrots. "That I need to practice feeling it before it happens. The tingly feeling." "That's right. And what do ya do when ya feel it?" "Take a deep breath and think about whether I really need to use magic," Harry recited. "But Hagrid, sometimes it just happens. Especially when the creatures are scared or hurt." Hagrid understood. Harry's empathy for magical beings ran deep, deeper than his own, and that was saying something. It wasn't just communication, it was connection. Harry felt what they felt. "I know, lad. And that's not a bad thing. Just need to be careful is all, especially when," a distant sound stopped him mid-sentence. Both of them turned toward the forest, where the unmistakable whinny of a horse in distress echoed through the trees. "That's not a regular horse," Harry said immediately, standing up. "It's different." Before Hagrid could respond, a centaur burst from the tree line, galloping toward them with unusual haste. It was Firenze, the youngest of the herd and the most tolerant of humans. "Hagrid," the centaur called, slowing as he approached. "The stars warned of blood in the forest today. What's happened?" Hagrid asked, moving protectively toward Harry, who showed no fear of the centaur. "A unicorn foal, separated from its mother. Caught in a poacher's trap not meant for such innocent creatures." Firenze's blue eyes moved to Harry. "The herd called to us for aid, but the trap is wizard-made. Our magic cannot break it." Harry stepped forward before Hagrid could stop him. "Is the unicorn hurt badly?" Firenze knelt to meet Harry's gaze. "Yes, young Potter. It bleeds silver upon the forest floor." "Can you show us?" Harry asked, already reaching for the healing kit Hagrid kept by the door. "Harry, wait," Hagrid began, but the determination in those green eyes stopped him. This wasn't childish impulsiveness, it was the same look Lily Potter had worn when she'd found an injured Thestral during her 7th year. The look that said another creature's suffering mattered more than rules. "We have to help, Hagrid," Harry said simply. 20 minutes later, they followed Firenze deep into the forest, well beyond their usual paths. Hagrid carried his crossbow and a bag of healing supplies, while Harry clutched a small box containing essence of dittany and unicorn hair salve, a remedy Hagrid had taught him to prepare. "The trap lies ahead," Firenze said, stopping at the edge of a small clearing. "The mother will not leave, though she fears humans. She may charge to protect her foal." Hagrid nodded grimly. "Harry, you stay behind me until I'm sure it's safe." But when they entered the clearing, Hagrid's caution proved unnecessary. The unicorn mare, a creature of impossible white beauty, did not charge. She stood trembling beside a cruel metal trap that had snared her foal's leg, the golden body of the young unicorn lying pitifully still on the forest floor. "Oh no," Harry whispered, his eyes filling with tears. "Are we too late?" As if in response, the foal lifted its head weakly, making a sound of such painful innocence that even Firenze looked away. "It lives," the centaur confirmed. "But not for long if the trap remains." The mare watched them warily, torn between fear of humans and desperate hope for her child. Hagrid examined the trap from a distance. Ministry issue, he growled. For capturing larger dark creatures. Modified though, the release mechanism's been tampered with. Might be poachers after unicorn parts. Can you open it? Harry asked. I can try. But it's going to take both hands, and the mayor might not let me close enough. Harry looked at the unicorn mother, her eyes wild with fear and sorrow. Then he did something that made even Firenze gasp. He stepped toward her, hand extended. Harry! Hagrid hissed. Unicorns don't trust most humans, especially not. It's okay, Harry said, his voice different somehow, deeper, more resonant. She knows we want to help. The mare snorted, pawing the ground. But she didn't retreat as Harry slowly approached, stopping a few feet away. We can help your baby, Harry told her, and though he spoke English, something in his tone transcended language. But you have to trust us. To Hagrid's astonishment, the unicorn lowered her gleaming horn, not in aggression, but in a gesture almost like a bow. Then she stepped aside, creating a path to the injured foal. Quickly, Firenze urged. Such trust from a unicorn is rare and may not last. Hagrid didn't need telling twice. He hurried to the trap, examining its wicked teeth and the complex locking mechanism. Nasty piece of work, he muttered. Going to take some strength to spring it open. Harry knelt beside the foal, gently stroking its mane. The young unicorn's breathing was shallow, its golden coat darkened with silvery blood around the cruel metal teeth. His legs nearly severed, Hagrid said grimly. Even if I open the trap, he might not. He will, Harry insisted. I promised his mother. Hagrid positioned his massive hands on the trap. When I say now, pull his leg free, but gentle as you can. Ready? Now. With a tremendous effort, Hagrid forced the trap's jaws apart. Harry carefully extracted the foal's mangled leg, wincing at the creature's soft cry of pain. The moment the limb was clear, Hagrid released the trap, which snapped shut with vicious force. The Dittany, Hagrid instructed, but Harry was already opening the bottle. What happened next would be seared into Hagrid's memory forever. As Harry applied the healing essence to the wound, he began to whisper, not in English, but in a series of soft sounds that reminded Hagrid of wind through leaves and water over stones. The foal's ears pricked forward, listening. And then Harry's hands began to glow. Not with the usual burst of accidental magic, this was different. A soft golden light, the exact shade of the foal's coat, emanated from Harry's palms as he held them over the wound. The silvery blood slowed, then stopped. Torn flesh knit together before their eyes. The mare made a sound of wonder, moving closer. Firenze had gone utterly still, his expression one of reverence. Harry, Hagrid breathed, what are you doing? But Harry didn't seem to hear him. His eyes had taken on a strange, distant look, as if seeing something beyond the clearing. The golden light intensified, spreading from his hands up his arms. For a moment, just a moment, Hagrid could have sworn he saw patterns in the light, ancient symbols he'd glimpsed in Dumbledore's books. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. Harry swayed, blinking rapidly as if waking from a dream. Did it work? He asked, his voice normal again. The foal answered by struggling to its feet, the injured leg bearing weight once more. Though still weak, the wound had closed completely, leaving only a thin silver line where mangled flesh had been. The mare approached, nuzzling her child with obvious relief. Then, to everyone's shock, she turned to Harry and touched her horn gently to his forehead, right over the lightning scar. A jolt of something, power, recognition, connection, passed between them. Harry gasped, his eyes widening. For an instant, the scar seemed to glow with the same golden light. The blessing of a unicorn, Firenze murmured. I have never witnessed such a thing given to a human. The unicorns departed, the foal unsteady but healing, the mare leading it deeper into the forest. Harry watched them go, a strange mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration on his young face. What just happened? He asked, turning to Hagrid. I'm not entirely sure, Hagrid admitted. But I think you just did your first proper magic, Harry. And it was, well, it was something special. Firenze regarded Harry with new interest. The stars speak of you, Harry Potter. They call you the boy who lived. But perhaps they should call you the forest's child. As they made their way back to the cabin, Harry unusually quiet and leaning against Hagrid's side, they failed to notice the small magical device hidden in a nearby tree, a surveillance spell that had recorded everything. Darius Grimshaw sat in his ministry office, watching the memory replay in the pensieve before him. His thin face was tight with concentration, his eyes narrowed as he observed the golden light emanating from the Potter boy's hands. Unprecedented, he muttered, making another note in his already extensive file. Completely unprecedented. An assistant knocked timidly at his door. Sir. Professor Dumbledore has arrived for your appointment. Send him in, Grimshaw said, quickly closing the file labeled Potter Anomalies. Albus Dumbledore entered, his robes a cheerful shade of purple that seemed deliberately chosen to offend Grimshaw's austere sensibilities. Darius, he greeted pleasantly. Your message sounded urgent. Sit down, Headmaster, Grimshaw said, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. We need to discuss Harry Potter. Ah, yes. I believe we've had this conversation several times over the past 6 years. This is different. Grimshaw tapped the pensieve. My monitoring spells recorded an incident yesterday. Potter performed what appeared to be wandless healing magic on a unicorn. Accidental magic is common in children his age, Dumbledore replied mildly. This wasn't accidental. Grimshaw pushed the pensieve toward Dumbledore. See for yourself. The boy knew exactly what he was doing. That golden light, the symbols, and the unicorn blessed him afterward. Dumbledore viewed the memory, his expression giving nothing away. When he emerged, he merely stroked his beard thoughtfully. Fascinating. Fascinating. It's dangerous. The boy is developing abilities that are completely unregulated, under the supervision of a half-giant with no formal magical training. And now this connection to magical creatures. Grimshaw leaned forward. Potter needs proper wizarding guidance. He has it, Dumbledore countered. Hagrid may not be a qualified wizard in the traditional sense, but his knowledge of magical creatures is unparalleled. And I personally oversee Harry's education. Once a week is hardly adequate. Minerva McGonagall visits 3 times weekly for his lessons. Poppy Pomfrey conducts regular health assessments. And I believe Phileas Flitwick has recently begun basic magical theory instruction. Grimshaw made a dismissive gesture. A patchwork education at best. The boy belongs in a proper wizarding household until he's of age to attend Hogwarts. We've been through this, Darius. The protection offered by his current living arrangement, blood wards would work just as well with his aunt and uncle, Grimshaw interrupted. Or any number of wizarding families would gladly take in the boy who lived. Dumbledore's eyes hardened slightly, though his voice remained pleasant. Harry is not a trophy to be claimed, Darius. He is a child who has formed attachments and is thriving in his current environment. Thriving? Grimshaw scoffed. He talks to animals. He performs uncontrolled magic. Yesterday he channeled some form of ancient healing power that isn't even covered in our regulations. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, rising to his feet, that indicates a problem with your regulations, not with Harry. This isn't over, Dumbledore. The Ministry has a responsibility, to protect magical children, yes. Not to control them. Dumbledore paused at the door. Harry's abilities are developing in ways I find most intriguing. Ways that may one day prove vital. His gaze sharpened. I would suggest focusing your department's energy on the recent increase in poaching activity in magical forests rather than on a child who poses no threat to anyone. After Dumbledore left, Grimshaw returned to the pensieve, watching the memory again. The golden light, the whispered sounds that weren't quite human language, the unicorn's blessing. "No threat," he muttered. "We'll see about that." Back at the cabin, Harry sat by the fire, sipping the hot chocolate Hagrid had prepared. The day's events had left him exhausted but buzzing with questions. "Hagrid," he began cautiously, "what I did in the forest, was it normal magic?" Hagrid settled his massive frame into his armchair, which creaked in protest. "Well now, that's a complicated question, Harry. What do you mean by normal?" Harry frowned, trying to articulate what he was feeling. "The books Professor McGonagall gives me talk about spells and wands and proper words. But what I did didn't have any of that. And I didn't even know I could do it until it was happening." "Ah," Hagrid nodded. "Well, there's different kinds of magic, see. What they teach at Hogwarts, that's one kind, organized, with rules and proper incantations. But there's older magic too. Magic that comes from inside, from intent and connection. Like what the centaurs do. Exactly like that. Or house elves, they don't use wands either." Hagrid leaned forward conspiratorially. "Truth is, Harry, wands are a bit of a recent invention in magical terms. For thousands of years, wizards and witches did magic without m." Harry considered this, absent-mindedly stroking Fong, who had laid his head in the boy's lap. "Is that the kind of magic I did? I think it might be. And it makes sense, doesn't it? You've grown up here, surrounded by creatures that don't use wands but still have powerful magic. Maybe you've learned from them, same as you've learned reading from Professor McGonagall." This seemed to satisfy Harry, but there was still a shadow of concern on his young face. "That man from the ministry, the one in the forest that day, he thinks I'm strange, doesn't he? Because of how I am with the creatures." Hagrid sighed. "Grimshaw's, well, he's the sort that likes everything in neat little boxes. And you don't fit in his boxes, Harry. But that doesn't make you strange. Just special." "Special like the boy who lived?" Harry asked, touching his scar. "No," Hagrid said firmly. "Special like Harry. Just Harry, who has a way with creatures and a good heart. The rest, the fame, the history, that'll all come later. For now, you're just my boy who helped a unicorn today. And I couldn't be prouder." Harry smiled, the weight lifting from his shoulders. Outside, night was falling over the forbidden forest, and somewhere among the ancient trees, a unicorn foal was recovering, carrying the mark of Harry's first deliberate magic. In the distance, a wolf howled, and Harry cocked his head, listening to a language only he seemed to understand. Inside the forest's edge, watched over by a half-giant and countless magical creatures, Harry Potter was growing into something neither the wizarding world nor Voldemort had anticipated. Not just the boy who lived, but the Beast Master, a wizard with one foot in the human world and one in the realm of magical creatures. And in years to come, that unique position would change everything. Chapter 2, Hogwarts-bound. A tawny owl swooped gracefully through the early morning mist, its wings barely disturbing the air as it approached Hagrid's cabin. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on the front step, waiting. He'd been there since dawn, vibrating with barely contained excitement. "Is that it?" he called over his shoulder. Hagrid appeared in the doorway, ducking his massive head beneath the lintel. "Could be. Right on time, too." The owl landed on the wooden railing beside Harry, extending its leg with practiced dignity. Attached was a thick parchment envelope with emerald green writing. Harry's hands trembled slightly as he untied it. "Go on then," Hagrid encouraged, smiling beneath his wild beard. "Been waitin' for this day for 10 years, haven't we?" Harry ran his fingers over the wax seal, the Hogwarts crest he knew so well from watching students in their house-colored scarves trek past the cabin. He'd always been on the outside looking in, but now. "Mr. H. Potter," he read aloud. "The room with the dragon mobile, gamekeeper's cabin, edge of the forbidden forest, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Very specific, those quills, Hagrid chuckled. "Open it then." The letter inside was exactly as Hagrid had described countless times during bedtime stories. Harry read every word, though he'd practically memorized them already from Hagrid's recitations. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry looked up, his green eyes bright behind his round glasses. It's real, he whispered. I mean, I knew it was coming, but now it's official, Hagrid finished, his own eyes suspiciously moist. You're a Hogwarts student now, Harry. The owl hooted impatiently, still perched on the railing. Oh. Sorry, Harry apologized, instinctively reaching out to stroke the bird's feathers in just the right way. The owl's amber eyes closed in contentment. We need to send a reply, don't we? Hagrid nodded. Professor McGonagall will be expecting it, even though she knows you'll be attending. Harry hurried inside to pen his acceptance. Though Professor McGonagall had been teaching him to write with quills for years, his handwriting still showed the careful concentration of someone determined to make a good impression. When he finished, the owl accepted the letter with another dignified hoot before launching into the sky. So, Hagrid said, laying a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder, ready for your first proper trip to Diagon Alley? Harry's eyes widened. He'd heard so much about the magical shopping district in London but had never visited. His supplies had always been purchased by Hagrid or other Hogwarts staff. Today? No time like the present. Professor Dumbledore's arranged everything. We'll use the flow from the 3 broomsticks, then get your school things, robes, books, wand, the lot. Harry's excitement dimmed slightly at the mention of a wand. What if the wand doesn't work for me, Hagrid? Why wouldn't it? Harry gestured vaguely. You know. The way I do magic. It's not normal. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes crinkled with warmth. There's nothing wrong with how you do magic, Harry. It's just different. And as fair wands, well, Mr. Ollivander's been matchin' wizards to wands fair longer than I've been alive. If anyone can find the right one for ya, it's him. Harry nodded, but the worry lingered. Ever since the unicorn healing 4 years ago, his magic had continued to develop along unusual lines. He could sense the emotional states of creatures, occasionally communicate with them beyond what even Hagrid could manage, and perform wandless magic in moments of necessity, though never on command and only when creatures were involved. Professor Dumbledore had called it fascinating. Professor McGonagall had called it challenging. Professor Flitwick had called it extraordinary. Darius Grimshaw had called it dangerous. Come on then, Hagrid said, breaking into Harry's thoughts. Get your cloak. Might not be cold now, but London's different from Scotland. Harry ran to fetch his cloak, a practical, forest green garment that had been a gift from Professor McGonagall. As he slung it around his shoulders, he caught sight of his reflection in the small mirror by his bed. A skinny boy of 11 stared back, wild black hair refusing to lie flat, green eyes bright behind round glasses, and the lightning bolt scar partially visible on his forehead. Hogwarts, he whispered to himself. I'm going to Hogwarts. Diagon Alley was overwhelming. Harry had grown up at the edge of one of Britain's largest magical locations, but nothing had prepared him for the concentrated chaos of the wizarding shopping district. The narrow, cobblestone street teemed with witches and wizards in a riot of colorful robes, the air filled with the hoots of owls, the croaks of toads, and a cacophony of magical sounds from shops selling everything imaginable. You all right there, Harry? Hagrid asked, noticing how the boy pressed closer to his side. It's just loud, Harry explained, wincing as a wizard nearby tested what appeared to be a self-playing trumpet. Not just the noises. The magic. It's everywhere. Hagrid nodded understandingly. Bit different from the forest, eh? Magic in the wild feels different, more natural-like. Here it's all concentrated and shaped. They made their way toward Gringotts first, drawing stares as they passed. Harry was accustomed to being recognized at Hogwarts, where students occasionally pointed and whispered about Hagrid's ward and the Potter boy, but this was different. Here, people stopped in their tracks, nudging companions and openly gawking. Is that Harry Potter? Look at the scar. With the gamekeeper? Is that where he's been all these years? Harry kept his head down, focusing on the cobblestones beneath his feet. A rat scurried across their path, and Harry instinctively reached out with his senses, finding the creature's frantic heartbeat and projecting calm. The rat paused, whiskers twitching, before continuing on its way at a more measured pace. "Best not do that too obviously," Hagrid murmured. "Remember what Dumbledore said." Harry nodded, shoving his hands into his pockets. The headmaster had cautioned him about displaying his creature abilities too publicly, at least until he was safely established at Hogwarts. The wizarding world, Dumbledore had explained, was often suspicious of unusual magical talents. Gringotts Bank loomed ahead, its snowy white facade gleaming in the morning sun. As they approached, Harry's steps slowed, his attention fixed on the goblin guards flanking the burnished bronze doors. "They're nervous," he whispered to Hagrid. "Something's happened recently. Something that's put them on edge." Hagrid looked surprised. "How can you tell?" "Their ears. See how they're slightly flattened. And the way they're gripping their staffs, too tight. They're expecting trouble." Hagrid's bushy eyebrows rose. "Never could read goblins myself. They always look the same to me, bit grumpy." When they reached the doors, Harry gave a small, respectful nod to the guards. To Hagrid's astonishment, the goblins returned the gesture, a barely perceptible dip of their heads that would have been easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. Inside, the vast marble hall was filled with goblins working at high counters, weighing coins and examining precious stones. The sound of hundreds of creatures working in concert washed over Harry, not just their voices and movements, but the pulse of their collective presence, their inherent magic. Unlike the chaos outside, this had a rhythm to it, organized and purposeful. "Mornin'," Hagrid said to a free goblin. "We've come ter take some money out of Mr. Harry Potter's safe." The goblin peered down at Harry with calculating eyes. "And does Mr. Harry Potter have his key?" Hagrid produced a tiny golden key from one of his many pockets. "Got it right here." The goblin examined the key closely, then called for another goblin named Griphook to take them to the vault. As they followed Griphook toward the carts that would plunge them into the depths below the bank, Harry noticed something unusual. The goblins they passed were watching him, not with the curious or odd expressions of the humans outside, but with something closer to assessment. One elder goblin even stopped what he was doing entirely, following Harry's progress with narrowed eyes. "Hagrid," Harry whispered, "why are they looking at me like that?" "Been wonderin' that myself," Hagrid admitted. "Never seen goblins pay this much attention to a wizard before." When they reached the cart, Harry hesitated before getting in, then turned to Griphook. "The bank feels different today," he said quietly. "Tense. Has something happened?" The goblin's eyes widened fractionally, the equivalent of open-mouthed shock in goblin expressions. What would a young wizard know of such things? "Nothing," Harry admitted. "I can just feel it." Griphook studied him for a long moment. "There was an attempted break-in," he finally said. "Nothing was taken. The vault in question was emptied earlier that same day." "I'm sorry to hear that," Harry said sincerely. "It must be upsetting to have your defenses tested." Another flicker of surprise crossed Griphook's face before he gestured to the cart. "This way, Mr. Potter." The wild cart ride through the twisting tunnels beneath Gringotts left Hagrid green-faced and queasy, but Harry found it exhilarating. When they finally stopped at Vault 687, Griphook used the tiny golden key to open the door, revealing mounds of gold galleons, columns of silver sickles, and heaps of bronze nuts. "All yours," Hagrid said proudly as Harry stared in wonder. "Your parents left well taken care of." Harry filled a pouch with coins, still trying to reconcile this fortune with the simple life he'd led in Hagrid's cabin. As they prepared to leave, Griphook cleared his throat, an unusual action for a goblin. "Mr. Potter," he said formally, "the director would like to speak with you before you depart today." Hagrid frowned. "That's not usual procedure. Nevertheless, the request stands. When you have completed your business in the alley, you are invited to return." Harry glanced at Hagrid, who looked concerned but nodded slowly. "We'll come back before we leave," Harry promised. As they left Gringotts, temporarily setting aside the mystery of the director's invitation, Hagrid consulted the school supply list. "Right, let's get your uniform first. Madame Malkin's is just down there." Inside Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Harry found himself standing on a footstool being fitted for his school robes while Hagrid waited outside, claiming the shop was too small for him. He was halfway through his fitting when the bell on the door jingled, and another boy entered. The newcomer was pale with a pointed face and white blonde hair. He took the stool next to Harry, eyeing him with curious disdain. "Hogwarts too?" he asked. "Yes," Harry replied, feeling strangely self-conscious. Despite living at the edge of the school grounds, his interactions with the students had been limited. "My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands," said the boy in a bored, drawling voice. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. Don't see why first-years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one anyway and smuggle it in somehow." Harry thought the boy sounded like a spoiled niffler who'd found too many shiny things. Before he could respond, the boy continued, "Have you got your own broom?" "No," Harry said. "Play Quidditch at all?" "No," Harry repeated, though he'd watched the Hogwarts matches from the edge of the forest many times. "I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house." "Know what house you'll be in yet?" Harry shook his head. "No one knows until they get there." "Well, no one really knows until then, but my family's all been in Slytherin, so I know where I'll be going." "Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" "There's nothing wrong with Hufflepuff," Harry said, thinking of Professor Sprout who had always been kind to him. The boy looked at him as if he'd said something scandalous. "Are you from a wizarding family?" He didn't wait for an answer before adding, "They really shouldn't let the other sort in. Some of them have never even heard of Hogwarts until they get their letter. I think they should keep it in the old wizarding families." He broke off suddenly, staring at Harry more intently. "What's that on your forehead?" Harry's hand automatically went to his scar, but before the boy could say more, Madame Malkin announced, "That's you done, my dear." Relieved, Harry hopped down from the stool. "See you at Hogwarts, I guess," he said to the blonde boy, who seemed too stunned to reply as recognition dawned on his face. Outside, Harry found Hagrid holding 2 large ice cream cones, a welcome distraction from the uncomfortable encounter. As they continued their shopping, Harry gradually relaxed, his initial overwhelm giving way to wonder. They visited the apothecary for potion ingredients, where Harry impressed the proprietor with his knowledge of rare herbs found in the forest, flourish and blots for schoolbooks, and the magical menagerie to purchase owl treats for the school owls that Harry had befriended over the years. "Just your wand left," Hagrid said as they approached a narrow, shabby shop with peeling gold letters that read, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC." Harry swallowed hard, his earlier anxiety returning. "Hagrid, it'll be fine," Hagrid assured him. "Every witch and wizard gets their first wand here. It's a proper milestone." A bell tinkled as they entered the dusty shop. It was tiny, empty except for a single spindly chair that Hagrid sat on, and thousands of narrow boxes piled neatly up to the ceiling. Harry immediately felt the magic in the air, old and layered, with a faint buzzing quality that made the hairs on his arms stand up. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry jumped as an old man with wide, pale eyes appeared before them. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." Mr. Ollivander moved closer, studying Harry's face. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice for charm work. He moved closer still, until he and Harry were almost nose to nose. And that's where. Mr. Ollivander touched the lightning scar on Harry's forehead with a long, white finger. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He shook his head, then spotted Hagrid. Rubeus Hagrid. Oak, 16 inches, rather bendy, wasn't it? It was, sir, yes, said Hagrid. Good wand, that one. But I suppose they snapped it in half when you were expelled? Yes, they did, said Hagrid, shifting uncomfortably. I've still got the pieces, though. But you don't use them? Mr. Ollivander asked sharply. Oh, no, sir, Hagrid said quickly, though Harry noticed his hand drift protectively toward his pink umbrella. Said Mr. Ollivander, giving Hagrid a piercing look. Well, now, Mr. Potter. Let me see. He pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Which is your wand arm? I'm right-handed, said Harry. Hold out your arm. That's it. He measured Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head. As he measured, he explained how no two Ollivander wands were the same, and how the wand chooses the wizard. Harry wasn't entirely listening. He was more focused on the wands themselves, sensing the different magical signatures emanating from the boxes around the shop. Some seemed to hum with potential, others felt dormant, and a few, a very few, seemed to react to his presence, their magic stirring like creatures waking from sleep. That will do, Mr. Ollivander said, and the tape measure crumpled to the floor. Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Harry took the wand, feeling immediately that it wasn't right. It felt dead in his hand, like a simple stick. Nevertheless, he waved it, but Mr. Ollivander snatched it back almost at once. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try, Harry tried, but had hardly raised the wand when it was snatched back. No, here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy. Go on, try it out. Harry tried. And tried. The pile of tried wands mounted higher and higher, but the more wands Mr. Ollivander pulled from the shelves, the happier he seemed to become. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand, and immediately felt a difference. It wasn't dead like the others, but it wasn't quite right either. It was, interested in him, somehow. There was warmth, a faint tingle, but something was missing. When he waved it, only a few sparks shot from the end. Curious, Mr. Ollivander muttered. Very curious. There's a connection there, but it's not complete. Almost as if. He trailed off, studying Harry with newfound intensity. Mr. Potter, might I ask, have you performed wandless magic before? Harry glanced at Hagrid, who nodded encouragingly. Yes, sir. Several times. And these instances, they involved magical creatures, did they not? Harry stared in surprise. How did you know? Wand making is an ancient art, Mr. Potter. We work with magical creatures, or parts of them, given willingly, every day. I've seen wizards with unusual connections to magical beings before, though rarely one so young. He tapped the holly wand thoughtfully. This wand wants to choose you, but something's preventing the full connection. Mr. Ollivander disappeared into the back of the shop, returning with a dusty wooden chest. "These are experimental cores," he explained. "For special cases." Opening it, he revealed compartments containing various magical substances. "What I'm about to suggest is highly unusual, Mr. Potter, but then you are an unusual case. I'd like you to hover your hand over these core materials. Don't touch, just feel. Tell me if any call to you." Harry did as instructed, moving his hand slowly over the compartments. Most felt neutral, but when he reached a small vial containing what looked like silvery liquid, his hand began to tingle. "Ah," Mr. Ollivander breathed. "Unicorn tears, freely given. Extremely rare. I helped heal a unicorn foal once," Harry said quietly. "The mother blessed me." "Did she indeed? Well, that explains it." Mr. Ollivander took the holly and phoenix feather wand, along with the vial. "I've never done this before, created a dual-core wand, but these are unusual times. Wait here." He disappeared into the back of the shop. For nearly half an hour, Harry and Hagrid sat in silence, hearing occasional bangs and seeing flashes of light from the workshop. Finally, Mr. Ollivander emerged, looking tired but triumphant. "Holly, phoenix feather, and unicorn tears," he announced, holding out the wand. It looked the same as before, but somehow more alive. 11 inches. A unique combination for a unique wizard. The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he knew it was right. Warmth spread up his arm, and the wand seemed to vibrate with recognition. He raised it above his head and brought it swishing down. A stream of gold and silver sparks shot from the end like a firework, casting dancing spots of light on the walls. "Oh, bravo!" Mr. Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, very good. But curious, very curious." "Sorry," said Harry, "but what's curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed. "Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember, but now your wand has chosen to change itself for you. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Harry shivered. He paid 7 gold galleons for his unique wand, and Mr. Ollivander bowed them from his shop. Before returning to Gringotts for their mysterious meeting with the director, Hagrid insisted on buying Harry a birthday present, a beautiful snowy owl from Aesop's Owl Emporium. "Every wizard needs an owl," he explained. "And she's a beauty." Harry was speechless with gratitude. The snowy owl blinked her amber eyes at him intelligently, and he could already sense her keen mind and proud spirit. "Hello," he whispered, offering his finger for her to inspect. "I'm Harry." The owl gave a soft, approving hoot and nipped his finger gently. "She likes ya," Hagrid said, beaming. "Got a name for her?" Harry considered for a moment. "Hedwig," he decided. "I read it in a history of magic." With Hedwig in her cage and all their purchases shrunk and tucked into Hagrid's many pockets, another advantage of shopping with a Hogwarts staff member, they made their way back to Gringotts. This time, instead of being directed to the carts, they were led to an ornate door at the rear of the main hall. "The director will see you now," their goblin guide announced, opening the door to reveal a sumptuously appointed office. The goblin behind the massive desk was older than any Harry had seen, with a shrewd face lined by centuries of calculation. He wore an elegant suit rather than the uniforms of the bank tellers, and his long fingers were adorned with numerous rings. "Mr. Potter," he said, his voice surprisingly melodious. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. Please, be seated." Hagrid remained standing, too large for the visitors' chairs. You must be wondering why I requested this meeting, Ragnar continued, studying Harry closely. It is most unusual for me to take a personal interest in a young wizard's first visit to our bank. It's about what happened with Griphook, isn't it? Harry asked. The way I knew something was wrong. Ragnar's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. Perceptive. Yes, Mr. Potter, your interaction with Griphook was reported to me immediately. It is unprecedented for a wizard, particularly one so young, to sense the emotional state of goblins. I don't mean to intrude, Harry said quickly. It just happens. With magical creatures, I mean. Ragnar's expression shifted minutely. You consider goblins to be magical creatures rather than beings? Harry flushed, realizing his mistake. No, sir. I mean, you are beings, of course. It's just that my ability works with anything that's not fully human. Ragnar suggested. Not wizard-raised, Harry corrected. I grew up with Hagrid at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I've spent more time with centaurs and unicorns than with other wizards. Ragnar leaned back, something like curiosity flickering in his dark eyes. Interesting. And this ability of yours, can you demonstrate it? What am I feeling right now, Mr. Potter? Harry hesitated, then closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses as he did with forest creatures. Goblins were different, their emotions more complex, layered with centuries of cultural context, but there were still patterns he could read. Curiosity, he said finally. Caution. And hope. He opened his eyes, uncertain. But I don't know why. Ragnar exchanged a glance with Hagrid, who looked both proud and nervous. Mr. Potter, are you aware that goblins have long memories? We remember your parents well. Lily Evans, in particular, showed our kind unusual respect. She did. Harry leaned forward eagerly. He treasured every scrap of information about his parents. Indeed. During the last war, she protected a goblin family from Death Eaters at great personal risk. Ragnar's expression grew solemn. The goblin nation does not forget such debts, nor do we forget those who have wronged us. We have watched your development with interest, wondering what kind of wizard Lily Evans' son would become. The director opened a drawer and removed a small, intricately carved wooden box. This belonged to your mother. She left it in our keeping shortly before her death, with instructions that it be given to you when you came of age or began at Hogwarts, whichever came first. He pushed the box across the desk. Harry stared at it, afraid to touch this tangible connection to the mother he couldn't remember. Thank you, he whispered, finally reaching for it with trembling hands. The wood felt warm under his fingers, almost alive. You need not open it now, Ragnar said. It is sealed with your mother's magic and will open only for you, in private. Harry nodded, carefully tucking the box into his pocket. Is there anything else, sir? Just this, Ragnar fixed him with an intense gaze. The wizarding world has its prejudices, Mr. Potter. Many will seek to shape you into what they believe you should be, the boy who lived, a symbol, a weapon. Remember that there are older magics in this world than those taught at Hogwarts. Older alliances. Older enemies. I will, Harry promised, though he wasn't entirely sure what the director meant. As they left Gringotts, Hagrid looked both impressed and worried. Never heard of the director meeting a young wizard before, he muttered. Special, you are. Harry clutched the wooden box in his pocket, wondering what it contained and what Ragnar had meant about older magics. The day had been full of wonders and mysteries, but as they headed back to the Leaky Cauldron for their journey home, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he'd taken only his first step into a much larger and more complex world than he'd imagined. The remainder of the summer passed in a blur of anticipation. Harry devoured his schoolbooks, practiced simple spells with his new wand, which responded to him far better than the training wand Professor Flitwick had lent him, and spent long hours with Hagrid in the forest, saying goodbye to the creatures who had been his first friends. The night before September 1st, Harry sat on his bed in the cabin, Lily's wooden box open before him. It had unsealed at his touch to reveal a collection of treasures, photographs of his parents, a few pages torn from his mother's diary detailing her discovery of her magical abilities, and a delicate silver charm bracelet with miniature animal figures, a stag, a dog, a wolf, and oddly, a rat. A small note explained that the animals represented those closest to his father. Harry ran his finger over the stag, somehow knowing it represented James Potter himself. The other animals remained a mystery, though he sensed they held significance. There was also a letter, written in his mother's elegant hand, that had brought tears to his eyes. "My darling Harry, if you're reading this, then I am gone, and you are beginning your journey at Hogwarts. I wish more than anything that I could be there to see you off, to help you choose your wand, to hear about which house you're sorted into. Know that wherever I am watching over you with love and pride. I don't know what kind of life you've had without us, but I hope it has been filled with love and wonder. I hope whoever has raised you has encouraged your kind heart and curious mind. There's something I need to tell you that few know. I've always had a special connection to magical creatures, not as strong as some, but enough that Professor Kettleburn once suggested I pursue a career in magizoology. This gift runs in the Evans line, though it often skips generations. If you've inherited it, nurture it. Such abilities are rare and precious. The wizarding world can be wonderful, but it can also be narrow-minded. If you are different in any way, some will fear that difference. Remember that what makes you unique also makes you strong. I've left this box with the goblins because they understand what it means to be judged unfairly. They have been allies to those in our family with the gift before. Be brave, be kind, and know that you are loved, always. Your mother." Harry had read the letter so many times he had memorized it. His mother had shared his ability. Perhaps not as strongly, but she had understood. The knowledge formed a connection across time, a thread binding him to the woman who had given her life for his. A soft knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. Hagrid entered, ducking beneath the doorframe. "All packed?" he asked, eyeing the trunk at the foot of Harry's bed. "Nearly," Harry said, carefully returning the letter to the box. "Hagrid, do you think I'll fit in?" Hagrid sat on the edge of the bed, making it creak alarmingly. "You're worried about tomorrow." It wasn't a question. After a decade together, Hagrid could read Harry almost as well as Harry could read magical creatures. "It's just. I've never really been around other kids before. Not properly. What if they think I'm weird? What if I can't do magic the way they teach it at Hogwarts?" "Harry," Hagrid said gently, "you've got more natural magic in your little finger than most full-grown wizards have in their whole body. Yes, it's different. Yes, some might not understand it. But that doesn't make it any less powerful or important." He reached out to ruffle Harry's perpetually messy hair. "As fair fitting in, well, nobody really fits in at first. That's what growing up is about. Finding your place, your people. And you'll find them, Harry. I promise ya that." Harry nodded, comforted by Hagrid's certainty. "I'm going to miss this," he said, gesturing around the cabin that had been his home for as long as he could remember. "Miss you. I'll be right here." Hagrid protested. "You'll see me every day. It won't be the same, though. I'll be a student." "Ah." Understanding dawned on Hagrid's face. "I see what you're worried about. Listen here, no matter what happens tomorrow, no matter which house you're sorted into or how many friends you make, this will always be your home too. And I'll always be here for ya. That doesn't change just 'cause you're wearin' a school uniform now." Harry smiled, relief evident in his expression. "Thanks, Hagrid. Now get some sleep. Big day tomorrow." As Hagrid closed the door, Harry lay back on his bed, thoughts spinning with anticipation. Tomorrow, everything would change. He would board the Hogwarts Express like any other student, be sorted into a house, begin his formal magical education. The path ahead was both exciting and terrifying. Outside his window, the forbidden forest rustled in the night breeze, as if whispering encouragement. Harry reached out with his senses, feeling the familiar presences of the creatures that had been his companions since infancy. They would still be there, he reminded himself. And now he would add human friends to his circle as well. With that comforting thought, the boy of the forest drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with wands and owls and the promise of tomorrow. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity as Hagrid led Harry through the barrier. Students reunited with friends, parents gave last-minute instructions, and owls hooted indignantly in their cages. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed in the morning light, steam billowing from its engine. Despite living at Hogwarts his entire life, this part of the experience was entirely new to Harry. He'd watched the train arrive and depart countless times from the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, but he'd never been to London's King's Cross station before, never seen the hidden platform, never prepared to board as a student. Bit different, eh? Hagrid said, noting Harry's wide-eyed wonder. I've never seen so many wizarding children in one place, Harry admitted. The platform was crowded with students of all ages, from nervous first years like himself to confident seventh years. Right then, Hagrid checked the large watch hanging from his vest. Train leaves in 20 minutes. I've got to get back to Hogwarts the, alternate way. Got all your things? Harry nodded, clutching the handle of his trunk. Hedwig hooted softly in her cage. Now, don't you worry none, Hagrid continued, his voice gruff with emotion. Just find yourself a compartment and enjoy the ride. Feast'll be ready when ya arrive. To Harry's surprise, Hagrid pulled him into a bone-crushing hug, right there on the platform. Proud of ya, Harry, he whispered, then released him abruptly, turning away to wipe his eyes on his massive sleeve. I'll see you at the feast, Harry promised, his own eyes suspiciously wet. Course ya will, Hagrid agreed, managing a watery smile before striding away toward the barrier, his enormous figure parting the crowd like a ship through water. Harry took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and turned toward the train. He could do this. He'd faced acromantulas and befriended thestrals, surely he could handle boarding a train and meeting other students. Finding an empty compartment proved easier than expected. Most students seemed to be lingering on the platform until the last minute, reconnecting with friends after the summer holiday. Harry stowed his trunk, placed Hedwig's cage carefully on the seat beside him, and settled by the window to watch the platform activity. A family of redheads caught his attention, a harried-looking mother with 5 children, all with flaming hair. The youngest boy looked about Harry's age, while a small girl clung to her mother's hand, apparently too young for Hogwarts. Fred, you next, the mother was saying to one of 2 identical boys. I'm not Fred, I'm George, said the boy. Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother? Can't you tell I'm George? Sorry, George, dear. Only joking, I am Fred, said the boy, and off he went toward the train barrier. Harry smiled despite himself. He'd never had siblings, but he'd observed the relationships between young centaurs and unicorn foals in the forest. There was something universal about family dynamics. The compartment door slid open, interrupting his thoughts. The youngest red-headed boy from the platform stood there, looking nervous. Anyone sitting there? He asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. Everywhere else is full. Harry shook his head, and the boy sat down, casting curious glances at Harry before quickly looking out of the window, as if embarrassed to be caught staring. I'm Ron, by the way, he finally said. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, Harry replied. Ron's eyes widened. So it's true. I thought Fred and George might be having me on. Do you really have the, you know? He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry lifted his fringe to show the lightning scar. Ron stared, open-mouthed. So that's where you know who? Yes, Harry said, but I don't remember it. Nothing? Ron asked eagerly. Just a lot of green light. Wow, Ron said, still staring at Harry. Seeming to realize he was being rude, He quickly looked away again, his ears turning pink. Sorry, didn't mean to, it's okay, Harry assured him. I'm used to it. Is it true you've been living in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid? My brothers told me, but Percy said they were making it up. Sort of, Harry explained. Hagrid's cabin is at the edge of the forest, on the Hogwarts grounds. I've lived there with him since I was a baby. Wicked! Ron exclaimed. So you already know all about Hogwarts? That's not fair, I've been nervous for weeks about the sorting. Fred says it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. At least, I hope he was. Harry laughed. It's just a hat. The sorting hat. You put it on, and it decides which house you belong in. A hat? Ron looked both relieved and slightly disappointed. Fred told me we'd have to wrestle a troll. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open again. This time it was the twins Ron had identified as Fred and George. Hey, Ron, one said. Listen, we're going down to the middle of the train, Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there. Right, mumbled Ron, looking uncomfortable at the mention of a spider. The twins' eyes landed on Harry, widening in recognition. Blimey, are you? He is, said the other twin. Aren't you? He added to Harry. What? Asked Harry, confused. Harry Potter, chorused the twins. Oh, him, Harry said, feeling his face heat up. I mean, yes, I am. The twins gawked at him until their younger brother cleared his throat pointedly. Then, introducing themselves properly as Fred and George Weasley, they shook Harry's hand with excessive formality before departing in search of the tarantula. Are all magical spiders that big? Ron asked after they'd gone, looking worried. Harry thought of Aragog and his family in the forest. Some are bigger, he said, then seeing Ron's horrified expression, quickly added, but they're rare. And usually deep in magical forests. The train began to move, and Harry turned to watch as platform 9 3/4 slid out of view. Despite his earlier nervousness, he found himself relaxing as he and Ron continued to chat. Ron was easy to talk to, explaining about his large family, 6 siblings. And asking Harry questions about life at Hagrid's cabin. So you've actually been in the Forbidden Forest? The place they tell us we'll die if we enter? Ron asked, impressed. It's not as dangerous as people think, Harry said. I mean, there are dangerous creatures, but most won't harm you if you understand them and show respect. Ron looked skeptical. My brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania. Says even the tamest ones can be lethal if you don't know what you're doing. That's just it, though, Harry explained, warming to the subject. You have to learn what you're doing. Each creature has its own language, its own rules. Once you understand those, there's less danger. Sounds like you should be good at care of magical creatures, then. I hope so, Harry agreed. Though that's not until 3rd year. Their conversation drifted to other subjects. Ron explained Quidditch in detail, assuming Harry knew nothing about it, and Harry didn't have the heart to tell him he'd watched countless Hogwarts matches. In turn, Harry shared stories about the professors from a student's perspective, giving Ron insider information on who was strict, McGonagall, and who was more relaxed, Flitwick. Around midday, a dimpled woman slid back their door and asked if they wanted anything from the food trolley. Ron muttered something about sandwiches, his ears turning pink again, but Harry, who had never had pocket money for sweets before, jumped up and bought some of everything. Hungry, are you? Ron asked as Harry dumped the pile of candy onto an empty seat. Starving, Harry admitted. And I've never had most of these before. Hagrid doesn't approve of too many sweets. He held up a pack of chocolate frogs. These aren't really frogs, are they? Ron laughed. No, but see what the card is. I'm missing Agrippa. What? Oh, right, chocolate frogs have cards inside them, you know, to collect, famous witches and wizards. I've got about 500, but I haven't got Agrippa or Ptolemy. Harry unwrapped the chocolate frog and picked up the card. It showed a familiar face, a man with half-moon glasses, a long, crooked nose, and flowing silver hair, beard, and mustache. Dumbledore! Harry exclaimed. I've got Dumbledore. Don't tell me you've never seen a Dumbledore card before, said Ron. I've got about 6 of him. Can I have a frog? I might get Agrippa, thanks. Harry turned over his card and read, Albus Dumbledore, currently headmaster of Hogwarts, considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and tenpin bowling. When Harry turned the card back over, he was surprised to see that Dumbledore's face had disappeared. He's gone. Well, you can't expect him to hang around all day, said Ron. He'll be back. No, I've got Morgana again, and I've got about 6 of her. Do you want it? You can start collecting. As the countryside outside flew past, they continued to eat their way through the pile of sweets. Harry was examining a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans when the compartment door slid open yet again. This time it was a round-faced boy with tear-stained cheeks. Sorry, he said, but have you seen a toad at all? When they shook their heads, the boy wailed, I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me. He'll turn up, Harry said kindly, recognizing the genuine distress in the boy's voice. What's his name? Trevor, the boy sniffed. When did you last see him? Harry asked, setting aside the every flavor beans. On the platform. Gran was saying goodbye, and then he was just gone. Harry considered for a moment. Toads are drawn to water and dark places. Have you checked near the bathrooms? Under seats? The boy nodded miserably. I've looked everywhere. I could help, Harry offered, standing up. I'm good with animals. Really? The boy looked hopeful. I'm Neville, by the way. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter, Harry replied, ignoring the now familiar widening of eyes at his name. And this is Ron Weasley. I'll come too, Ron said, surprising Harry. 3 pairs of eyes are better than 2. The 3 boys set off down the corridor, Harry taking the lead. Unlike Neville's random searching, Harry moved with purpose, checking specific hiding spots where a toad might feel secure. He also listened, not just with his ears, but with that other sense that had always helped him locate creatures in the forest. Are you really looking for a toad? Asked a bossy voice. A girl with lots of bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth was watching them from a compartment doorway. Yeah, we are, Ron said defensively. Neville's lost his. I've been helping him look, the girl said, stepping into the corridor to join them. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. After introductions, during which Hermione displayed an encyclopedic knowledge of Harry's history that made him uncomfortable, the search continued with one more helper. Harry found himself drawing on the tracking skills Firenze had taught him, noting subtle signs like the dampness pattern on the carpet near the bathroom. I think he went this way, Harry said, leading them toward the rear of the train. There's a slight trail. Hermione looked skeptical. How can you possibly know that? I just can, Harry said, not wanting to explain his abilities. Trust me. Near the very back of the train, Harry stopped outside the last compartment. He's in there, he said with certainty, feeling the small, frightened presence of a toad. Inside were 3 boys, the blonde boy from Madame Malkin's and 2 larger, mean-looking friends. They appeared to be laughing about something, and Harry's stomach dropped when he spotted a small, olive-green toad being passed between them. Trevor. Neville gasped. The blonde boy looked up, his amusement turning to interest when he spotted Harry. Well, if it isn't Potter. Thought that might be you in the robe shop. Didn't get a chance to introduce myself properly. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron coughed, which might have been hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy looked at him. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. Instead, he looked pointedly at the toad in Malfoy's friend's meaty hand. We just came for Neville's toad, Harry said coolly. This thing? Malfoy's friend held up Trevor, who was struggling feebly. Didn't know it belonged to anyone. Found it hopping around. Give him back, please, Neville said, his voice barely above a whisper. Longbottom, isn't it? Malfoy drawled. Crab, maybe Longbottom should ask more nicely for his precious toad. The boy called Crab grinned nastily, squeezing Trevor slightly. The toad gave a distressed croak. Something shifted in Harry's expression. Those who knew him well, Hagrid, the centaurs, would have recognized it as the look he got when a creature was threatened. His green eyes seemed to glow slightly, and the air around him crackled with subtle energy. Stop hurting him, Harry said, his voice deeper and more resonant than usual. To everyone's surprise, Trevor suddenly squirmed with unexpected strength, slipping from Crab's grasp and leaping directly into Harry's outstretched hands. The toad settled there contentedly, its distress immediately calming. Malfoy's pale face flushed with anger. What did you just do, Potter? Nothing, Harry said, his voice normal again as he gently passed Trevor to Neville. He just knew where he'd be safe. The tension in the compartment was palpable. Malfoy looked like he wanted to say more, but something about Harry's calm confidence made him hesitate. We should go back to our compartment, Hermione said, breaking the silence. We'll be arriving soon, and you boys should change into your robes. As they left, Harry could feel Malfoy's eyes boring into his back. He'd just made his first enemy at Hogwarts, and the term hadn't even started. That was brilliant. Ron exclaimed once they were safely away. How did you know exactly where Trevor was? And did you see Malfoy's face when the toad jumped to you? Lucky guess, Harry mumbled, not meeting anyone's eyes. And toads are good jumpers. Hermione was studying him shrewdly, as if trying to solve a puzzle. That wasn't ordinary, she said finally. I've read about magical connections to animals, but it's supposed to be very rare. I've just spent a lot of time with magical creatures, Harry explained, which was true if not the whole truth. Anyway, Trevor's safe now. That's what matters. Neville was clutching his recovered toad protectively. Thank you, he said to Harry, genuine gratitude in his voice. Gran would have killed me if I'd lost him on the first day. They parted ways to change into their school robes, agreeing to meet again after the train arrived. As Harry returned to his compartment with Ron, he couldn't help wondering what other students would think of his unusual abilities. Hermione had noticed something straight away, and she'd known him for less than an hour. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a strange mix of emotions. This was home, he could see the distant lights of Hogwarts Castle, could feel the magic of the forest calling to him, and yet everything was different now. He was a student, not just Hagrid's ward. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's familiar voice boomed over the crowd, and Harry smiled, some of his tension easing. Some things, at least, remained the same. All right there, Harry. Hagrid called, beaming when he spotted him. All right, Hagrid, Harry replied, grinning back. Come on, follow me, any more furs years? Mind your step, now. As they followed Hagrid down the steep, narrow path toward the fleet of little boats waiting on the shore of the lake, Harry felt a surge of excitement. He was seeing Hogwarts from a new perspective, not as his home, but as his school. And despite his worries about fitting in, he'd already met potential friends. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to the fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Ron were joined in their boat by Neville and Hermione. "Everyone in," shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward. The little fleet of boats moved off all at once, gliding across the smooth, dark lake. Harry reached down, trailing his fingers in the cold water, and felt the gentle brush of the giant squid's consciousness against his own, a familiar presence, curious about the new students. "Hello, old friend," he whispered, too softly for the others to hear. And then, as they rounded a bend, there it was, Hogwarts Castle, perched atop a high mountain, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, its many turrets and towers reaching toward the heavens. A collective boohoo rose from the first years. For Harry, the view was both familiar and new. He'd seen the castle countless times from different angles, but never like this, never as part of this tradition, this journey that every Hogwarts student made. This is it, he thought, as the boats carried them ever closer to their destiny. My new beginning. The boy of the forest was finally, officially, going to Hogwarts. The great hall exceeded even Harry's expectations. Though he'd been inside before on special occasions, seeing it prepared for the start-of-term feast was another experience entirely. Thousands of candles floated midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were already seated. At the top of the hall was the high table where the teachers sat, including Hagrid, who had joined them after leading the first years across the lake. Professor McGonagall led them up between the tables, the eyes of the entire school upon them. Harry could hear whispers following him. "That's him, Harry Potter, raised by the gamekeeper. They say he talks to animals." McGonagall placed the sorting hat on a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched, a rip near the brim opening wide like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry knew about the sorting hat's song from Hagrid's stories, but experiencing it firsthand was different. The hat described the qualities valued by each house: brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. As it finished, the hall burst into applause. "So we've just got to try on the hat," Ron whispered to Harry, looking relieved. "I'll kill Fred," he was going on about wrestling a troll. Harry smiled weakly. He knew the procedure, but that didn't calm the butterflies in his stomach. He'd never been certain which house would claim him. Hagrid, though expelled before graduating, had been a Gryffindor and clearly hoped Harry would follow suit. But Harry's connection to creatures, his intuitive magic, those seemed more Hufflepuff or even Ravenclaw traits. And there was that subtle understanding of power dynamics he developed from observing magical creatures in their natural hierarchies, which might interest Slytherin. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unrolling a long scroll. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit down. Harry watched as the sorting continued, trying to gauge how long each decision took. Some were almost instantaneous, Slytherin, for Malfoy, while others took longer. When Hermione Granger was called, she almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. The hat took almost a full minute before declaring, "Gryffindor." Ron groaned beside Harry, apparently not thrilled at the prospect of sharing a house with her. Neville Longbottom, the boy with the toad, was called next. The hat took a long time to decide, with Neville, finally shouting, "Gryffindor." Neville ran off still wearing it and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to hand it to the next student. As Potter, Harry, was called, whispers broke out again, like little hissing fires all over the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat, waiting. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either." There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and such an unusual talent at that. A connection to magical creatures I haven't seen in centuries. Now that's interesting, where to put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, not where I'm expected. Where I belong. Not where you're expected, said the small voice. Wise beyond your years, Mr. Potter. Everyone expects Gryffindor, of course, you've got the bravery for it, no doubt. But there's something more in you, a deep understanding of magic in its most primal form. You see the world differently than most wizards. Harry thought about the forest, the creatures, the magic that flowed through them all. The way he could sense connections others couldn't. Yes, exactly that, the hat murmured, as if it could see his thoughts. You know, the founders themselves worked with magic differently than wizards do today. Less structured, more intuitive. Particularly Helga Hufflepuff, she had a way with magical beings that was quite extraordinary. Your abilities would flourish there. Hufflepuff? Harry thought, surprised but not displeased. Oh yes. Your loyalty runs deep, your sense of justice is strong, and your understanding of magical interconnection is exactly what Helga valued. You could do great things in Hufflepuff, with your unique perspective. Harry considered this. He had no prejudice against Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout had always been kind to him, and he'd often thought the Hufflepuff common room, nestled near the kitchens, seemed the most comfortable. Ah, but I sense hesitation, the hat continued. Perhaps you're wondering if Hufflepuff will challenge you enough. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, the house doesn't make the wizard makes the house. And you would bring something special to Hufflepuff, the hat suddenly shouted to the hall. The silence that followed was deafening. Then the Hufflepuff table exploded into cheers, louder and more enthusiastic than for any student yet. The other houses seemed frozen in shock, particularly the Gryffindors, who had clearly been expecting to welcome the boy who lived to their ranks. Harry removed the hat, handed it back to Professor McGonagall, whose eyebrows had risen so high they disappeared into her hairline, and walked on slightly shaky legs to the Hufflepuff table. As he sat down, he caught Hagrid's eye at the staff table. The gamekeeper looked surprised but gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Welcome to Hufflepuff, Harry, said an older student with a prefect badge, shaking his hand vigorously. I'm Cedric Diggory. Can't believe we got Potter. Others crowded around, introducing themselves and patting him on the back. Harry smiled, feeling strangely at home among these welcoming faces. From across the hall, he caught Ron's eye. The redhead looked utterly bewildered, his mouth hanging slightly open. The sorting continued. Ron, as expected, went to Gryffindor, joining his brothers at the table that still seemed subdued by losing out on Harry Potter. When the last student was sorted, Blaise Zabini, Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore got to his feet, beaming at the students, his arms opened wide as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Harry listened to the headmaster's brief, eccentric speech, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak, then gasped along with the other first years as the golden plates before them filled with food. Despite having attended several Hogwarts feasts as Hagrid's guest, the magic of it never diminished. As he began to eat, Harry realized he was being studied by the ghost sitting nearby, a plump, friendly-looking spectre with a round, kind face. That's the Fat Friar, explained the blonde girl across from him, Hannah Abbott from the sorting. He's our house ghost. Welcome, young Potter, the friar said cheerfully. I must say, you've caused quite a stir. Everyone expected you in Gryffindor like your parents. Were they both in Gryffindor? Harry asked eagerly. He knew his father had been, but wasn't certain about his mother. Oh yes, though your mother could easily have been one of ours. She had a Hufflepuff's heart, kind to everyone, even us ghosts. Used to chat with me about the medicinal herb gardens we kept in my day. Harry smiled, pleased by this connection to his mother. He looked up at the staff table, scanning the familiar faces: Professor Dumbledore in conversation with Professor McGonagall, tiny Professor Flitwick talking to a witch in elaborate robes, Hagrid drinking deeply from his goblet. And then a hook-nosed, black-haired professor looked past a man in a purple turban directly into Harry's eyes. A sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Ouch! Harry clapped a hand to his head. "What is it?" asked the prefect, Cedric. "And nothing," Harry said, the pain disappearing as quickly as it had come. "Who's that teacher talking to the man with the turban?" "That's Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. He teaches potions, but everyone knows he's after the defense against the dark arts job. The other one is Professor Quirrell, new this year, teaching defense. No wonder he looks nervous, with Snape breathing down his neck." Harry watched Snape for a moment. The potions master was no longer looking at him, but Harry couldn't shake the strange feeling their brief eye contact had given him. Unlike the instinctive understanding he had with magical creatures, Snape was a complete cipher, closed off, unreadable. As the feast continued, conversation turned to families and backgrounds. Harry listened as his fellow Hufflepuffs shared their stories. Hannah Abbott was half-blood, Justin Finch-Fletchley had been down for Eton before receiving his Hogwarts letter, Susan Bones had an aunt in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. When they asked about his upbringing, Harry explained about living with Hagrid. "Is it true you can talk to animals?" asked a small boy named Wayne Hopkins. "Not exactly," Harry said carefully. "I understand them better than most, but it's not like speaking Parseltongue or anything." "Can you show us?" Ernie Macmillan asked eagerly. "Maybe later," Harry deflected, not wanting to draw more attention. When the desserts disappeared and Dumbledore gave a few start-of-term notices, including a warning about the forbidden third-floor corridor, Harry found himself stifling a yawn. The day's excitement had taken its toll, and he was ready for bed. The Hufflepuff prefects led the first years out of the Great Hall and down a staircase Harry knew led toward the kitchens. Instead of continuing to the painting of the fruit bowl, however, they stopped at a stack of large barrels in a shadowy stone recess on the right-hand side of the corridor. "Pay attention, first years," Cedric Diggory instructed. "To enter our common room, you tap the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff on the second barrel from the bottom, middle of the second row." He demonstrated, tapping a pattern on the designated barrel. The lid swung open, revealing a passageway. "Get it wrong, and you'll be doused in vinegar," Cedric warned. "So practice the rhythm. Now, follow me." They crawled through the round doorway and emerged into the Hufflepuff common room. Harry had glimpsed it once before, when delivering a message from Hagrid to Professor Sprout, but now he took it in properly, a cozy, round, low-ceilinged room reminiscent of a badger's set. It was decorated in the cheerful yellow and black house colors, with burnished copper touchings. Round windows provided a view of rippling grass and dandelions, though it was too dark to see them now. Overstuffed sofas and chairs were scattered around, and plants hung from the ceiling or sat on windowsills, giving the room a fresh, earthy smell. A large portrait over the wooden mantelpiece showed Helga Hufflepuff raising her tiny golden cup in a toast. Copper lamps cast a warm light over everything, and a honey-colored wooden door led, presumably, to the dormitories. "Boys through here," a female prefect said, indicating one of the perfectly round doors. "Girls, follow me." The boys' dormitory continued the round theme, with circular windows, circular doors, and beds with patchwork quilts. Harry's trunk had already been brought up and placed at the foot of one of the beds, with Hedwig's cage atop it. "This is brilliant," said Justin Finch-Fletchley, bouncing slightly on his bed. "Much nicer than I expected." As Harry changed into his pajamas, he realized this was the first time he'd ever slept somewhere other than Hagrid's cabin. The thought brought a pang of homesickness, but it was quickly replaced by excitement at this new chapter. Sleep came easily in the comfortable four-poster bed, but Harry's dreams were strange and troubled. Professor Quirrell's turban featured prominently, warning Harry to transfer to Slytherin immediately because it was his destiny. Harry tried to explain he belonged in Hufflepuff, but the turban grew heavier and heavier, squeezing his head painfully. Then Malfoy appeared, laughing as Harry struggled with the turban, turning into Professor Snape, whose cold laugh became high and cold. There was a burst of green light and Harry woke, sweating and shaking. He rolled over and fell asleep again, and when he woke next day, he didn't remember the dream at all. Harry's first week at Hogwarts was a whirlwind of adjustments. Though he'd spent his life on the grounds, being a student was entirely different from being Hagrid's ward. For one thing, he now had to navigate the castle's ever-changing corridors and staircases to reach classes on time, a challenge even for someone who knew the basic layout. Thankfully, the Hufflepuff common room's proximity to the kitchens made finding his way back relatively simple, and his housemates proved eager to help. Cedric Diggory took the first years under his wing, showing them shortcuts and warning them about Peeves the poltergeist. The classes themselves presented a mixed bag of challenges. Astronomy, studying the night sky through telescopes every Wednesday at midnight, came easily to Harry. He'd often stargazed with the centaurs, who had taught him far more than the first-year curriculum required. He kept this knowledge mostly to himself, though, not wanting to stand out more than he already did. Herbology, taught by Professor Sprout, their head of house, proved a natural fit for a boy raised at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry's knowledge of magical plants impressed even the professor, who awarded Hufflepuff 10 points when he correctly identified the properties of Dittany on their first day. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she beamed. "I see Hagrid's influence in your education." History of Magic, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, was universally considered the most boring class. Harry struggled to stay awake as Binns droned on about goblin rebellions and wizard conventions. Even his natural curiosity couldn't overcome the soporific effect of the ghost's monotone. Charms, taught by tiny Professor Flitwick, was more engaging. The charms master squeaked in excitement when he reached Harry's name during roll call on their first day, but otherwise treated him the same as any other student. Given that Flitwick had been tutoring Harry in basic magical theory for the past 2 years, this normalcy was a relief. "Remember what we discussed about intention, Mr. Potter," he said privately after class. "Your wand work will catch up with your natural abilities in time." Transfiguration proved the most challenging for Harry. Professor McGonagall, strict but fair as always, began their first class with a warning: transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. She then transformed her desk into a pig and back again, impressing everyone, though Harry, who had seen her animagus transformation many times, found it less surprising than his classmates. When they were each given a match to turn into a needle, Harry found himself struggling with the structured approach. His wandless magic had always been intuitive, responding to need rather than incantation. "You're trying too hard," Susan Bones whispered after his third failed attempt. "My aunt says sometimes you have to let the magic flow naturally." Harry took a deep breath, trying to find that connection he felt with magical creatures. He thought of the needle, its sharp purpose, its sleek form, and let that image fill his mind before saying the incantation. This time, his match turned silvery and pointed, though not completely transformed. "A good start, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, examining his work. "Keep practicing the visualization." Defense against the dark arts, which many students had looked forward to, turned out to be something of a joke. Professor Quirrell's classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which he claimed was to ward off a vampire he'd met in Romania. His turban, he told them, had been given to him by an African prince as a thank you for getting rid of a troublesome zombie, but when Ernie Macmillan asked eagerly for details, Quirrell turned pink and started talking about the weather. Strangely, Harry's scar seemed to prickle whenever Quirrell turned his back on the class, the turban facing him. He mentioned it to Cedric after their second lesson. "Probably just a reaction to all that garlic," the prefect suggested. "Unless you're allergic to whatever he's using as cologne. The man reeks of it." The class Harry had been most anxious about, however, was potions. The Hufflepuffs shared this lesson with the Ravenclaws in a dungeon classroom on Friday morning. Professor Snape, like Flitwick, started the class by taking the roll, and like Flitwick, he paused at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Some of the Ravenclaws tittered, but the Hufflepuffs remained loyally silent. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class, his eyes black and cold as a winter night in the forest. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began, speaking barely above a whisper, yet they caught every word. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence followed this little speech. Harry exchanged looks with Susan Bones, both raising their eyebrows. The methodical nature of potion-making appealed to Harry. It reminded him of preparing remedies with Hagrid for injured creatures, but Snape's hostility was palpable. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry blinked, searching his memory. Hagrid had taught him about both ingredients, but their combination. "A sleeping potion, sir," he said hesitantly. "I think, the draught of living death." Snape's eyes narrowed, obviously surprised Harry knew the answer. "Correct," he said coldly. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" This one Harry knew with certainty. "In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that can save you from most poisons." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir," Harry replied, gaining confidence. "Also called aconite. Hagrid grows it at the edge of the forest to keep the ordinary wolves away from the grounds." Snape's lip curled. "It seems living with the gamekeeper has given you an advantage, Potter. Let's see if it extends to actual potion making." The potion's master set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils. Harry worked methodically, partnered with Justin Finch-Fletchley. He found the process familiar, not unlike the salves and tinctures he'd helped Hagrid prepare for the school's magical creatures over the years. As Snape swept around the room, criticizing almost everyone, Harry kept his head down, focusing intently on the instructions. When Snape paused at their cauldron, Harry held his breath, waiting for the criticism. "Your crushed snake fangs are inconsistently powdered, Potter," Snape said after examining their work. "Precision is essential in potion making. A millimeter's difference in ingredient size can mean the difference between a cure and a poison." It wasn't praise, but it wasn't the scathing rebuke others had received either. Harry resolved to be more careful with his preparations next time. As they left the dungeon after class, Susan fell into step beside him. "That was odd," she said. "My cousin who graduated last year said Snape absolutely terrorizes anyone who isn't in Slytherin. He was almost civil to you." "I wouldn't call that civil," Harry replied, thinking of the celebrity comment. "Trust me, for Snape, that was practically friendly." "Wonder why?" Harry shrugged, but privately, he wondered too. There had been something in Snape's expression when their eyes met, not hatred, exactly, but something complex and unreadable. Later that afternoon, Harry had his first opportunity to visit Hagrid since the term began. He'd received an invitation at breakfast. "Dear Harry, I know you've been busy with your first week as a proper student. How about coming for tea around 3? Want to hear all about it? Send answer back with the school owl." Hagrid Harry had accepted immediately, and as the day's classes ended, he set off across the grounds toward the familiar cabin. It felt strange approaching as a visitor rather than returning home. Fawn's booming barks greeted him before he'd even knocked. When Hagrid opened the door, the boarhound bounded out, nearly knocking Harry over in his enthusiasm. "Down, Fawn, down," Hagrid ordered, though he was beaming. "Come in, Harry. Been wonderin' when you'd visit." The cabin's interior was exactly as Harry had left it, yet somehow it already felt different, like returning to a childhood home after growing up. Hagrid poured tea into bucket-sized mugs and placed a plate of rock cakes on the table. "So," he said, sitting down and eyeing Harry proudly, "a Hufflepuff, eh? Can't say I was expectin' that, but it suits ya. You're not disappointed?" Harry asked. "I know you were in Gryffindor." "Disappointed? Nonsense." Hagrid waved a massive hand. "The Sorting Hat knows what it's doin'. And Hufflepuff's got a fine history, loyal, hard-working folk. Professor Sprout's one of the best, too." Relieved, Harry launched into a recap of his first week, the classes, the other students, the strange moment with Snape in potions. "Ah, well," Hagrid said, looking uncomfortable at the mention of the potions master, "Snape's always been a bit intense. Don't worry about him." "But he seems to have some sort of history with me," Harry pressed. "Or with my parents, maybe." Hagrid busied himself refilling Harry's mug. "Ancient history, that. Not worth diggin' up. How are ye gettin' along with the other Hufflepuffs?" Recognizing the deflection, Harry allowed the subject change. "They're great, actually. Really welcoming. And I've made friends with Ron Weasley from Gryffindor too, though we don't have many classes together. Good lad, Ron. Whole family's good people. His brother Charlie had a way with creatures himself, works with dragons in Romania now." Their conversation drifted to more comfortable topics, the hippogriff herd in the forest, the new plants Professor Sprout was cultivating in the greenhouses, the attempted break-in at Gringotts that had been in the Daily Prophet. "Happened the day we were there," Harry exclaimed. "Griphook mentioned it, remember? Said the vault had been emptied earlier that day. Did he now?" Hagrid looked suspiciously interested in the ceiling. "Shouldn't have told ya that, those goblins. Very private about bank security." Harry was about to press for more details when a commotion outside interrupted them. Fong began barking frantically, and Hagrid jumped up, moving to the window. "What in the name of Merlin's beard," he muttered, then rushed to the door. "Stay here, Harry." Naturally, Harry followed, peering around Hagrid's bulk. Outside, a group of older students, 5th or 6th years by the look of them, were gathered at the edge of the forest. They appeared to be tormenting something, shouting and laughing as they cast spells at the underbrush. "Oi!" Hagrid bellowed, striding toward them. "What you think you're doing?" The students scattered at the sight of Hagrid's imposing figure, disappearing back toward the castle. Hagrid pushed through the bushes where they'd been gathered, Harry close behind. What they found made Harry's blood boil. A young thestral, barely more than a foal, lay trembling on the ground. Its leathery wings were bound with magical rope, and it bore several burns from what looked like stinging hexes. The creature's distress was palpable, Harry could feel its terror and pain radiating like physical heat. "Ruddy cowards," Hagrid growled, kneeling beside the thestral. "Pickin' on a creature that can't defend itself. Must have wandered too close to the edge of the forest." Harry was already beside the thestral, instinctively reaching out with both his hands and his magic. "They hurt her, Hagrid," he said, voice tight with anger. "Just for fun." The thestral's wide, white eyes locked onto Harry's green ones, recognition flashing in their depths. Many of the forest thestrals knew Harry. He'd helped Hagrid tend the herd since he was small, one of the few humans who could both see them and approach without causing distress. "I need to get these bindings off," Hagrid said, examining the magical ropes. "Might need to fetch my wand. I mean, umbrella." "Let me," Harry said, his voice taking on that deeper quality it did when his creature magic manifested. He placed his hands on the glowing bonds and closed his eyes. The magic in the ropes was simple but malicious, designed to tighten when the creature struggled. Harry could sense its pattern, its intent. With concentration, he began to unravel it, not with a counterspell but with pure will, communicating directly with the magic itself. The ropes loosened, then dissolved into mist that dissipated in the afternoon breeze. The thestral immediately tried to rise, but fell back with a plaintive cry. "Wings injured," Hagrid diagnosed, gently examining the thin, bat-like limb. Those cowards must have hit it with something nasty. Need to get her back to the herd, but not sure she can walk that far. Harry was still kneeling beside the thestral, one hand resting on its skeletal neck. "I know you're scared," he murmured to the creature. "But we're going to help you. You remember me, don't you? And Hagrid?" The thestral made a soft sound, somewhere between a whimper and a whinny. Harry felt its fear ebbing slightly, replaced by cautious trust. "We need to get her to the forest clearing where the herd gathers," Harry told Hagrid. "I think she can walk if we support her." Together, they helped the young thestral to its feet. Hagrid fashioned a makeshift sling for the injured wing from his coat, and Harry walked beside the creature, murmuring encouragement and keeping a hand on its flank to steady it. They were just reaching the denser part of the forest when they heard voices behind them. "What's going on here?" Harry turned to see Professor McGonagall striding toward them, accompanied by a tall, thin wizard in ministry robes. With a sinking feeling, Harry recognized Darius Grimshaw. "Ah, Professor," Hagrid said, turning awkwardly with the thestral. "Just help pin this injured thestral back to its herd. Some students were tormenting the poor thing." McGonagall's expression darkened. "I see. And these students ran off before I could identify them. 5th or 6th years, by the size." McGonagall nodded, then seemed to notice Harry. "Mr. Potter, what are you doing here?" "I was visiting Hagrid when we found her," Harry explained, still keeping a calming hand on the thestral. "I'm helping get her back to the forest." "I see." McGonagall's tone was neutral, but her eyes conveyed a warning. She was aware of Grimshaw's presence and its implications. "Potter," Grimshaw said, stepping forward. "I'm surprised to see you handling such a dangerous creature. Thestrals are ministry classification XXXX. "She's not dangerous," Harry replied, trying to keep the defensiveness from his voice. "She's injured and frightened. Nevertheless, a first-year student should not be involved in the handling of such creatures. It's against school regulations, not to mention ministry guidelines." Grimshaw turned to McGonagall. "Professor, I must insist the boy return to the castle immediately." McGonagall hesitated, clearly torn between enforcing rules and allowing Harry to continue helping a creature in distress. Before she could respond, however, there was a disturbance in the forest ahead. From between the trees emerged 3 adult thestrals, their white eyes fixed on the injured foal. The young thestral whinnied in recognition, struggling to move toward its family. The largest of the adults, presumably the herd leader, stepped forward, regarding the humans suspiciously. "Step back, all of you," Grimshaw ordered, drawing his wand. "Adult thestrals can be aggressive when their young are threatened." "No, they won't hurt us," Harry said, moving instinctively toward the herd leader. "They know we're helping." "Potter!" McGonagall called sharply. "Stay where you are." But Harry was already approaching the adult thestral, his hand extended, palm up. The creature towered over him, its leathery wings half spread in a protective posture. Harry didn't speak, but something passed between boy and beast, an understanding beyond words. To the astonishment of the adults watching, the thestral leader lowered its head, gently butting against Harry's palm in a gesture of acceptance. "See?" Harry said, looking back at the stunned onlookers. "They understand." Grimshaw's face had gone pale beneath his immaculate ministry robes. "This is precisely the abnormal behavior I've been reporting," he said to McGonagall. "The boy has no concept of danger, no respect for proper magical boundaries." On the contrary, came a new voice, young Harry demonstrates a profound respect for magical boundaries, simply not the artificial ones imposed by ministry classification systems. Albus Dumbledore had appeared beside them so silently it was as if he'd operat, though such a thing was impossible on Hogwarts grounds. His blue eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles as he observed the scene. "Headmaster," Grimshaw acknowledged stiffly. "I was just explaining to Professor McGonagall that allowing a first-year student to interact with Class XXXX creatures violates, numerous regulations. Yes, I'm aware, Dumbledore interrupted pleasantly. However, as headmaster, I am permitted certain discretionary powers regarding exceptional students and circumstances. And this, he gestured to where Harry now stood surrounded by the Thestral family, the injured foal nuzzling his hand, certainly qualifies as exceptional. The adult Thestrals were now examining their injured young, communicating through soft sounds and gentle nips. One began to lick the foal's wounded wing, its saliva containing healing properties. They'll take care of her now, Harry said, rejoining the adults. They know how to treat wing injuries. It happens sometimes when the foals are learning to fly. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. Excellent, Harry. 5 points to Hufflepuff for assisting a magical creature in distress. His expression grew more serious as he turned to McGonagall. Minerva, perhaps you could investigate which students were responsible for this cruelty. I suggest checking the wands of our upper-year students for recently cast binding and stinging hexes. McGonagall nodded crisply. Of course, Headmaster. Mr. Grimshaw, Dumbledore continued, I believe your business at Hogwarts today was to discuss the upcoming ministry inspection of our Care of Magical Creatures facilities. Shall we continue that conversation in my office? Grimshaw's lips thinned with barely suppressed frustration. Very well, Headmaster. But this incident will be included in my report. I would expect nothing less, Dumbledore replied mildly. Hagrid, Harry, well done. Though perhaps, Harry, in the future, inform a staff member before entering the forest, even when accompanied by Hagrid. School rules, you understand. His blue eyes met Harry's, conveying both gentle admonishment and tacit approval of Harry's actions. Then, with a swirl of colorful robes, Dumbledore led Grimshaw back toward the castle. McGonagall fixed Harry with her stern gaze. Mr. Potter, while I commend your compassion, the headmaster is right. The forest is forbidden to students without proper supervision. Yes, Professor, Harry replied dutifully. But I've been going into the forest with Hagrid since I was little. And now you are a student, subject to the same rules as everyone else, she reminded him. I understand this adjustment may be difficult, but it is necessary. Her expression softened slightly. That said, your handling of the Thestrals was impressive. With that, she turned to follow Dumbledore and Grimshaw, her emerald robe swishing across the grass. Well, Hagrid said, watching the Thestrals disappear into the trees, the injured foal supported between two adults, that was interesting. Grimshaw still doesn't like me, Harry observed. Grimshaw doesn't like anything that doesn't fit in his neat little boxes, Hagrid replied, putting a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder. Don't you worry about him. Dumbledore won't let him interfere with your education. Harry nodded, but as they walked back to Hagrid's cabin, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that his unusual abilities, once simply a part of his life in the forest, had become a point of contention in the wider wizarding world. Being a Hufflepuff, being the boy who lived, being a beast master, each identity brought its own complications. Yet watching the Thestrals care for their injured young, feeling their gratitude and trust, Harry knew he wouldn't change his connection to magical creatures for anything. It was part of who he was, as fundamental as the magic that flowed through his veins. The challenge now was learning how to be both the boy of the forest and a Hogwarts student, how to honor his unique abilities while finding his place in the structured world of wizarding education. As he bid Hagrid goodbye and headed back to the castle for dinner, Harry resolved to find that balance, whatever it took. After all, if the Sorting Hat was right, Helga Hufflepuff herself had valued the very gifts that made him different. Perhaps in her house, he would learn how to use those gifts to their fullest potential. Chapter 3, The Chamber's guardian summer had descended on Privet Drive like a stifling blanket. Harry Potter sat on the manicured lawn of number 4, half-heartedly pulling weeds from Aunt Petunia's flower bed while Uncle Vernon's drill company clients were escorted inside for dinner. Though technically here on a mandatory family visit, Dumbledore's gentle insistence that Harry maintain some connection with his mother's blood relatives, he found himself counting the days until he could return to Hagrid's cabin. 1 full year at Hogwarts had changed Harry in subtle ways. He'd grown taller, his perpetually messy black hair was slightly longer, and a quiet confidence had settled into his movements. The lightning scar on his forehead remained, though it was often hidden behind his unruly fringe. A rustle in the hedge caught his attention. Harry glanced toward the house. The adults were occupied with pre-dinner drinks, then crept toward the sound. "Hello," he whispered. Large, tennis ball-sized eyes blinked at him from between the leaves. A house elf, the smallest Harry had ever seen, with bat-like ears and a long, thin nose. "Harry Potter," the creature squeaked, then immediately clamped its hands over its mouth. Harry instinctively reached out with his senses, feeling the house elf's anxiety and determination pulsing like a heartbeat. "It's okay," he said softly. "I won't hurt you. What's your name?" "Dobby, sir." Dobby the house elf. The creature emerged slightly from the hedge, clutching a dirty pillowcase that served as clothing. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter, though Dobby will have to punish himself most grievously for coming." "Warn me?" Harry frowned. "About what?" "Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." The statement was so unexpected that Harry nearly laughed. "Not go back? That's impossible. Hogwarts is my home." "No, no, no," Dobby whispered, shaking his head so violently his ears flapped. "Harry Potter must stay where he is safe. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger." "What kind of danger?" "There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts this year." The elf's voice trembled. "Dobby has known it for months, sir." Harry leaned closer. "Who's planning these things?" Dobby made a strange choking sound, then seized Aunt Petunia's garden trowel and began hitting himself over the head. "Stop!" Harry hissed, grabbing the elf's thin arm. "You'll hurt yourself." "Dobby is used to it, sir. Dobby gets punished all the time at home." The elf sniffed. "But Harry Potter must be warned. Dark deeds are planned. History is to repeat itself." "Repeat itself? You mean this has happened before?" But Dobby was now banging his head against the garden fence. Harry managed to restrain him again, feeling the elf's magic surge in resistance against revealing more. "I appreciate the warning," Harry said gently, instinctively using the calming tone that worked with frightened creatures. "But I have to go back to Hogwarts. My friends are there, my teachers. Friends who don't even write to Harry Potter." Dobby said slyly. Harry stared. "How did you know my friends haven't been writing?" Dobby shuffled his feet guiltily. "Harry Potter mustn't be angry." Dobby thought if Harry Potter believed his friends had forgotten him. "Harry Potter might not want to go back to school, sir." "You've been stopping my letters?" Harry's voice rose slightly. With a guilty expression, Dobby pulled a thick wad of envelopes from inside his pillowcase, letters from Ron, Hermione, and several of his Hufflepuff housemates. "Give me those," Harry said, trying to remain patient. He could sense the elf's genuine concern beneath the frustrating behavior. "Not unless Harry Potter promises not to return to Hogwarts." "I can't promise that," Harry insisted. "Hogwarts is where I belong." Dobby's ears drooped. "Then Harry Potter leaves Dobby no choice." Before Harry could react, the house elf snapped his fingers and vanished with a crack. The letters fluttered to the ground, and Harry hurriedly scooped them up, stuffing them into his pocket. As he straightened, a scream from inside the house made his blood run cold. Running to the dining room window, Harry watched in horror as Aunt Petunia's elaborate pudding rose from the dessert trolley, hovered for a moment, then dropped with spectacular messiness onto the head of Mrs. Mason, Uncle Vernon's most important client. The aftermath of what the Dursleys now called the pudding incident was swift and severe. Uncle Vernon had installed bars on Harry's temporary bedroom window, added multiple locks to the door, and declared him confined until the end of his stay, which fortunately was only supposed to be another week. Ruddy bird making a racket all night, Uncle Vernon complained, glaring at Hedwig's cage. And those freaks sending letters. It's the last straw. A barn owl had indeed arrived shortly after the incident, bearing a letter from the improper use of magic office warning Harry about underage magic. His protests that he hadn't been the one to levitate the pudding fell on deaf ears. Uncle Vernon had read the letter with savage satisfaction before locking Harry in the bedroom. Now, 3 days into his confinement, Harry sat cross-legged on the bed, rereading the letters Dobby had intercepted. Ron's contained an invitation to visit the Weasley home, the burrow, which Harry had been forced to decline via Hedwig, permitted one brief flight to deliver his explanation. The Hufflepuff letters were mostly cheerful updates about summer activities, though Susan Bones had included some interesting news. My Aunt Amelia says there's something strange happening at the ministry. Lucius Malfoy's been hanging around the minister's office a lot, and there are rumors he's pushing for some kind of educational reform. Probably nothing, but thought you should know since your situation is unique. Harry frowned, wondering what Malfoy could be planning. The man's son, Draco, had been a consistent thorn in Harry's side throughout first year, particularly after Harry's Hufflepuff Quidditch team had narrowly defeated Slytherin in their match. Harry hadn't made the team, first years rarely did, but Professor Sprout had invited him to help care for the magical plants that decorated the Hufflepuff changing rooms, giving him a peripheral role in the team's success. A faint sound from outside interrupted his thoughts. Peering through the barred window, Harry was astonished to see a flying Ford Anglia hovering in midair, with Ron Weasley grinning at him from the passenger seat. His twin brothers, Fred and George, were in the front. "Ron!" Harry gasped, pushing the window open as far as the bars would allow. "What are you? How did you?" "Rescue mission," Ron said proudly. "You stopped answering my letters, and when Hedwig showed up without you, saying you were locked up, we decided to come get you." "Dad's car," Fred, or possibly George, explained, gesturing to the turquoise vehicle. "We're breaking you out." They attached a rope to the bars, and with the car's flying power, managed to wrench them completely from the window frame. The noise was enough to wake Uncle Vernon, whose enraged bellowing added urgency to Harry's hasty packing. Within minutes, his trunk was loaded into the car's boot, Hedwig's cage secured, and Harry himself was scrambling through the window just as his bedroom door burst open. "Petunia!" Uncle Vernon roared. "He's getting away." But it was too late. Harry was already in the back seat of the flying car, which was rising rapidly into the night sky. Looking back, he saw the Dursleys hanging out of the window, mouths open in speechless rage. "See you next summer," Harry called, unable to resist, as the car turned and headed toward the clouds. The burrow was everything a magical home should be. Unlike the rigid perfection of Privet Drive, it was a wonderfully crooked building that looked as if it had been assembled by someone with more enthusiasm than architectural knowledge. Magic was evident everywhere, from the self-washing dishes to the family clock that showed where each Weasley was at any moment. Mrs. Weasley had been furious about the flying car rescue but welcomed Harry warmly once her temper cooled. Mr. Weasley, who worked at the Ministry in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, was more interested in asking Harry about electric plugs and the function of rubber ducks than scolding his sons. "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley had interrupted during one such interrogation at breakfast. "The boy isn't a Muggle encyclopedia." The days at the Burrow passed in a blur of Quidditch practice in the Weasleys' orchard, where Harry borrowed Charlie's old broom, degenoming the garden, where Harry's creature sense gave him an advantage in locating the pests, and wonderful home-cooked meals. By the time their Hogwarts letters arrived, containing second-year book lists, Harry felt more relaxed than he had all summer. "We'd better go to Diagon Alley soon," Mrs. Weasley said, studying the lists over breakfast. "Look at all the Gilderoy Lockhart books they want. That won't be cheap." "Is he any good?" Harry asked, noticing that nearly the entire defense against the dark arts reading list consisted of Lockhart titles. Fred snorted. "Mum fancies him." "Don't be ridiculous." Mrs. Weasley's cheeks turned pink. "He's a very accomplished wizard." Multiple winner of which weekly's Most Charming Smile award. That explains the state of his brain, George muttered, burning himself a swat with the dish towel. The next day, they traveled to Diagon Alley via Flo Powder, a first for Harry, who emerged from the wrong grate, covered in soot, in a sinister shop called Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley. Only his encounter with Hagrid, who was shopping for flesh-eating slug repellent, saved him from potential trouble. Reunited with the Weasleys at Gringotts, Harry was surprised to find Hermione waiting for them outside Flourish and Blots, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me. "Oh, there you are," she exclaimed, hugging Harry. "How was your summer? Did you get my letters eventually? Ron told me about that house elf. It's all very suspicious, isn't it?" Before Harry could answer, a commotion near the signing table drew their attention. Lockhart, resplendent in forget-me-not blue robes, had spotted Harry and was gesturing excitedly. "It can't be, Harry Potter." The crowd parted, whispering excitedly, as Lockhart dived forward, seized Harry's arm, and pulled him to the front. "Big smile, Harry," he said through gleaming teeth. "Together, you and I are worth the front page." A photographer was snapping pictures as Harry tried unsuccessfully to extricate himself. Lockhart's arm was clamped firmly around his shoulders. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart announced, "what an extraordinary moment this is. When young Harry stepped into Flourish and Blots today to purchase my autobiography, he had no idea that he would be leaving with my entire collected works, free of charge." The crowd applauded as Harry was presented with a stack of books so heavy he nearly dropped them. Escaping at the first opportunity, he found Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister who was starting at Hogwarts this year, waiting at the edge of the crowd with her cauldron. "You can have these," Harry told her, tipping the books into her cauldron. "I'll buy my own." "Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter?" a familiar voice drawled. Draco Malfoy had appeared, wearing his usual sneer. "Famous Harry Potter, can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page." "Leave him alone," Ginny said, surprising Harry by speaking up. "He didn't want all that." "Got yourself a girlfriend, Potter?" Malfoy taunted. "And a Weasley at that. Though I suppose that's fitting for someone raised in a gamekeeper's hut." Harry felt his temper rising but kept his voice level. "At least I don't need my father's money to make friends, Malfoy." Draco's pale face flushed pink, but before he could retort, a hand with a silver-topped cane appeared on his shoulder. Now, Draco," said Lucius Malfoy, his cold grey eyes fixed on Harry. "Play nicely." Harry met the elder Malfoy's gaze steadily, though something about the man made his skin crawl. There was a darkness in him that Harry's creature sense detected, not like the magical signature of a transformed animagus, but something colder, more deliberate. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said softly. "The famous Harry Potter. Forgive me, but I expected someone more impressive. Though perhaps your sorting into Hufflepuff should have been indication enough." "There's nothing wrong with Hufflepuff," Harry replied, maintaining eye contact despite the discomfort it caused him. "Helga Hufflepuff valued kindness and loyalty. Important qualities, wouldn't you agree?" Something dangerous flickered in Lucius's eyes. "Qualities for those without talent or ambition, perhaps." Arthur Weasley appeared beside them, laden with Ginny's school books. "Lucius," he said, nodding coldly. "Arthur." Lucius's lip curled. "Busy time at the ministry, I hear. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime." He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. "Obviously not," he said. "Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it?" Arthur flushed darker than Ron or Ginny. "We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy." "Clearly," Lucius replied, his pale eyes straying to where Hermione's parents stood nervously watching the confrontation. "The company you keep, Weasley, and I thought your family could sink no lower." There was a thud of metal as Ginny's cauldron went flying, Arthur had thrown himself at Lucius, knocking him into a bookshelf. Dozens of heavy spellbooks came thundering down on all their heads. Fred and George were cheering, Mrs. Weasley was shrieking, and the shop assistant was beside himself trying to restore order. "Gentlemen, please," cried the assistant. "Please." Hagrid, who had just entered the shop, waded through the sea of books and pulled Arthur and Lucius apart. Arthur had a cut lip, and Lucius had been hit in the eye by an encyclopedia of toadstools. He was still holding Ginny's old Transfiguration book, which he thrust at her, his eyes glittering with malice. "Here, girl, take your book, it's the best your father can give you." Straightening his robes, he beckoned to Draco and swept from the shop. "Yeah, should have ignored him, Arthur," said Hagrid, almost lifting Mr. Weasley off his feet as he straightened his robes. "Rotten ter the core, the whole family. No Malfoy's worth listenin' ter. Bad blood, that's what it is." Harry, however, had noticed something odd during the confrontation. As Lucius handed Ginny back her textbook, he'd slipped something else inside it, something small and black that had briefly caught the light. The gesture had been so quick and subtle that no one else seemed to have noticed. He started to mention it to Ron, but Mrs. Weasley was now in a towering rage of her own. "A fine example to set for your children, fighting in public," what Gilderoy Lockhart must have thought. They left the shop, the day's festive atmosphere thoroughly dampened. Harry kept glancing at Ginny's cauldron, wondering what Lucius had slipped into her book and why. But with the crowd and confusion, he had no opportunity to investigate before they returned to the burrow. September 1st arrived with typical Weasley chaos. Despite Mrs. Weasley's best efforts, they were running late, and the mad dash to King's Cross resulted in Harry and Ron being left stranded on the wrong side of the barrier when everyone else had gone through. "It sealed itself somehow," Harry said, pushing against the apparently solid wall between platforms 9 and 10. "What'll we do?" Ron asked frantically, checking the station clock. "The train leaves in 1 minute." Harry considered their options. "We should wait by the car. Your parents will come back through the barrier once they realize we're not on the train." "The car." Ron's eyes lit up. "Harry, the flying car. We could fly it to Hogwarts." "That's a terrible idea," Harry said firmly. "We'd be seen by Muggles, and your parents would be furious." Ron's expression fell. "Yeah, I suppose you're right. But what if Mum and Dad can't get back through the barrier either?" "Then we send an owl to Hogwarts explaining what happened," Harry replied reasonably. "I bet Hedwig could find us even at the station." "Oh." Ron looked slightly disappointed at the sensible approach. "I guess that works too." They settled on a bench to wait, discussing the barrier malfunction. "Seems like something's trying to keep you from Hogwarts," Ron observed. "First that house elf warning, now this." "Dobby," Harry remembered. "He was trying to prevent me from returning to school because he said it would be dangerous." "You don't think he sealed the barrier, do you?" "Could be," Harry admitted. "He made that pudding float to get me in trouble." Before they could speculate further, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley burst through the barrier, looking frantic. "There you are!" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. "Why didn't you come through?" "The barrier wouldn't let us," Ron explained. "It went solid." Mr. Weasley examined the wall with concern. "How very odd. Well, no matter, we'll have to use alternative transportation. Good thing we brought the car." Harry caught Ron's eye, silently communicating, "See? Good thing we waited." Ron nodded sheepishly. The flying Ford Anglia delivered them to Hogsmeade Station just as the Hogwarts Express was arriving, allowing them to blend in with the other students as if nothing unusual had happened. Harry bid goodbye to Ron as they separated for their respective house tables in the Great Hall. "Potter." Ernie Macmillan called, making room on the Hufflepuff bench. "How was your summer?" "Eventful," Harry replied, settling beside his housemates. "Thanks for the letters, though I only got them recently." "Long story." Hannah Abbott leaned across the table. Is it true you were in Witch Weekly with Gilderoy Lockhart? My mum showed me the article. Harry groaned. Unfortunately. He's going to be our defense teacher, apparently. My aunt says he's a fraud, Susan Bones commented, helping herself to pumpkin juice as the feast appeared. Says none of his stories add up if you check the details. The conversation turned to summer activities and the upcoming term. Harry felt a surge of contentment as he looked around the great hall. Despite Dobby's warning, he was back where he belonged. The first few weeks of term passed in a blur of classes. Gilderoy Lockhart proved to be as self-absorbed as his books suggested, beginning their first lesson by releasing a cage of Cornish pixies into the classroom, then fleeing when they caused chaos. Harry and his fellow Hufflepuffs had managed to recapture the creatures only because Harry discovered they responded to a particular high-pitched whistle. How did you know that would work? Justin Finch-Fletchley had asked, impressed. Harry shrugged. Something Hagrid taught me. Most magical creatures have a sound they respond to. His reputation as a creature whisperer had only grown since first year. While still not as famous as being the boy who lived, it was an identity Harry preferred, one he'd earned rather than inherited. Professor Sprout had even begun inviting him to help with some of her more temperamental plants, many of which responded to him as if they were creatures rather than vegetation. It's the intention they sense, she explained when Harry successfully calmed a particularly aggressive venomous tentacula. Plants, like creatures, know when someone means them no harm. His only real academic struggle remained transfiguration, where the rigid methodology continued to conflict with his more intuitive magical approach. Professor McGonagall, while patient, insisted he master the fundamentals. You cannot rely on instinct forever, Mr. Potter, she told him after he failed to transfigure a beetle into a button. Structured spell work is the foundation of advanced magic. Outside of classes, Harry divided his time between his Hufflepuff friends, visits to Hagrid, and occasional meetups with Ron and Hermione. Ron was still his closest friend outside Hufflepuff, though Hermione sometimes found Harry's less-than-scholarly approach to magic frustrating. You could be top of the class if you just apply yourself to the textbooks, she'd said during one study session in the library. Not everyone learns the same way, Harry had replied mildly. Besides, I'm doing fine in most subjects. It was during one such library session in early October that Harry first heard the voice. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you. He jerked upright, knocking over his inkwell. Did you hear that? Ron and Hermione looked at him blankly. Hear what? Ron asked. That voice. Talking about, killing. Hermione frowned. I didn't hear anything, Harry. Harry stood, moving toward the library shelves where the voice seemed to be coming from. It's moving. I think it's going through the walls. His friends exchanged concerned glances. Maybe you should get some sleep, mate, Ron suggested gently. You've been looking tired lately. Harry reluctantly agreed, but as he walked back to the Hufflepuff common room, he remained convinced he'd heard something, a voice unlike any human's, with a cold, murderous quality that had made his skin crawl. Over the next few weeks, he heard it twice more, once while serving detention with Lockhart, addressing envelopes to the professor's fans, and again while walking back from Quidditch practice. Each time, no one else seemed to hear it, and the voice always spoke of hunger and killing. Then, on Halloween, as he walked back from nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party with Ron and Hermione, the voice came again, louder and more urgent than before. Rip, tear, kill, so hungry, for so long. It's going to kill someone. Harry shouted, running up the stairs toward the second floor where the voice seemed to be heading. Harry, wait. Hermione called, hurrying after him with Ron. They rounded the corner into the last deserted passage and found themselves facing a wall on which foot-high words had been daubed in shimmering red paint, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. And hanging beneath it, stiff as a board, was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. It was a petrification, not a killing, Professor Sprout explained to her assembled Hufflepuffs in the common room the following morning. Mrs. Norris is not dead, merely frozen. Professor Dumbledore assures us that once the mandrakes mature, a restorative draught can be brewed to revive her. What's the Chamber of Secrets? Hannah Abbott asked nervously. Professor Sprout hesitated, clearly weighing how much to share. It's said to be a hidden chamber built by Salazar Slytherin before he left Hogwarts. According to legend, it contains a monster that only Slytherin's heir can control, a creature meant to purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy. You mean Muggleborns, Justin Finch-Fletchley said, his face pale. That is what the legend suggests, Sprout confirmed grimly. But I want to be very clear, this is likely the work of a disturbed student playing a prank. Hogwarts has been searched many times over the centuries, and no chamber has ever been found. As they filed out for breakfast, Susan Bones fell into step beside Harry. You were there when they found Mrs. Norris, she said quietly. What really happened? Harry hesitated, then pulled her into an alcove away from the others. I heard a voice, he admitted. A voice no one else could hear, talking about killing. I followed it to that corridor, and that's where we found Mrs. Norris. Susan's eyes widened. A voice only you could hear. Harry, that's concerning. I know how it sounds, he said. But it was real. And whatever it was, I think it petrified Mrs. Norris. Have you told the professors? Harry shook his head. Not yet. I wanted to see if I could figure out more first. It sounded like a creature of some kind. Not human. Susan bit her lip, considering. You should tell Professor Sprout, at least. If anyone would believe you about hearing creatures, it's her. I will, Harry promised. Soon as I have something more concrete. Throughout the day, the school buzzed with theories about the Chamber of Secrets. By evening, most students had read Hogwarts, a history, or pestered Hermione for details, and knew the basics of the legend. An atmosphere of suspicion descended, with many Slytherin students looking smug and some Muggleborns appearing nervous. Over the next few days, Harry visited the library repeatedly, searching for information about creatures that could petrify. Nothing seemed to match what he'd encountered. More worrying was the fact that he could hear the voice occasionally in the walls, always distant, always hungry. Then, during a particularly disastrous dueling club session led by Lockhart and Snape, something unexpected happened. Draco Malfoy, paired against Harry, conjured a snake that slithered menacingly toward Justin Finch-Fletchley. Without thinking, Harry addressed the creature. Leave him alone, he said firmly, using the calm, authoritative tone he'd developed with magical creatures. The snake paused, turning its head toward Harry. For a moment, boy and serpent regarded each other, then, to everyone's astonishment, the snake slumped to the floor, docile and harmless. A stunned silence fell over the hall. Students were backing away from Harry, expressions ranging from confusion to outright fear. What are you playing at? Justin demanded, his face white. Before Harry could respond, Snape vanished the snake with a flick of his wand, his expression unreadable. Dueling club is dismissed, he announced. Potter, remain behind. As the students filed out, many giving Harry a wide berth, he stood bewildered in the center of the hall. When only Snape remained, the professor approached, his black eyes scrutinizing Harry. Explain what just happened, he demanded. I'm not sure, Harry replied honestly. I just told the snake to leave Justin alone. In English? Of course in English. What else would I? Harry stopped, suddenly uncertain. Had he spoken English? Sometimes when communicating with creatures, he slipped into what Hagrid called his beast voice, a tone that carried intention more than words. Snape's lip curled. You were speaking Parseltongue, Potter. The language of snakes. Harry stared. That's impossible. Parseltongue is an inherited ability, and neither of my parents, I am aware of your parentage, Snape interrupted coldly. Nevertheless, the entire hall heard you speaking the snake language. A fact that, given recent events, will undoubtedly lead to speculation. The implication hit Harry like a physical blow. They'll think I'm Slytherin's heir, he realized. That I opened the chamber. Indeed, Snape said. Though personally, I find the idea that Hufflepuff House could produce Slytherin's heir rather ironic. Harry might have been offended if he weren't so confused. But I've never spoken to snakes before. I mean, I work with all sorts of magical creatures, but ordinary snakes aren't. Your history with magical creatures is precisely what makes this development interesting, Snape mused, almost to himself. Perhaps your unusual upbringing has expanded a natural affinity into something more. So you don't think I'm Slytherin's heir? Snape's expression was inscrutable. What I think is irrelevant. What matters is that the school will be watching you very closely now, Potter. I suggest you exercise extreme caution. Snape's prediction proved accurate. By the next morning, the story had spread throughout Hogwarts, growing with each retelling until some were claiming Harry had commanded the snake to attack Justin. The Hufflepuff common room, normally Harry's sanctuary, became uncomfortably quiet whenever he entered. They'll get over it, Susan assured him at breakfast, though she was one of the few housemates still sitting near him. People are just scared because of Mrs. Norris. I didn't petrify the cat, Harry said for what felt like the 100th time. And I wasn't trying to set a snake on Justin. I know that, Susan replied. But you have to admit, suddenly revealing you can speak Parseltongue right after the chamber is opened looks suspicious. I didn't even know I could speak it. It's not like I was hiding some secret evil talent. Susan patted his arm sympathetically. Just give people time. The truth will come out. Unfortunately, that afternoon brought more complications. Harry, determined to explain himself to Justin, went looking for him in the library. Instead, he overheard a group of Hufflepuffs, including Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott, discussing him in hushed voices. So anyway, Ernie was saying, I told Justin to hide in our dormitory. If Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's best he keeps a low profile for a while. But why would Harry want to attack Justin? Hannah asked, sounding troubled. Justin let slip to Potter that he was Muggle-born, Ernie replied darkly. And everyone knows that's what the enemies of the heir message meant. But Harry's friends with Hermione Granger, and she's Muggle-born, Hannah pointed out. That could be a cover, Ernie insisted. And let's not forget, no one knows how Potter survived that attack from you-know-who. Only a really powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that. Harry stepped into view, unable to listen anymore. The Hufflepuffs jumped as if caught doing something shameful. Hello, Harry said stiffly. I'm looking for Justin Finch-Fletchley. What do you want with him? Ernie demanded, hands shaking slightly. To explain what happened with the snake, Harry replied, struggling to keep his voice even. I wasn't setting it on him. I was stopping it. We all saw what happened, Ernie said. You spoke Parseltongue, a known dark wizard trait. The snake was backing off until you told it to attack. That's not what happened, Harry insisted. I told it to leave Justin alone. You could have said anything in that snake language. Harry felt his temper rising but forced himself to stay calm. Ernie, we've shared a house for over a year. You know me. Do you really think I'm going around attacking Muggleborns? Ernie's expression wavered slightly. Well, you have to admit, it's all very suspicious. Would Slytherin's heir really be in Hufflepuff? Harry asked, echoing Snape's point. Doesn't that seem a bit contradictory to you? Before Ernie could respond, Peeves the poltergeist zoomed in, cackling with delight at the tension. Oh, it's Potty wee Potter, he sang. What's Potter up to? Why's Potter lurking? Shut up, Peeves, Harry snapped, in no mood for the poltergeist's antics. Peeves blew a raspberry. Oh, Tetchy. But that's not very friendly. That's not what good Hufflepuffs do. He zoomed away down the corridor, shrieking, "Attack! Attack! Another attack! No mortal or ghost is safe. Run for your lives!" Harry and the Hufflepuffs exchanged alarmed glances before rushing in the direction Peeves had gone. Turning the corner, they found a horrifying sight. Justin Finch-Fletchley was lying on the floor, rigid and cold, a look of shock frozen on his face. And floating beside him, black and smoky, was the petrified form of nearly headless Nick. Caught in the act. Ernie yelled, pointing at Harry. "Red-handed." "That will do, Macmillan," said Professor McGonagall, who had arrived at the scene. Peeves was bobbing overhead, delighted with the chaos, singing, "Oh, Potter, you rotter, oh, what have you done? You're killing off students, you think it's good fun. That's enough, Peeves." McGonagall barked, and the poltergeist zoomed away, sticking out his tongue at Harry. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, waiting nervously. After the discovery of Justin and nearly headless Nick, McGonagall had brought him directly here, saying the headmaster would want to speak with him. Now alone with the Sorting Hat on its shelf, Fawkes the Phoenix, currently in his burning day, looking decrepit, and various whirring silver instruments, Harry felt a growing sense of dread. Had the professors finally decided he was responsible? Would they expel him? Send him back to the Dursleys permanently? The door opened, and Dumbledore entered, his face grave but not unkind. "Harry," he said, settling behind his desk. "I think we have much to discuss." "I didn't attack Justin," Harry said immediately. "Or Mrs. Norris. I was just looking for Justin to explain about the snake." Dumbledore regarded him steadily. "I do not believe you petrified anyone, Harry. But I do believe you know more than you're saying." Harry hesitated, then decided complete honesty was his best option. "I've been hearing a voice," he admitted. "A voice no one else can hear. It talks about killing and hunger, and it seems to move through the walls. I heard it before each attack." Rather than looking shocked or skeptical, Dumbledore leaned forward with interest. "And what does this voice sound like?" "Cold. Ancient. Angry." Harry struggled to describe it. "Not human, definitely not human. More like a creature of some kind. A creature that only you can hear," Dumbledore mused. "And now we discover you can speak Parseltongue. Most interesting." "I didn't know I could speak it," Harry insisted. "It just happened." "I believe you, Harry. Abilities often reveal themselves under pressure." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "Tell me, given your unique connection to magical creatures, what does your instinct tell you about the voice you're hearing?" Harry considered the question. "It feels trapped. Controlled. Like it's being forced to do something against its nature. And it's huge, I can tell by how the voice moves through the castle. A large, ancient, serpentine creature that petrifies its victims," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "Does that suggest anything to you?" Harry's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "A basilisk. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk." "It would explain much," Dumbledore agreed. "The petrifications rather than deaths could be because no one has looked it directly in the eye. Mrs. Norris might have seen its reflection in the water from the flooded bathroom, Justin through nearly headless Nick, who as a ghost couldn't die again." "But basilisks kill with their gaze," Harry said, recalling his magical creature's reading. "Why is this one only petrifying?" "Perhaps it's very old, its powers weakened," Dumbledore suggested. "Or perhaps, as you sensed, it's not acting entirely of its own volition." Harry nodded, another piece falling into place. "That's why I can hear it when no one else can. I'm a Parselmouth. I'm hearing it speak snake language through the walls." "Precisely." Dumbledore rose and began pacing. "The question remains, who is controlling it, and how?" "Slytherin's heir," Harry said. "But who?" Dumbledore shook his head. "That I cannot tell you. But I believe your ability to hear the basilisk may prove crucial." However, Harry, I must caution you, do not seek out this creature alone. A basilisk, even one with diminished powers, is extremely dangerous. Yes, sir, Harry agreed, though already his mind was working on how he might use his Parseltongue ability to communicate with the creature. If it truly was being controlled against its will. One more thing, Harry, Dumbledore said, interrupting his thoughts. Have you noticed anything unusual among the students? Anyone acting strangely, perhaps, or having unexplained absences? Harry thought of Ginny Weasley, who had seemed increasingly pale and withdrawn since the start of term. And then he remembered Lucius Malfoy slipping something into her cauldron at Flourish and Blotts. Ginny Weasley, he said slowly. Ron's sister. She's been looking ill lately. And at Diagon Alley, I saw Lucius Malfoy put something in her textbook. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. What sort of something? I couldn't see clearly. A small black book, I think. Thank you, Harry. I will look into this. Dumbledore returned to his desk. For now, return to your dormitory. And perhaps keep your Parseltongue abilities as quiet as possible, though I fear that ship has already sailed. As Harry left the office, his mind was racing. A basilisk in the school, Parseltongue, Ginny Weasley's strange behavior, and Lucius Malfoy's mysterious book, all connected somehow, forming a dangerous puzzle. And at the center of it all, a creature being forced to attack against its will, something Harry found he couldn't ignore. December brought snow to Hogwarts, transforming the grounds into a winter wonderland. It also brought a school-wide dueling club meeting where Lockhart, attempting to restore his reputation after the snake incident, demonstrated a variety of ineffective defensive spells while Snape watched with barely disguised contempt. Completely useless, Ron muttered as they left the Great Hall. Did you see Seamus's eyebrows when Lockhart tried to show him that counter-curse? Harry smiled weakly, but his mind was elsewhere. He'd been researching basilisks extensively, learning everything he could about the legendary serpents. Most accounts described them as mindless killers, but Harry wondered if that was really true or merely wizarding prejudice against a creature few had ever communicated with. The Christmas holidays arrived, bringing a welcome break from the tension that had surrounded Harry since the dueling incident. With most students gone home, the castle was peaceful. Harry spent Christmas Day with the Weasleys, who had all stayed at Hogwarts. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were visiting Charlie in Romania, and received wonderful presents including a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley and a fascinating book on rare magical creatures from Hagrid. It was during the quiet holiday period that Harry decided to visit Moaning Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor, the site of the first attack. His research had revealed that Myrtle herself had been killed 50 years ago, during the last time the chamber was supposedly opened. If the basilisk had killed her, perhaps she could provide information. "Oh, it's you," Myrtle said gloomily when Harry entered the out-of-order girl's bathroom. "What do you want? Come to throw something else at me?" "Why would I throw something at you?" Harry asked, confused. "Don't ask me," Myrtle said, emerging from her stall to float above the sinks. "Here I was, minding my own business, when someone thought it would be funny to throw a book through my head." "A book?" Harry perked up. "What kind of book?" "I don't know. Some old diary. It's over there," she pointed toward the floor beneath one of the sinks. "It got washed out afterward." Harry approached cautiously, finding a small, thin book with a shabby black cover. Picking it up, he saw a faded year on the cover, 1943. Opening it, he found a name written on the first page, T.M. Riddle. "Do you know who threw it at you?" Harry asked Myrtle. "No. I was just sitting in the U-bend, thinking about death, when it fell through the top of my head." Myrtle seemed to be enjoying Harry's interest. "Why do you care so much about an old diary?" "Just curious," Harry said, pocketing the book. "Myrtle, can I ask you something else? How did you die?" Myrtle's whole aspect changed. Far from looking gloomy, she looked as though she'd never been asked such a flattering question. "Oh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right here, in this very stall. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language, I think. Anyway, I opened the door to tell them to go away, and then, Myrtle swelled importantly, her face shining, I died. Just like that? How? No idea, Myrtle said in hushed tones. I just remember seeing a pair of great, big, yellow eyes. Over there, by that sink. She pointed toward the sink in front of her toilet. Harry hurried to examine the sink. It looked ordinary enough, but when he looked closely at the side of the copper tap, he saw a tiny snake scratched into the metal. That tap's never worked, Myrtle said brightly, seemingly pleased with Harry's interest in her death. Heart pounding, Harry considered the possibilities. If the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was here, in a girl's bathroom, it explained why it had never been found during centuries of searching. And if it required Parseltongue to open. On impulse, Harry focused on the tiny snake engraving and said, "Open." Nothing happened. "You have to speak snake language," Myrtle informed him helpfully. Harry nodded, concentrating harder. He imagined the snake was real, alive, waiting for his command. "Open," he said again, but this time he heard himself speak in a strange hissing language. At once, the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Next second, the sink began to move, sinking right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a person to slide into. "Oh my," Myrtle whispered, floating closer. "That's where the voice came from. The one who killed me." Harry stared into the dark pipe, feeling the cool air rising from it. This was it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. And somewhere down there was a basilisk, a creature being forced to attack students. He should go get a professor, he knew. Dumbledore had warned him not to seek out the basilisk alone. But what if the entrance sealed itself again? What if this was his only chance to find out what was happening? Before he could decide, a small, red-haired figure appeared in the bathroom doorway, Ginny Weasley. Her face was white as chalk, her eyes glazed and unfocused. "Ginny?" Harry said, startled. "What are you doing here?" She didn't respond. Instead, she raised her wand, pointing it directly at Harry. Her hand was steady, but her eyes were empty, as if she were sleepwalking. "Ginny, it's me, Harry," he said, raising his hand slowly. "Are you all right?" "She can't hear you," said a soft voice from behind Ginny. A tall, handsome boy in Hogwarts robes stepped into view. He looked solid but strangely blurred around the edges, like a photograph coming into focus. "She's been, shall we say, under the weather." Harry stared at the newcomer, noting the Slytherin prefect badge on his robes. "Who are you?" The boy smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his dark eyes. "Tom Riddle. And you must be the famous Harry Potter. Ginny's told me all about you." Harry's gaze darted to Ginny, who continued to point her wand at him, unseeing. "What have you done to her?" "Nothing permanent. Yet." Riddle twirled Ginny's wand between his fingers. "She's been writing in my diary for months, pouring out her soul to me. Her fears, her worries, her admiration for the famous Harry Potter. It's all been quite illuminating." The diary, Harry realized, his hand going to his pocket where he'd placed the black book. "You're somehow using it to possess her." "Very good, Potter." "Yes, the diary. My diary. A special little book I created 50 years ago, designed to preserve my 16-year-old self forever." Riddle's smile widened. "And also to finish Salazar Slytherin's noble work." "You're Slytherin's heir," Harry said. "You opened the chamber 50 years ago, and now you're making Ginny do it." "Indeed. Though I must admit, I've been curious about you. How did a mere infant defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing but a scar, while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? What do you care?" Harry asked, trying to edge closer to Ginny. Voldemort was after your time. Riddle laughed, high and cold. Voldemort is my past, present, and future, Harry Potter. He raised Ginny's wand and traced letters in the air, spelling out, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then he waved the wand, and the letters rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort, you see. Riddle whispered. It was a name I was already using at Hogwarts, among my closest friends. Did you think I would keep my filthy Muggle father's name forever? I, in whose veins runs the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself. I fashioned myself a new name, a name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak, when I became the greatest sorcerer in the world. Harry's mind was reeling. This memory, this echo of the young Voldemort, had been controlling Ginny and the basilisk all year. And now they were standing before the open chamber, with Ginny under his control. You're not the greatest sorcerer in the world, Harry said, playing for time as he considered his options. Albus Dumbledore is. Everyone says so. Even at the height of your power, you didn't dare try to take over Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw through you when you were at school, and he still frightens you now, wherever you're hiding. The smile had gone from Riddle's face. Dumbledore's been driven out of this castle by the mere memory of me, he hissed. He's not as gone as you might think, Harry retorted, though he had no idea if this was true. Music suddenly filled the bathroom, unearthly, spine-tingling, beautiful music that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Riddle spun around, searching for the source. Then a crimson bird the size of a swan appeared, flying toward Harry with something clutched in its golden talons. Fox, Harry breathed as the phoenix dropped a ragged bundle at his feet, the Sorting Hat. Riddle began to laugh. This is what Dumbledore sends his defender. A songbird and an old hat. Do you feel brave, Harry Potter? Do you feel safe now? Before Harry could respond, Riddle turned to the exposed pipe and spoke in Parseltongue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The sound of stone grinding against stone echoed through the bathroom as a hidden door at the base of the pipe slid open. Harry caught a glimpse of massive coils shifting in the darkness below. The basilisk comes, Potter, Riddle said softly. Let's match the power of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter and his phoenix. Harry closed his eyes instinctively as he heard the enormous serpent emerging from the pipe. Fawkes took flight, and Harry felt a rush of air as the phoenix passed overhead. No! Riddle screamed suddenly. Leave the bird! Leave the bird! The boy is behind you. You can still smell him. Kill him. Harry dared to open his eyes a fraction and saw an astonishing sight. Fawkes was circling the basilisk's head, while the enormous serpent, at least 20 feet long, with poisonous green scales, thrashed blindly, dark blood streaming from where its yellow eyes had been. The phoenix may have blinded the basilisk, Riddle snarled, but it can still hear you. The blinded serpent swayed, confused and in pain, its massive head swinging from side to side as it tried to sense Harry's location. Without thinking, Harry reached out with his creature sense, trying to connect with the basilisk as he had with so many other magical beings. What he felt shocked him to his core. The basilisk was ancient, over 1,000 years old, and trapped in a state of magical servitude. It had been bound to obey the heir of Slytherin, generation after generation, forced into hibernation for decades or centuries at a time, awakened only to kill. Its mind was a swirl of confusion, pain, and ancient, deep-seated resentment. You don't have to obey him, Harry said in Parseltongue, keeping his voice gentle despite his fear. You're being controlled. Fight it. The basilisk froze, its blinded head turning toward Harry's voice. A speaker, it hissed, its voice the same cold, ancient one Harry had been hearing through the walls. But not the heir. Who are you? I'm Harry. I want to help you. Kill him. Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. I am the heir. Obey me. The basilisk thrashed in obvious distress as the magical compulsion fought with its newfound connection to Harry. Cannot resist the heir's command, it hissed, lunging blindly in Harry's direction. Harry dodged, his mind racing. The diary, that had to be the source of Riddle's power over both Ginny and the basilisk. If he could destroy it. "Fawkes," he called. "The diary. In my pocket." The phoenix seemed to understand. It dived, snatching the black book from Harry's robes with its talons, then dropped it at his feet. Harry grabbed the sorting hat, which Fawkes had delivered earlier, and to his astonishment, felt something hard inside it. Pulling it out, he found himself holding a gleaming silver sword with rubies set in the hilt. "What are you doing?" Riddle demanded, seeing the sword. "Stop him," he commanded the basilisk. The great snake was clearly torn, its ancient mind struggling against the magical binding. It reared up, preparing to strike, but its movements were slower, hesitant. "You've been imprisoned for centuries," Harry told it in Parseltongue. "Used as a weapon. This isn't what Slytherin intended for you. You were meant to protect the school, not murder students. The heir commands." The basilisk began, but its voice was uncertain. "He's not a true heir," Harry insisted. "He's a memory, a shadow. Fight him." Riddle's face contorted with rage. "Enough of this. If the serpent won't kill you, Ginny will." He turned to the still entranced girl. "Kill Harry Potter," he ordered, and Ginny raised her wand mechanically. Harry did the only thing he could think of, he plunged the sword through the diary on the floor before him. There was a long, piercing scream. Ink spurted from the diary in torrents, streaming over Harry's hands, flooding the floor. Riddle was writhing and twisting, screaming and flailing, and then, he was gone. Ginny's wand fell with a clatter as she collapsed to her knees, blinking in confusion. "Harry," she whispered, looking around wildly. "What, where, oh no," she moaned, seeing the basilisk. "I didn't mean to, it was the diary, Tom made me." "It's okay, Ginny," Harry said, hurrying to her side. "Riddle's gone. The diary's destroyed." The basilisk, freed from Riddle's control, had slumped against the wall, its massive head lowered to the floor. Harry approached it cautiously, still speaking in Parseltongue. "Are you all right?" he asked the creature. "Free," the basilisk hissed weakly. "After so long, free. But dying, young speaker. My time has been artificially extended, without the air's magic to sustain me. I will return to dust." Harry felt a pang of sorrow for the ancient creature. "I'm sorry," he said. "Is there anything I can do?" The basilisk's tongue flickered out, tasting the air in Harry's direction. "You have a kind heart, speaker. Not like the others. I would have protected the school, as Slytherin intended, before his heir turned me into a weapon." "What's your name?" Harry asked, realizing he'd never considered that the basilisk might have one. "Sarathia," the creature replied. Tell the students. I never wanted to harm." "I will," Harry promised, placing a gentle hand on the basilisk's scales. Through his creature sense, he felt Sarathia's life force ebbing, the ancient magic finally releasing its hold. A soft croon made Harry look up. Fawkes was circling above them, his phoenix song a lament for the dying basilisk. The bird landed beside Harry, regarding Sarathia with what seemed like respect. "The firebird honors me," Sarathia observed. Perhaps I did serve some purpose, in the end." With a final, shuddering breath, the basilisk stilled. As Harry watched, the creature's body began to dissolve, scales turning to fine dust that shimmered in the dim light before settling to the ground. Within minutes, all that remained of Salazar Slytherin's 1,000-year-old basilisk was a pile of glittering, emerald-green sand. "Was it talking to you?" Ginny asked in a small voice, now standing shakily behind Harry. "Yes," Harry said, rising to his feet. "Her name was Sarathia. She was being controlled, just like you were." Ginny's eyes filled with tears. "I tried to tell you, at breakfast, but I couldn't. Tom was taking me over, making me open the chamber, set the basilisk on people. It wasn't your fault, Harry assured her. We need to get out of here, get you to the hospital wing. How? Ginny asked, looking at the pipe that had brought them to the chamber. Fawkes provided the answer, flying over to Harry and hovering meaningfully. Harry understood, phoenix tail feathers could carry immensely heavy loads. Grab hold of me, he told Ginny, taking her hand. With his other hand, he clutched Fawkes's tail feathers, and the phoenix lifted them effortlessly up through the pipe and back to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. So Riddle was using Ginny to open the chamber, Dumbledore summarized, his blue eyes grave as he sat behind his desk. And the diary was some sort of memory vessel that allowed him to possess her. Yes, sir, Harry confirmed. He'd been brought directly to the headmaster's office after emerging from the chamber with Ginny. The young Weasley had been escorted to the hospital wing, while Harry, still clutching the sword and the ruined diary, had been asked to explain everything. And the basilisk? You say it spoke to you? Sarathia, Harry said. That was her name. She'd been magically bound to obey Slytherin's heir, forced to attack students against her will. She was meant to protect the school, not harm it. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. The histories often overlook the fact that magical creatures have their own agency, their own desires. It's easier to paint them as mindless monsters. His gaze sharpened. You connected with her, didn't you? As you have with other creatures. Yes, sir. I could feel her confusion, her resentment at being used. She'd been kept alive magically for centuries beyond her natural lifespan, awakened only to kill. And now she has found peace, Dumbledore said softly. Thanks to you, Harry. Harry looked down at the sword he'd placed on Dumbledore's desk. Sir, where did this come from? Why was it in the sorting hat? Ah. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. That, Harry, is the sword of Gryffindor. It presents itself to any true Gryffindor in a time of need. But I'm not in Gryffindor, Harry pointed out. I'm a Hufflepuff. Indeed you are, Dumbledore agreed. Which makes this most interesting. The sorting hat placed you in Hufflepuff, yet Gryffindor's sword came to your aid. It seems, Harry, that you embody qualities valued by multiple founders. He picked up the sword, examining the rubies in the hilt. Godric Gryffindor prized courage above all. But what is often forgotten is that all four founders valued different expressions of the same underlying virtues. Gryffindor's boldness and Hufflepuff's steadfastness are but two sides of the same coin, the willingness to stand firm in one's convictions. Dumbledore set the sword down again. You showed tremendous courage in the chamber, Harry. But you also showed the loyalty, fairness, and compassion that Helga Hufflepuff most valued. You didn't simply kill the basilisk, you understood it, empathized with it, honored its passing. Harry hadn't thought of it that way. So the sword came to me because in that moment, you needed it, Dumbledore said simply. And perhaps because magic itself recognizes that we are more complex than our house designations suggest. A knock at the door interrupted them. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley burst in, followed by Professor McGonagall. After tearful thanks from the Weasleys for saving their daughter, and a brief explanation of the events, Dumbledore made a surprising announcement. I think this merits a special award for services to the school, he said, smiling at Harry. And 200 points to Hufflepuff. Harry blushed. I was just trying to help the basilisk, he admitted. And Ginny, of course. Which is precisely why you deserve recognition, McGonagall said, her stern expression softening. Not many wizards would have tried to understand a basilisk rather than simply killing it. As the adults continued discussing what had happened, Harry's thoughts returned to the chamber and the ancient creature who had been imprisoned there for so long. Sarathia had been used as a weapon by those who should have been her caretakers, her natural protective instincts twisted into something dark. In a way, Harry realized, he and the basilisk had shared something in common, both had been marked by Voldemort, both had been expected to fulfill roles others had chosen for them. But where Sarathia had been bound by ancient magic, Harry remained free to make his own choices. And he had chosen compassion over fear, understanding over destruction. Perhaps that, more than anything else, was what made him a true Hufflepuff. The remainder of the term passed in a blur of celebration and relief. The petrified victims were successfully revived with the Mandrake restorative draft. Justin Finch-Fletchley sheepishly apologized to Harry for suspecting him, and the school returned to normal, or as normal as Hogwarts ever was. Lucius Malfoy had been removed from the school's board of governors after it emerged that he had threatened the other governors into suspending Dumbledore. Harry took particular satisfaction in this, especially after Dumbledore had privately confirmed his suspicion that Malfoy had planted the diary on Ginny in the first place. On the final day of term, Harry visited Hagrid's cabin to share the full story of what had happened in the chamber. The gamekeeper had been briefly sent to Azkaban during the crisis, the Ministry needing to be seen doing something, but had returned with a full apology after the truth emerged. A basilisk that could talk, Hagrid marveled, pouring tea into Harry's mug. Would not have believed it if anyone but you had told me. And yeah, say she was meant to protect the school. That's what she told me, Harry confirmed. Slytherin created her as a guardian, but over the centuries, his descendants corrupted her purpose. Hagrid shook his shaggy head. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Creatures ain't good or evil by nature, it's how wizards use them that matters. Harry nodded, thinking of Sarathia's final moments. She seemed relieved at the end. Like she was finally free. After 1,000 years of being used as a weapon. I'd be relieved too. Hagrid took a large gulp of tea. You did right by her, Harry. Understood her when no one else would have bothered. That's a rare gift. I just wish I could have saved her somehow. Some things can't be fixed, Hagrid said gently. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for a creature is let it go. You gave her peace, and you made sure her story was told right. That's no small thing. As the summer sun streamed through Hagrid's windows, warming the familiar cabin, Harry felt a sense of completion. The mystery had been solved, the victims restored, and Sarathia's long imprisonment had ended. Yet questions remained. Why had the Sword of Gryffindor come to him, a Hufflepuff? What was the diary that had contained Riddle's memory, and had Voldemort created other such objects? And perhaps most troubling, what did it mean that he, Harry, could speak Parseltongue, an ability associated with Slytherin himself? These questions would have to wait for another day. For now, Harry was content to sit with Hagrid, stroking Fong's ears, and looking forward to a summer back in the cabin he'd always called home. Tomorrow, he would board the Hogwarts Express with his fellow students, temporarily leaving the castle behind. But unlike many of them, he wouldn't really be leaving Hogwarts. He'd be returning to the forest edge, to the magical creatures who had been his first friends, to the place where he had learned the most important magic of all, the ability to see beyond appearances and connect with the true nature of every living being. As a Hufflepuff, as the boy who lived, and as the Beast Master, Harry Potter had faced Voldemort a second time and emerged victorious. Not through superior spellwork or strategic brilliance, but through his unique gifts, the very abilities some had dismissed as strange or unimportant. In the Chamber of Secrets, Harry had proven that understanding creatures wasn't just an unusual talent, it was a power the Dark Lord knew not. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a quiet voice suggested this wouldn't be the last time such power would be needed. Chapter 4, Blood and Bone. The summer breeze rustled through the forbidden forest, carrying the scent of wild magic and ancient secrets. Harry Potter sat cross-legged in a small clearing not far from Hagrid's cabin, eyes closed in concentration. Around him, a semicircle of bowtruckles perched on fallen logs, their twig-like bodies unnaturally still as they watched the young wizard. "That's it," Harry murmured, extending his hand palm up toward the smallest bowtruckle. "I won't hurt you." The creature hesitated, then scampered forward on spindly limbs to deposit a shimmering beetle in Harry's palm. A gift, an offering of trust. At 13, Harry had grown taller, his frame less boyish though still lean from days spent hiking through the forest rather than lounging indoors. The lightning scar on his forehead was partially hidden beneath his perpetually messy black hair, but his green eyes remained unchanged, bright and alive with a wisdom beyond his years. "Thank you," Harry told the bowtruckle, gently placing the beetle in a small pouch at his side. The insect's carapace contained magical properties useful in certain healing potions, something he'd learned not from textbooks but from the forest dwellers themselves. A shadow fell across the clearing, and Harry looked up to see Hagrid approaching, his massive frame dwarfing the surrounding trees. "Making friends again, I see," the gamekeeper said approvingly. Harry smiled. "They've been showing me which beetles are best for healing cuts. Apparently there's a difference between the ones with 7 spots and 8 spots. Clever little things, bowtruckles," Hagrid agreed. "Most wizards don't take the time to learn from him." He hesitated, his expression growing serious. "Listen, Harry, there's something I need to tell ya. Professor Dumbledore's just sent word. He'll be coming by the cabin this evening. Harry's smile faded. Dumbledore rarely visited during summer holidays unless something significant had happened. "What's wrong?" Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. "Probably best if he explains. But..." He pulled a crumpled newspaper from his coat pocket and handed it to Harry. "Ya might as well see this first." The Daily Prophet's front page bore a large photograph of a gaunt man with matted black hair, hollow eyes, and waxy skin stretched tight over the bones of his face. The headline blazed above it, "Serious Black Escapes from Azkaban." Harry scanned the article quickly, learning that Black was the first person ever to escape the wizard prison, that he had been a high-security prisoner, and that the Ministry was mobilizing all its resources to recapture him. What the article didn't explain was why this warranted a personal visit from Dumbledore. "Who is he?" Harry asked, looking up at Hagrid. The gamekeeper's beetle-black eyes darted away. "That's for Dumbledore to explain," he said gruffly. "Come on back to the cabin. I've made rock cakes." Harry rose, bidding farewell to the bowtruckles with a small bow, a gesture of respect he'd learned from observing their own interactions. As he followed Hagrid back toward the familiar, comfortable cabin that had been his home for as long as he could remember, he couldn't shake the feeling that this escaped prisoner somehow connected to him personally. The sense of foreboding only increased when he saw not only Dumbledore but also Professor McGonagall waiting at Hagrid's table, their expressions somber. "Sirius Black was your parents' friend," Dumbledore explained gently, his blue eyes grave behind half-moon spectacles. "One of their closest, in fact. He and your father were like brothers." Harry stared, struggling to process this information. "And he betrayed them? To Voldemort?" "That is what the evidence suggested," Dumbledore said carefully. "Black was their secret keeper, the only person who knew their location when they went into hiding. When Voldemort found them, the conclusion seemed inescapable. But why would their friend betray them?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. McGonagall's lips thinned to a white line. Black's family had deep connections to the dark arts. Many believed he followed their path despite appearances to the contrary. Harry shook his head, trying to reconcile this with the fragments he'd gleaned about his parents over the years. Then a memory surfaced, the charm bracelet from his mother's wooden box, the one with animal figures. A stag, a dog, a wolf, and a rat. "The dog," he said suddenly. "On my mother's bracelet, was that him?" Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged surprised glances. "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Sirius's animagus form was a large black dog. Your father was the stag, they called him Prongs. And the wolf represented Remus Lupin, who will be your defense against the dark arts professor this year." "And the rat?" Harry asked. A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. "Peter Pettigrew. The fourth member of their group. He confronted Black after your parents' deaths and was killed, along with 12 muggles, when Black destroyed half the street with a curse." Harry fell silent, absorbing this. 3 of the 4 friends dead or imprisoned, and the last now coming to teach at Hogwarts. It seemed like more than coincidence. "Why are you telling me this now?" he asked finally. "Because there is reason to believe," Dumbledore said gravely, "that Sirius Black escaped to find you, Harry." Hagrid, who had been uncharacteristically quiet throughout the conversation, let out a strangled sound. "He won't get near ya," he growled. "Not while I'm around." "Indeed," McGonagall agreed. "The school will have additional protections this year, including guards from Azkaban itself, Dementors." Harry had read about Dementors in his magical creature studies, soul-draining beings that fed on human happiness, leaving only despair in their wake. The thought of such creatures around Hogwarts made his skin crawl. "But this is still my home, right?" he asked, looking between the professors and Hagrid. "I don't have to go somewhere else." "This is still your home," Dumbledore assured him. "But we must ask that you exercise more caution than usual. Stay close to the castle and Hagrid's cabin. The forest is still forbidden to students." "Yes," Harry finished automatically, having heard this warning countless times, though it had rarely applied to him given his unique upbringing. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. "Indeed. Though I imagine asking you to stay out of the forest entirely would be like asking a fish to avoid water. Nevertheless, do not venture deep, and always ensure someone knows where you are." After the professors left, Harry sat with Hagrid in silence for a long while, both lost in thought. The revelation about Sirius Black had opened a door to Harry's past that he'd never fully explored. His parents' betrayal by a close friend, the connections to his new professor, the charm bracelet that had symbolized their group, it all painted a more complex picture than the simple story of heroic sacrifice he'd grown up with. "Did you know him?" Harry finally asked. "Sirius Black?" Hagrid nodded slowly. "Met him several times when your parents were at school. Bright lad, always Logan. And later, during the war." He trailed off, shaking his head. "Never would have thought he'd turn dark. Shows ya can't always tell what's in a person's heart." "He was there that night, wasn't he?" Harry pressed. "The night my parents died. You mentioned someone when you first brought me here, someone who offered to take me." Hagrid looked startled. "You remember that? You were just a baby." "You told me the story," Harry reminded him. "Many times. But you never said it was Sirius Black." "Didn't think it mattered back then," Hagrid admitted. "And later, well. Didn't want to taint your childhood with such darkness." Harry nodded, understanding Hagrid's protective instinct. But now, with Black escaped and potentially hunting him, the past had become immediately relevant to the present. "I need to know everything, Hagrid," he said quietly. "No more protecting me from the truth." Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement, though Harry noticed more ministry officials present than in previous years. Their attempts at looking inconspicuous in Muggle clothing were undermined by their obvious scanning of the crowd, undoubtedly searching for any sign of Sirius Black. "Harry." He turned to see Susan Bones pushing through the crowd toward him, her blonde plait bouncing against her Hufflepuff scarf. Behind her trailed Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan, his fellow third-year Hufflepuffs. "We saved you a compartment," Susan said, reaching for his trunk. "Did you hear about Black?" "Hard to miss," Harry replied dryly, following his friends toward the train. "My summer reading consisted mainly of The Many Crimes of Sirius Black, courtesy of the Daily Prophet. My aunt says the ministry's in complete disarray," Susan continued as they boarded. Her aunt, Amelia Bones, held a high position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "They can't figure out how he escaped. It should have been impossible." "Clearly it wasn't," Ernie said importantly, helping Harry stow his trunk. "And now they've stationed Dementors around Hogwarts. Can you imagine?" Harry could, all too well. He'd spent the past week researching Dementors, combing through every reference in Hagrid's small collection of creature books. What he'd found hadn't been reassuring. "Has anyone ever tried communicating with Dementors?" he asked as they settled into their compartment. I mean, they're classified as non-human spirituous apparitions, but they must have some form of intelligence. His friend stared at him. Communicate? With dementors? Ernie looked aghast. They're not like your forest friends, Harry. They're dark creatures. They don't talk, they suck out your soul. Everything communicates somehow, Harry insisted. Even plants, in their way. Planning to make friends with the Azkaban guards, Potter, a drawling voice interrupted from the compartment doorway. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. I should have known. First a basilisk, now dementors. Your taste in companions grows ever more disturbing. Harry tensed. His confrontation with Malfoy's father at Flourish and Blots the previous summer, followed by the revelation of Lucius's role in the Chamber of Secrets incident, had only worsened the animosity between them. Did you want something, Malfoy? He asked coolly. A strange expression flitted across Draco's pointed face. Just wanted to see if the rumors were true, that the famous Harry Potter was being hunted by a mass murderer. His grey eyes glinted with malice. Seems like the Dark Lord's followers haven't given up on finishing his work. Susan stood, her wand appearing in her hand. That's enough, Malfoy. Leave. Or what, Bones? You'll call your auntie to arrest me? Draco sneered, but he stepped back nonetheless. Watch your back, Potter. Black isn't the only one with a score to settle. As he slid the compartment door shut, Harry couldn't help noticing how Draco's usual bravado seemed forced, almost rehearsed. There had been something almost like worry beneath the hostility. Ignore him, Hannah advised, seeing Harry's frown. He's just trying to scare you. I'm not scared of Malfoy, Harry said truthfully. He just seemed different. The conversation shifted to their new classes. As third years, they could now choose electives, and Harry had selected Care of Magical Creatures, an obvious choice, and Ancient Runes, which Professor Sprout had suggested might complement his intuitive understanding of magical symbols. Outside, the weather worsened as they traveled north. Rain lashed against the windows, and the sky darkened prematurely. Harry was just returning from visiting Ron and Hermione in their compartment when the train began to slow. We can't be there yet, Susan said, checking her watch as Harry rejoined them. The train came to a stop with a jolt and the lamps all went out, plunging them into total darkness. Through the now freezing window, Harry could see shadowy figures boarding the train. Those aren't professors, he said quietly, his breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. The compartment doors slowly slid open. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the faint wand light Ernie had managed to conjure, was a towering, hooded figure. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood, but a glistening, grayish, scabbed hand protruded from its cloak. The cold that had permeated the compartment intensified to an almost unbearable degree. But more than that, Harry felt something else, a presence, a consciousness unlike any creature he'd encountered before. Where most magical beings projected some form of emotion or intention that he could sense, the Dementor emanated emptiness. A void that pulled at him, seeking to drain not just happiness but his very connection to life. None of us is hiding Sirius Black, Susan said shakily. Please leave. The Dementor didn't move. Instead, it drew a long, slow, rattling breath, and Harry felt his chest constrict as though bands of ice were tightening around his lungs. A distant screaming filled his ears, a woman's voice, desperate and pleading. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. The screaming grew louder, and Harry felt himself falling, the compartment tilting around him. As darkness closed in, he instinctively reached out, not with his hands, but with that other sense, the one that connected him to magical creatures. In that moment, he touched the Dementor's essence and recoiled in horror. The creature was not simply dark, it was a wound in the fabric of nature itself, a being that had once been something else before being twisted into its current form. And it was in pain, eternal, unending pain that it sought to numb by feeding on the happiness of others. Harry! Harry! Someone was shaking him. Harry opened his eyes to find himself on the compartment floor, his friends kneeling around him with frightened expressions. The Dementor was gone, but the cold lingered. "What happened?" he managed, his voice hoarse. "You fainted," Ernie said, looking pale. "When the Dementor came in, you just collapsed." Then Professor Lupin showed up and drove it away with some spell. A silver mist came out of his wand. Lupin? Harry struggled to sit up. "The new defense teacher," Hannah explained. "He was checking the train. Gave us chocolate and said to make sure you eat some when you wake up." Harry accepted the chocolate, letting its warmth spread through him as he tried to process what had happened. He had touched the Dementor's consciousness, however briefly, and what he'd felt had been unlike anything he'd experienced with other magical beings. Not malice or hunger as he might have expected, but suffering, a corrupted, twisted existence that seemed almost pitiful beneath its terrifying exterior. And those voices, his mother, he was sure, pleading for his life. And Voldemort, cold and merciless, offering her the chance to step aside. "Are you okay?" Susan asked quietly while Hannah and Ernie discussed the Dementor's appearance. "I heard my mother," Harry whispered, so only she could hear. "The night she died. She was trying to protect me." Susan's eyes widened, but before she could respond, the compartment door opened again, and a tired-looking man with light brown hair flecked with gray entered. Though he was relatively young, his face bore premature lines, and his robes were shabby and patched. "How are you feeling, Harry?" he asked with genuine concern. Harry studied the man who had been his father's friend, searching for some connection to the wolf on his mother's bracelet. "Better, thank you, Professor." "Good. Chocolate is the best remedy for a Dementor encounter." Lupin smiled, though his eyes remained sad. "I need to check on the other students, but I'll see you all at the feast." After he'd gone, Harry lapsed into silence for the remainder of the journey, his mind filled with questions about his parents, about Sirius Black, about the mysterious Remus Lupin, and about the nature of Dementors, creatures so universally feared that no one had apparently ever tried to understand them. Professor Lupin proved to be the most competent defense against the dark arts teacher they'd had yet. His lessons were practical and engaging, focusing on dark creatures and defensive spells. Harry found himself looking forward to defense classes, not just for the subject matter but for the chance to observe this link to his parents' past. "He knows his stuff," Susan commented after a particularly good lesson on kappas. "Wonder why he looks so ill all the time, though." Harry had noticed this too. Lupin frequently appeared exhausted, with dark shadows under his eyes that deepened as each month progressed, only to improve briefly before the cycle began again. A pattern that, combined with his nickname Moony, and the wolf charm on his mother's bracelet, had led Harry to a conclusion he kept to himself. Care of magical creatures, now taught by Hagrid, who had been promoted after the previous professor's retirement, quickly became Harry's favorite class. While other students approached the subject with trepidation, Harry thrived, often serving as Hagrid's unofficial assistant. "Today we'll be studying hippogriffs," Hagrid announced proudly during their first lesson. "Beautiful creatures, powerful and proud. First thing ye need to know is they're very easily offended. Never insult a hippogriff, or it might be the last thing ye do." The class stared nervously at the dozen hippogriffs pawing the ground in the paddock behind Hagrid's cabin. Harry, however, stepped forward eagerly. He'd helped Hagrid with the Hogwarts hippogriff herd many times before. "Now, who wants to come and say hello?" Hagrid asked. When no one volunteered, Harry raised his hand. "I will." Hagrid beamed. "Good man, Harry. Right then, let's see how ye get on with Buckbeak." He untied one of the hippogriffs, a handsome grey one, and led it toward Harry. Though they'd rehearsed this beforehand, Harry still felt the class's collective tension as he approached the fierce-looking creature. "Easy now, Harry," Hagrid said quietly. "Ye've got eye contact, now try not to blink. Hippogriffs don't trust ye if ye blink too much." Harry stared into Buckbeak's fierce orange eyes without blinking, feeling the creature's proud, cautious nature through his beast sense. He bowed deeply, maintaining eye contact, projecting respect and admiration rather than fear. For a moment, Buckbeak remained impassive. Then, to the class's audible relief, the hippogriff bent its scaly front knees and sank into an unmistakable bow. "Well done, Harry!" Hagrid exclaimed. "Right, ye can touch him now. Pat his beak, go on." Harry moved forward and patted Buckbeak's beak gently. The hippogriff closed its eyes lazily, enjoying the contact. Through their touch, Harry sensed the creature's pleasure and growing trust. "I think he might let ye ride him now," Hagrid suggested. Before Harry could respond, a voice called from the back of the class, "You're not seriously putting Potter on that beast, are you? What if it throws him off?" It was Draco, his face unusually pale as he stared at the hippogriff. "Buckbeak's gentle as a lamb once he trusts ye," Hagrid assured him. "Harry'll be fine." With Hagrid's help, Harry climbed onto Buckbeak's back, careful not to pull any feathers. The moment he was secured, Buckbeak took off, powerful wings extending to their 15-foot span as they soared into the air. It was nothing like riding a broom. The hippogriff's muscles moved beneath him, its wings beat on either side, and through his creature sense, Harry felt Buckbeak's joy in flight, the freedom, the exhilaration of the wind. He found himself laughing aloud, connected to the magnificent beast in a way no broom could match. When they landed to enthusiastic applause from the class, Harry was grinning broadly. Encouraged by his success, the other students moved forward to try their luck with the remaining hippogriffs. Harry noticed Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle had taken over Buckbeak. The blond boy was bowing, his manner surprisingly respectful as Buckbeak bent his knees and bowed back. "This is very easy," Draco drawled, patting Buckbeak's beak. "I knew it must be, if Potter could do it." Despite the insult, Harry was impressed by Draco's success, until he heard what came next. "I bet you're not dangerous at all, are you?" Malfoy said to Buckbeak. "Are you, you great ugly brute?" Harry felt Buckbeak's shift in mood instantly, pride wounded, anger flaring. Without thinking, he launched himself forward, placing his body between Draco and the now rearing hippogriff. "Buckbeak, no," he commanded, raising his hand and projecting calm authority with both his voice and his creature sense. "He didn't mean it. He's not worth it." The hippogriff hesitated, talons still raised, but Harry didn't back down. He maintained eye contact, continuing to project soothing emotions while speaking firmly. "That's it. Calm down. He's just a foolish human who doesn't understand." Slowly, the hippogriff lowered its talons, though it continued to glare at Draco, who had fallen backwards in terror. "Ye ruddy fool!" Hagrid roared, rushing over to secure Buckbeak's collar. "What did I tell ye about insultin' hippogriffs?" Draco scrambled to his feet, his face ashen. For once, he seemed at a loss for words, staring at Harry with an unreadable expression. "Class dismissed," Hagrid announced. "Malfoy, you'll be serving detention with me tomorrow evening. Potter, stay behind." As the class dispersed, buzzing with excitement over the near disaster, Draco lingered, watching as Hagrid praised Harry's quick intervention. "That was quick thinkin'," Hagrid said, patting Harry's shoulder so forcefully he almost knocked him over. "Not many wizards could have calmed a hippogriff in attack mode like that." "He was just defending his pride," Harry said, stroking Buckbeak's neck soothingly. "Malfoy shouldn't have insulted him." "No, he shouldn't be," Hagrid agreed grimly. "Could have been a nasty accident. His father would have had my head, and Buckbeak's too." When Harry finally turned to leave, he found Draco still standing at the edge of the paddock, his usual sneer absent. "You didn't have to do that, Potter," he said stiffly. I wasn't doing it for you, Harry replied. I was protecting Buckbeak. He'd have been executed if he'd hurt you, and we both know it. Draco's eyes narrowed. Still, you kept me from getting slashed to ribbons when you could have just watched it happen. He hesitated, then added grudgingly, so, thanks, I suppose. Before Harry could respond, Draco turned and stalked away, leaving Harry to wonder if he'd imagined the brief moment of sincerity from his longtime rival. October brought increasingly foul weather and the start of the Quidditch season. Though Harry wasn't on the Hufflepuff team, his affinity was for magical creatures, not sports. He supported his house enthusiastically. This year, there was particular excitement as Cedric Diggory had been named team captain and was implementing new tactics that had Hufflepuff positioned as a serious contender for the cup. You should try out next year, Harry, Cedric suggested after practice one evening when Harry had come to watch. You've got good instincts. Harry shook his head. I'm better with creatures than brooms. Besides, your seeker position isn't opening up anytime soon. The bigger concern on Harry's mind was the continued presence of Dementors around the school. Though they were stationed at the entrances, not on the grounds themselves, Harry could sense them, a constant, distant feeling of unnatural cold and emptiness that made him uncomfortable. His research into their nature had yielded little. Most books described only their effects and the Patronus charm that repelled them, not their origins or consciousness. Professor Lupin. Harry approached the defense teacher after class one day. I was wondering if you could tell me more about Dementors. Lupin regarded him curiously. Most students try to think about them as little as possible. But I suppose, given your reaction on the train, you have reason to be concerned. It's not just that, Harry admitted. I've been studying magical creatures all my life, but Dementors are different. I can't understand them the way I do other beings. Something flickered in Lupin's tired eyes, recognition, perhaps, or concern. Dementors are among the foulest creatures to walk this earth, Harry. They feed on hope, on happiness, on the very possibility of joy. Get too near a Dementor, and every good feeling, every happy memory will be sucked out of you. But what are they? Where do they come from? Can they communicate? Lupin sighed, setting down the Grindylow tank he'd been preparing for their next lesson. There are theories, none pleasant. Some believe they're the embodiment of human despair, given form by dark magic centuries ago. Others suggest they're what remains when a human soul is corrupted beyond redemption. And communication? Harry pressed. The Ministry maintains some form of arrangement with them, containment in exchange for feeding on prisoners' emotions. But it's not communication as we understand it. Lupin studied Harry intently. Why this interest, Harry? Most wizards are content to know how to repel Dementors, not understand them. Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. When that Dementor came into our compartment, I felt connected to it, briefly. Not in a good way, he hastened to add, seeing Lupin's alarmed expression. But I sensed something beneath the horror, pain, emptiness, hunger. Like it wasn't always what it is now. Lupin was silent for a long moment. Your mother had a similar perspective, he finally said, his voice soft with memory. She believed no magical creature was inherently evil, only misunderstood or corrupted. It was one of the many things that made her exceptional. Harry's heart leapt. You knew my mother well. I knew both your parents well, Lupin said, a sad smile crossing his face. Your father was one of my dearest friends, and Lily, she saw worth in people and creatures others dismissed. His expression grew serious. But Harry, even Lily would caution against trying to understand Dementors too deeply. Some darkness is better left unexplored. Is that why no one's ever tried to find a way to help them? To change them back to whatever they were before? Lupin's eyebrows rose. Change a Dementor? That's an unusual perspective. Most wizards are content with the Patronus charm, driving them away rather than healing them. Could you teach me? Harry asked eagerly. The Patronus charm, I mean. If I'm going to keep running into Dementors, I should know how to defend myself. Lupin considered him for a moment. It's very advanced magic, well beyond ordinary wizarding level. But given the circumstances. He nodded. Yes, I could teach you. After the holidays, perhaps. I'm rather busy until then. As Harry left the classroom, he reflected on this new connection to his parents. Lily had seen value in understanding creatures, James had been Lupin's close friend. Both perspectives shaped who Harry was becoming, a wizard with one foot in the human world and one in the realm of magical beings. The first Hogsmeade weekend arrived on Halloween, but Harry found himself left behind. Despite Hagrid's status as his guardian, the permission form required for visits to the wizarding village needed the signature of a legal parent or guardian, a technicality that, given the unique nature of Harry's living situation, had not been resolved in time. It's ridiculous, Susan complained as she prepared to leave with the other third years. Everyone knows Hagrid's been raising you for years. Ministry red tape, Harry shrugged, trying to hide his disappointment. Go on, have fun. Bring me back something from Honeydukes. Left alone in the castle with the younger students, Harry wandered the corridors aimlessly until he encountered Filch, who promptly shooed him away from the third-floor corridor with suspicious accusations about dung bombs. Seeking refuge, Harry found himself near the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Harry. Professor Lupin was just exiting as Harry approached. Why aren't you in Hogsmeade with the others? Permission form issues, Harry explained. Apparently being raised by a Hogwarts staff member creates legal complications. Lupin smiled sympathetically. I see. Well, I was just making a cup of tea. Would you care to join me? I've just taken delivery of a Grindylow for our next lesson and thought you might find it interesting. Harry accepted gratefully, following Lupin into his office where a large tank of water stood in the corner. Inside it, a sickly green creature with sharp horns and long, spindly fingers was pressing its face against the glass, grimacing and flexing its fingers. Water demon, Lupin explained, pouring tea. We shouldn't have much difficulty with it after the kappas. The trick is to break its grip, observe the abnormally long fingers. Strong, but very brittle. Harry approached the tank, studying the creature not just with his eyes but with his other sense. The Grindylow radiated predatory cunning and territorial aggression, but also a simple joy in its watery environment. They're not very intelligent, are they? Harry observed. More instinct than thought. Lupin looked impressed. That's right. How did you determine that? Harry hesitated. Though his Beastmaster abilities were no secret at Hogwarts, he rarely discussed them directly with professors other than Hagrid and Sprout. I can sort of feel creatures' emotions and intentions, he explained. This one's mostly focused on hunting and protecting its territory. Fascinating, Lupin murmured, handing Harry a chipped teacup. Hagrid mentioned you had a way with magical beings, but I hadn't realized the extent of it. That's an exceedingly rare gift, Harry. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, sipping tea. Harry noticed that despite the cozy atmosphere, Lupin looked worse than ever, with dark shadows under his eyes and new lines on his face. The full moon was approaching, Harry knew, having tracked the lunar cycle after suspecting Lupin's condition. Was that why they called you Moony? He asked suddenly. Because of your monthly problem? Lupin choked on his tea, setting the cup down with a clatter. What did you just say? I know you're a werewolf, Harry said quietly. I've suspected since the beginning of term. The timing of your illnesses, the boggart turning into the moon, your nickname. And yet you're sitting here, quite calmly drinking tea with me, Lupin observed, his voice carefully controlled. Harry shrugged. Why wouldn't I be? Werewolves are just wizards with a magical condition. The forest has taught me not to fear something just because most people do. Lupin studied him for a long moment, then let out a soft laugh that held more sadness than humor. Your mother said almost the exact same thing when she figured it out. We were in 5th year, and while your father and Sirius had known for some time, Lily confronted me separately. Remus Lupin, she said, did you really think I'd care about something you can't help? Harry smiled, treasuring this new insight into his mother. Is that why my dad and Sirius became animagi? To keep you company during transformations? The teacup slipped from Lupin's fingers, shattering on the floor. How could you possibly know that? He whispered. I didn't, for certain, Harry admitted. But it made sense. The charm bracelet my mother left me had animal figures, a stag, a dog, a wolf, and a rat. I knew the stag was my dad and the wolf was you. After learning Sirius Black is a dog animagus, I guessed the others must be animagi too. You are, remarkably perceptive, Harry. Lupin repaired the teacup with a flick of his wand. Yes, your father, Sirius, and Peter Pettigrew became animagi to accompany me during full moons. It was incredibly dangerous, completely illegal, and one of the most loyal things anyone has ever done for me. Peter Pettigrew was the rat? Harry asked, the pieces clicking into place. The one Sirius supposedly killed? Lupin's face darkened. Yes. Peter was, less talented than James and Sirius, but he managed the transformation eventually. A common brown rat. And no one else knew they were animagi? Not even Dumbledore? No one, Lupin confirmed. They never registered with the Ministry. It was our secret, one of many. He sighed, looking suddenly very tired. Harry, I know you must have questions about Sirius, about what happened. I do, Harry said. But something doesn't make sense. If Sirius was like a brother to my father, if he was part of your group, why would he betray them? And why would he kill Peter Pettigrew so publicly when he could have escaped as a dog? Lupin set down his cup, his expression troubled. Those questions have haunted me for 12 years, Harry. The Sirius Black I knew would have died rather than betray James. But the evidence. What if the evidence was wrong? Harry suggested. What if, a knock at the door interrupted them? Professor Snape entered, carrying a smoking goblet. He stopped short at the sight of Harry. Ah, Severus, Lupin said pleasantly, though Harry noticed the sudden tension in his shoulders. Thanks very much. Could you leave it here on the desk for me? Snape set down the goblet, his black eyes moving suspiciously between Harry and Lupin. You should drink that directly, Lupin. Yes, I will, Lupin assured him. I made an entire cauldronful, Snape continued. If you need more. I should probably have some again tomorrow. Thank you very much, Severus. Not at all, Snape said, his voice lacking any warmth. With a last, curious look at Harry, he backed out of the room, unsmiling and watchful. Harry stared at the smoking goblet. Is that? A potion, yes, Lupin said, picking it up and sniffing it with a grimace. Professor Snape has very kindly been brewing it for me. I've never been much of a potion maker, and this one is particularly complex. Wolfsbane potion, Harry guessed, having read about it in his creature studies. It lets you keep your mind during transformation, doesn't it? Lupin looked impressed again. Your knowledge of magical creatures continues to surprise me, Harry. Yes, it's a recent discovery. Makes me safe during the full moon, though the taste is revolting. He drank the potion, shuddering. So Snape knows about your condition? The staff all know. It was a condition of my employment. Lupin set down the empty goblet. Now, where were we? But the moment had passed, and Harry sensed Lupin's reluctance to continue their discussion of Sirius Black. Instead, they talked about Harry's classes and his experiences growing up at the edge of the forest until it was time for the Halloween feast. As Harry left Lupin's office, however, his mind remained fixed on the unfinished conversation. The more he learned about his parents' friends, the less sense Sirius Black's betrayal made. Why would a man who had become an animagus to help his werewolf friend, who had been like a brother to James Potter, suddenly turned to Voldemort? And if he had, why would he then offer to take Harry after the Potter's death? These questions followed Harry to the Halloween feast and back to the Hufflepuff common room, where they were soon overshadowed by shocking news. Sirius Black had broken into Hogwarts and attempted to enter Gryffindor Tower, slashing the portrait of the fat lady when she refused him entry. But why Gryffindor Tower? Harry asked Ron and Hermione the next day as they huddled in the library. If he's after me, why not try the Hufflepuff dormitories? Maybe he doesn't know you're in Hufflepuff, Ron suggested, keeping his voice low. The library was packed with students seeking refuge from the rain outside. Everyone expected you to be in Gryffindor like your parents. Or perhaps he was looking for something else, Hermione mused, closing her Ancient Runes textbook. Something hidden in Gryffindor Tower. Like what? Harry pressed. Hermione shook her head. I don't know. But it seems odd that he'd risk capture just to get into the wrong dormitory. The castle was now under even tighter security. Professors patrolled the corridors at night, the portrait holes were guarded by security trolls, and Filch was boarding up every tiny crack and crevice against Black's intrusion. The Dementors, though still restricted to the school boundaries, seemed to be multiplying. Harry's Patronus lessons with Lupin began the following week. They used a boggart that transformed into a Dementor for practice, a clever solution, though the fake Dementor affected Harry almost as strongly as the real thing. The spell I am going to teach you is highly advanced magic, Harry, Lupin explained in an empty history of magic classroom. The Patronus charm. When it works correctly, it conjures a Patronus, a kind of positive force, a projection of the very things that Dementors feed upon, hope, happiness, the desire to survive. But it will only protect you while you maintain strong, positive thoughts. How do I conjure it? Harry asked, gripping his wand tightly. The incantation is, Expecto Patronum. But the words alone aren't enough. You need to focus on a single, very happy memory while you cast the spell. Harry nodded, searching his mind for his happiest memory. He settled on the moment he'd first connected with a unicorn in the forest, a profound experience of mutual trust and respect that had filled him with wonder. Ready? Lupin asked, hand on the trunk containing the boggart. Ready, Harry confirmed, focusing intently on the memory. When Lupin released the boggart, it immediately transformed into a towering Dementor. The room went ice-cold, and the terrible screaming began in Harry's ears, his mother, begging for his life. Fighting through it, he raised his wand. Expecto Patronum, he shouted. Expecto Patronum. But only a wisp of silver smoke emerged from his wand before the Dementor's effect overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. Harry. Lupin was at his side immediately, offering chocolate. That was a good first attempt. Few wizards manage anything on their initial try. They practiced repeatedly, with Harry trying different happy memories. His 11th birthday when he'd received his Hogwarts letter. The moment the Sorting Hat had placed him in Hufflepuff. Flying on Buckbeak above the Hogwarts grounds. Each attempt produced a stronger silver mist, but never a fully formed Patronus. By their third session, Harry was growing frustrated. I don't understand, he said, eating the chocolate Lupin offered after another failed attempt. I've been using my strongest happy memories. Lupin considered him thoughtfully. Perhaps that's the issue, Harry. You're approaching this too intellectually, selecting memories you think should be powerful, rather than feelings that truly resonate with your core. What do you mean? The Patronus charm isn't just about happy memories, it's about what brings you your deepest joy and security. Lupin hesitated. Your connection to magical creatures is clearly central to who you are. What if, instead of focusing on a specific memory, you concentrated on that feeling of connection itself? The essence of what makes you uniquely you. Harry considered this, then nodded. As Lupin prepared to release the boggart again, Harry closed his eyes briefly, centering himself. Instead of a single memory, he focused on the thread that ran through his life, his ability to understand and communicate with magical beings, the way he could feel their emotions and intentions, the profound connection to the living world that had shaped him since childhood. "Ready," he said, opening his eyes. When the Dementor emerged, Harry raised his wand and shouted, "Expecto Patronum," pouring not just the memory but his very identity into the spell. Silver light erupted from his wand, coalescing into a large, four-legged animal that positioned itself between Harry and the Dementor. The creature was massive, with powerful limbs and a distinctive shape that made Harry gasp in recognition, a thestral, wings half-spread in a protective stance. "Remarkable!" Lupin exclaimed as the boggart Dementor retreated back into the trunk. "A full corporeal Patronus on your 4th session, and a thestral, no less. I've never seen one take that form before." Harry stared at his Patronus as it cantered around the room, its silver form beautiful despite representing a creature many considered an ill omen. Why a thestral, he wondered aloud. "Patron uses typically take forms that have deep personal significance," Lupin explained. "They often represent protection or qualities we value. The thestral, visible only to those who have witnessed death, often feared or misunderstood, perhaps reflects how you see yourself or your abilities." As the silver thestral dissipated, Harry felt a strange mix of pride and contemplation. The form his Patronus had taken seemed fitting, a creature that existed between worlds, neither fully dark nor light, often feared but fundamentally gentle and less threatened. "Your father's Patronus was a stag," Lupin said softly, his eyes distant with memory. "Your mother's was a doe. Matching patron uses are rare, they typically indicate a deep spiritual connection." "And yours?" Harry asked. "A wolf," Lupin admitted. "Though I've often wondered if that's my true form or a reflection of my condition." "What about Sirius and Peter?" The question slipped out before Harry could stop himself. Lupin's expression closed slightly. "Sirius's was a large dog, much like his animagus form. Peter's? I don't recall ever seeing Peter cast a successful Patronus. The charm requires a certain strength of character that Peter, well, he had other qualities." The implied criticism of Peter Pettigrew was subtle but unmistakable, making Harry wonder again about the official version of events surrounding his parents' betrayal. January faded into February, bringing marginally better weather but increasing pressure as professors began emphasizing the importance of course selection for their 4th year. Harry maintained his focus on care of magical creatures and ancient runes, finding unexpected connections between the two subjects. "Magical symbols often derive from creature attributes," he explained to Susan during a study session. "Look at the Elder Futhark rune Iwas, it represents the yew tree, which has strong associations with thestrals and death." "Is that why you're suddenly top of the class in ancient runes?" Susan asked, impressed. "You're connecting it to creatures?" Harry nodded. "Professor Babbling says magical languages are living things, they evolved based on interactions between wizards and the magical world. Once I started thinking of runes as expressions of magical relationships rather than just symbols to memorize, it all made more sense." His success in ancient runes somewhat balanced his continued struggles in Transfiguration, where Professor McGonagall's structured approach remained at odds with Harry's more intuitive magic. While he could now perform most required transfigurations, his results lacked the precision his classmates achieved. "You're still resisting the methodology, Mr. Potter," McGonagall observed after a lesson on switching spells. "Your magic is strong, but undisciplined. Not everything can be approached through instinct." "I'm trying, Professor," Harry assured her. "It just feels unnatural to separate the transformation process into discrete steps." McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. "Consider this, even in nature, transformation follows patterns. A caterpillar doesn't simply become a butterfly in one undifferentiated process. There are distinct stages, each with its own purpose. Perhaps viewing the methodology through that lens might help." Her suggestion proved useful, and Harry began making better progress once he conceptualized the transfiguration steps as natural metamorphosis stages rather than artificial constructs. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff's Quidditch team was enjoying unprecedented success under Cedric Diggory's captaincy. Their victory over Ravenclaw in February put them in serious contention for the cup, creating a jubilant atmosphere in the Hufflepuff common room. "We might actually win this year," Hannah Abbott said excitedly as they celebrated. "Can you imagine? Hufflepuff hasn't won the cup in decades." The celebratory mood was shattered that very night when a scream tore through the castle. Sirius Black had broken in again, this time slashing Ron Weasley's bed curtains in Gryffindor Tower before being chased away. He had a knife, Ron told Harry, Hermione, and the gathered Hufflepuffs the next day, still pale from the experience. "Standing over me with this massive blade. If I hadn't woken up." "But why target you?" Hermione wondered. "If he's after Harry, maybe he got the wrong bed," Ron suggested. "It was dark, wasn't it?" But Harry wasn't convinced. "Or maybe," he said slowly, "he wasn't after me at all." As February gave way to March, security around the castle tightened to unprecedented levels. Students were escorted between classes by professors, outdoor activities were curtailed, and Hogsmeade visits were cancelled, a precaution that, ironically, finally allowed Harry to visit the village, as Hagrid took him along during a supply run. "Stay close," Hagrid cautioned as they walked the main street. "And keep your wits about ya. Black's desperate if he's breakin' into Hogwarts twice." Harry nodded, though his mind was elsewhere. His conversations with Lupin, the charm bracelet, Black's strange behavior, it all formed a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. If Black was truly after him, why attack Ron's bed? If he wasn't after Harry, what was he seeking in Gryffindor Tower? They were leaving Dervish and Banges when Harry spotted a familiar pale blonde head down a side alley. Draco Malfoy was alone, unusual, as he was typically flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, and appeared to be waiting for someone, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "I need to use the toilet," Harry told Hagrid. "I'll just pop into the Three Broomsticks and meet you at Honeyduke's in 10 minutes. Once Hagrid agreed and continued on his way, Harry doubled back and cautiously approached the alley. Draco was still there, now engaged in hushed conversation with a tall, hooded figure. As Harry moved closer, a twig snapped beneath his foot. The hooded figure vanished with a crack of apparition, while Draco spun around, his wand drawn before he registered who had interrupted them. "Potter," he spat, though there was more fear than venom in his voice. "Spying now, are we?" "Who was that?" Harry asked, ignoring the accusation. "None of your business." "Your father?" Harry guessed, noting Draco's heightened anxiety. "Secret meetings in Hogsmeade while Sirius Black's on the loose seems risky, even for a Malfoy." Draco's pale face flushed. "What would you know about it?" "Just because you can talk to beasts doesn't make you clever, Potter." "Clever enough to know something's wrong," Harry countered, stepping closer. "You've been acting strange for months. First the Hippogriff incident, now secret meetings, stay out of it." Draco hissed, his voice cracking slightly. "You have no idea what's happening. Just, keep your distance if you know what's good for you." He pushed past Harry, hurrying back toward the main street. But not before Harry caught a glimpse of genuine fear in his grey eyes, not the petty school rivalry they'd maintained for years, but something deeper and more troubling. Harry remained in the alley for a moment, considering what he'd seen. Draco Malfoy was scared, not of Harry, but of something connected to his father. Something that had been building since the Chamber of Secrets incident the previous year. His musings were interrupted by a strange sensation, a prickling awareness that he was being watched. Harry turned slowly, scanning the narrow alley. At first, he saw nothing. Then a shadow moved near a stack of crates, and he found himself looking at an enormous black dog. The dog was gaunt and shaggy, its ribs visible beneath matted fur, yet it held itself with a strange dignity. Its eyes, fixed intently on Harry, held an intelligence that went beyond animal awareness. "Hello," Harry said quietly, reaching out with his creature sense. What he felt made him gasp, not animal emotions, but human ones, guilt, longing, determination, and beneath it all, a desperate kind of hope. "Serious?" Harry whispered. The dog's ears pricked forward sharply, its body tensing as if ready to flee. "Wait." Harry held out his hand. "Don't go. I don't think you betrayed my parents." The dog went utterly still, its eyes, human eyes in an animal face, widening in shock. "If you are Sirius Black," Harry continued, heart pounding, "I think you're innocent. The timing doesn't make sense, your friendship with my father doesn't make sense, attacking Ron instead of me doesn't make sense. None of the official story adds up." The dog took a hesitant step forward, then another, until it was close enough for Harry to touch. Slowly, deliberately, it pressed its nose against Harry's palm, a gesture of trust. Through the contact, Harry felt a surge of emotions so complex and human they left him momentarily speechless: grief for James and Lily, fierce protectiveness toward Harry, burning hatred directed elsewhere, and overwhelming gratitude that someone, finally, was questioning the accepted narrative. "You're looking for something in Gryffindor Tower, aren't you?" Harry guessed. "Not me. Something else." The dog gave a small whine that Harry interpreted as confirmation. "Pettigrew," Harry breathed as the pieces suddenly aligned. "The rat. Ron's rat Scabbers has been in his family for 12 years, far too long for a normal rat. And he's been looking sick ever since your escape was announced." The dog's entire demeanor changed, a growl rumbling in its throat as its hackles rose. "He was the secret keeper, wasn't he?" Harry continued. "Not you. He betrayed my parents, then framed you by killing those muggles and cutting off his finger to fake his death. And now he's hiding as Ron's pet." The dog, Sirius, made a sound between a whine and a bark, pressing closer to Harry in unmistakable confirmation. Harry's mind raced. "We need to prove this. We need to catch Pettigrew and expose him." "But how, Harry? Harry!" Hagrid's voice boomed from the main street. "Where are ye? We need to get back to the castle." Sirius immediately backed away, preparing to flee. "Wait," Harry whispered urgently. "Meet me at the edge of the forest tonight, behind my old garden. I'll help you catch Pettigrew." The dog hesitated, then gave what Harry could have sworn was a nod before disappearing down the alley. "There ye are." Hagrid appeared at the alley entrance, looking relieved. "Been looking everywhere for ye. Thought Black might have grabbed ye." "Sorry," Harry said, his mind still reeling from the encounter. "I got turned around." As they hurried back to Hogwarts, Harry's thoughts tumbled over one another. He'd just promised to help a convicted murderer, a man the entire wizarding world believed had betrayed his parents, capture his friend's pet rat. If he was wrong, he was putting himself and others in terrible danger. But Harry's beast sense had never failed him before. The emotions he'd felt from Sirius were genuine, the desperate sincerity unmistakable. And if he was right, then the real traitor had been living in Hogwarts all along, mere feet away from Harry, disguised as a harmless pet. That night, Harry lay in his four-poster bed in the Hufflepuff dormitory, waiting for his roommates to fall asleep. The plan he'd hastily formed was dangerous and likely to get him expelled at minimum if he was caught, but the alternative was letting an innocent man suffer while a traitor went free. Once Justin's gentle snores joined Ernie's deeper breathing, Harry slipped from his bed, already dressed. He pulled on his invisibility cloak, a Christmas gift from an anonymous sender in his first year that Dumbledore had later hinted came from his father, and made his way through the common room, out the barrel-lid door, and into the darkened castle. Avoiding the patrolling professors and ghosts, Harry made his way to the entrance hall and out onto the grounds. The night was clear but moonless, stars scattered across the velvet sky like diamond dust. The absence of the moon was deliberate. Lupin would be human tonight, not transformed. Behind Hagrid's cabin, in the small garden where Harry had once played as a child, a large black dog waited in the shadows. It transformed as Harry approached, shimmering into the form of a gaunt man with long, tangled hair and hollow eyes. Harry, Sirius Black said, his voice hoarse from disuse. You came. I said I would, Harry replied, studying the man before him, his godfather, his father's best friend, a supposed mass murderer. Sirius stared at Harry with unmistakable hunger, drinking in his appearance. You look so like James, he whispered. But your eyes, my mother's eyes, Harry finished. I've heard that before. Not just her eyes, Sirius corrected. Her way of seeing the world. The way you looked at me in the alley, assessing, compassionate, seeing beyond appearances. That was pure Lily. Harry felt a glow of pleasure at this comparison. We need to move quickly, he said, refocusing on their task. How do we expose Pettigrew? The animagus reversal spell, Sirius explained. It forces a transformed animagus back into human form. But we need to catch the rat first, he's slippery, always has been. I have an idea about that, Harry said. But we need to get into Gryffindor Tower. The portrait hole will be guarded, Sirius warned. After my last visit. We won't use the portrait hole, Harry assured him. There's another way in, but we'll need help. That help arrived a few minutes later in the form of a small, battered figure who popped into existence beside them with a crack. Harry Potter called for Dobby, the house elf squeaked, his tennis ball eyes widening at the sight of Sirius. Harry Potter is with the escaped prisoner. It's okay, Dobby, Harry said quickly. Sirius is innocent. He was framed by the real criminal, someone disguised as a rat in Gryffindor Tower. We need your help to catch him and prove Sirius's innocence. Dobby hesitated, wringing his long fingers. Dobby wants to help Harry Potter, but Dobby should not be helping prisoners escape. You'd be helping justice be done, Harry assured him, kneeling to meet the elf at eye level. I promise, Dobby. This is the right thing to do. The house elf studied Harry's face intently, then nodded. Dobby trusts Harry Potter. What does Harry Potter need? We need to get into Gryffindor Tower without using the portrait hole. Can house elves enter the dormitories? Oh yes, Dobby confirmed. House elves must clean and maintain all areas of Hogwarts. Dobby can take Harry Potter and his friend to the tower. And I need something else, Harry added. A box or cage that can hold a magical rat, something he can't transform inside or chew his way out of. Dobby's expression brightened. Dobby knows just the thing. Professor Flitwick has enchanted containers for keeping transfigured objects stable. Dobby will borrow one. The house elf disappeared with another crack, returning moments later with a small crystal box with intricate runes carved along its edges. This will hold any magical creature or transformed object, Dobby explained proudly. The runes prevent transformation while inside. Harry examined the box, recognizing the containment symbols from his ancient rune studies. Perfect. Now, can you take us to Ron Weasley's dormitory? Dobby held out his hands. Hold on to Dobby. House elf magic is different from wizard apparition, we can move within Hogwarts. Harry and Sirius each gripped one of Dobby's hands. There was a sensation like being squeezed through a very tight rubber tube, then they were standing in the darkened Gryffindor third-year boys' dormitory. Ron's distinctive snores identified his bed immediately. Stay invisible, Sirius whispered to Harry, who was still wearing his cloak. If something goes wrong, you can't be implicated. Harry nodded, though Sirius couldn't see him, and moved closer to Ron's bed. Dobby remained near the door, keeping watch. Sirius approached Ron's bed cautiously, his gaunt face tense with concentration. With practiced movements, he slowly pulled back the covers near Ron's pillow, revealing the sleeping form of Scabbers curled up on the mattress. The rat seemed to sense danger even in sleep. Its eyes snapped open, beady and alert, taking in the looming figure of Sirius Black. Before anyone could react, it leapt from the bed with surprising agility, scurrying toward the door. Stop him! Sirius hissed. Harry acted instinctively, reaching out with his beast sense not to communicate but to confuse, projecting a swirl of disorienting impressions that made the rat skid to a halt, momentarily bewildered. That moment was all Dobby needed. The house elf snapped his fingers, and the rat rose into the air, suspended by invisible force. "Well done." Sirius breathed, rushing forward with the crystal box. "Quickly, before he wakes the others." But it was too late. Ron stirred, mumbling, "Scabbers." Then his eyes opened fully, taking in the bizarre scene, his rat floating in midair, a house elf by the door, and Sirius Black reaching for Scabbers with a crystal container. Ron screamed. The dormitory erupted into chaos. Neville, Dean, and Seamus jolted awake, adding their own shouts to the cacophony. Sirius lunged for the suspended rat, barely managing to trap it in the crystal box before Dobby lost concentration and the levitation spell failed. "It's Black!" Dean yelled, fumbling for his wand. "Help! Sirius Black in the tower." "Ron, wait!" Harry called, pulling off his invisibility cloak. "It's not what you think." "Harry?" Ron gaped, momentarily forgetting his terror. "What? How? Why are you with him?" "He's innocent," Harry said quickly, moving to Sirius's side. "Your rat is Peter Pettigrew, an animagus. He betrayed my parents, not Sirius. Have you gone mental?" Ron demanded, climbing out of bed and backing away. "Scabbers is just a rat. A rat who's lived 12 years. Sirius growled, clutching the crystal box where Scabbers was now frantically scratching at the transparent walls. "A rat missing a toe, just like the finger Pettigrew cut off before he blew up the street." Ron's face paled as he looked at the trapped rat with new suspicion. Before the conversation could continue, however, the dormitory door burst open. Professor McGonagall stood there in a tartan dressing gown, her wand raised and her face white with shock. "Black," she gasped. "How, Minerva?" "Wait," Sirius said, holding up the box. "I can explain everything. It was Pettigrew, it was always Pettigrew. I never betrayed James and Lily. This rat is Peter, he's an animagus." McGonagall's wand didn't waver, but uncertainty flickered across her stern features as she glanced from Sirius to Harry and back to the frantically squirming rat. "Professor," Harry said, stepping forward, "please listen. I know how this looks, but Sirius is telling the truth. The evidence doesn't make sense otherwise. Why would he betray his best friend? Why would he offer to take me after my parents died if he was working for Voldemort? And look at Scabbers, he's missing a toe, exactly where Pettigrew supposedly lost a finger." More footsteps pounded up the stairs, and Professor Dumbledore appeared in the doorway, followed closely by Lupin and Snape. The defense professor froze at the sight of Sirius, his face draining of color. "Sirius," he whispered. "Hello, Remus," Sirius replied, a sad smile crossing his gaunt face. "It's been a long time." "Headmaster," Snape began, his black eyes glittering with triumph, "Black must be apprehended immediately." "The Dementors," "Wait," Lupin interrupted, his gaze fixed on the crystal box in Sirius's hands. "What is that? What's in the box?" "See for yourself," Sirius said, extending the container toward his old friend. "Look carefully, Moony. Who do you recognize?" Lupin approached cautiously, peering at the rat inside. His eyes widened in shock, then narrowed in concentrated fury. "It can't be," he breathed. "Peter. You know this rat, Remus?" Dumbledore asked quietly, his blue eyes taking in the entire scene with remarkable calm. "If it's who I think it is," Lupin said, his voice shaking, "then yes. Peter Pettigrew. We became animagi in school, James, Sirius, and Peter. To accompany me during full moons." "Preposterous," Snape spat. "Pettigrew is dead, murdered by Black. This is clearly some kind of trick. There's a simple way to find out," Dumbledore interrupted, his tone mild but his expression grave. "The animagus reversal spell will reveal the truth. The box is enchanted to prevent transformation, Harry explained. Professor Flitwick's work, I think. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Filius's containment charms are indeed exceptional. However, I believe we can modify the box to allow for forced transformation while still preventing escape. He drew his wand, gesturing for Sirius to place the box on the floor. As the adults gathered around, Harry moved to Ron's side. I'm sorry about all this, he said quietly. But if we're right, your rat has been hiding a dark secret for years. Ron looked shell-shocked. But, 12 years? Scabbers has been sleeping in my bed. He was hiding, Harry explained. From justice, from Voldemort's remaining supporters, from everyone who knew what he'd done. Dumbledore finished his modifications to the crystal box, which now glowed with additional runic symbols. The reversal spell may now be cast, he announced. Remus, perhaps you would do the honors, as one familiar with the particular magic involved. Lupin stepped forward, his wand trained on the box. Revelio Animagus, he intoned, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his face. A flash of blue-white light filled the dormitory. When it faded, the rat was gone. In its place, squeezed awkwardly into the now expanded crystal container, was a short, balding man with grubby skin, small watery eyes, and a pointed nose. His shriek of fear was muffled by the box's walls. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said softly. Alive all these years. Ron staggered backward until he hit his bed, sinking down onto it. I let him sleep in my bed, he repeated, his face ashen. Snape stood frozen, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at the man in the box. McGonagall had pressed a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. I believe, Dumbledore continued, that we have much to discuss. But not here, and not with an audience of students. He turned to the Gryffindor boys, who were watching the scene with expressions ranging from fear to fascination. Gentlemen, you will return to your beds. What you have witnessed tonight is a matter for the Ministry of Magic, and I must ask for your discretion until official statements are made. But Professor, Harry began, reluctant to be excluded now that the truth was emerging. You may accompany us, Harry, Dumbledore conceded. As this matter concerns your family directly. Mr. Weasley as well, given his unwitting involvement. Headmaster, Snape objected, surely you don't intend to bring students into a potential confrontation with two criminals? 2. Sirius growled, his gaunt face flushing with anger. I am not a criminal, Snivellus. The real criminal has been hiding as a pet rat while I rotted in Azkaban for 12 years. Gentlemen, Dumbledore said sharply, this is neither the time nor place. Severus, please go ahead and inform Minister Fudge of these developments. Minerva, secure the tower. The rest of us will proceed to my office with our guest. As they left the dormitory, Pettigrew's container now levitated and controlled by Dumbledore, Harry found himself walking beside Sirius. Despite the man's ragged appearance, wild eyes, and the lingering scent of Azkaban that clung to him, Harry felt an undeniable connection. Thank you, Sirius whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. For believing me when no one else would. You have no idea what that means. I just followed the evidence, Harry replied. And my instincts. Your mother would be proud, Sirius said. She always trusted her instincts about people too. In that moment, surrounded by professors and facing an uncertain future, Harry nonetheless felt a profound sense of rightness. The puzzle pieces had finally aligned, revealing a truth long buried beneath years of deception and assumption. His parents' betrayer would face justice, and his godfather might finally be freed. For the boy of the forest, the beast master who had always trusted his unique perspective on the world, it was validation of the path he'd chosen, one that valued understanding over fear, connection over isolation, and truth over comfortable lies. And as they walked through the moonless night toward Dumbledore's office, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders, not just the burden of Sirius's supposed betrayal, but something deeper. A connection to his human heritage that complemented, rather than competed with, his affinity for magical creatures. In finding Sirius, he had reclaimed a piece of his past. In exposing Pettigrew, he had secured his future. And in trusting his unique abilities, the very gifts some had labeled strange or unnatural, he had proven their true value. Blood and bone, human and creature, past and present, Harry Potter stood at the intersection of worlds, uniquely positioned to bridge gaps others couldn't even see. Chapter 5, The Two Champions. The summer sun filtered through the trees at the edge of the forbidden forest, dappling the grass where Harry Potter sat with his godfather. Sirius Black, now officially exonerated after Peter Pettigrew's dramatic capture and confession, looked remarkably different from the gaunt, haunted man Harry had helped vindicate 3 months earlier. Regular meals and freedom had filled out his hollow cheeks, and the mad gleam in his eyes had been replaced by a lively intelligence. "Your father would have been impressed," Sirius said, watching as a young Thestral cautiously approached Harry, accepting the chunk of raw meat from his outstretched hand. "James was good with magical creatures, but nothing like this." "Was he really?" Harry asked eagerly, always hungry for details about his parents. "He had a particular way with owls," Sirius confirmed. "And during our animagus training, he mastered the transformation faster than Peter or me. Said he could feel the stag inside him, waiting to get out." He smiled at the memory. "But this?" He gestured to where 2 more Thestrals had emerged from the forest, drawn by Harry's presence. "This is different. You don't just communicate with them, you understand them." Harry nodded, feeling the Thestral's curiosity and cautious trust through his creature sense. At 14, his connection to magical beings had only grown stronger, more nuanced. What had begun as an intuitive ability in childhood had developed into something approaching a second language, one without words, based instead on intention, emotion, and mutual respect. "I've been meaning to ask," Harry said, stroking the youngest Thestral's leathery neck, "how do you see them?" "Thestrals, I mean. You need to have seen death." Sirius's face darkened. "Plenty of death in the first war against Voldemort." "Too much." He was quiet for a moment, then added, "Though I suspect you see them for a different reason. Hagrid told me you've always been able to see Thestrals, even as a small child." "My parents," Harry guessed quietly. "I was there when they died, even if I can't remember it properly." The moment was interrupted by a distant call. Hagrid's massive figure was visible near his cabin, waving to them. "Looks like the Ministry delegation has arrived," Sirius said, rising from the grass with fluid grace, a marked improvement from his stiff, awkward movements immediately after his release. "Ready to hear this mysterious announcement?" Harry stood, bidding farewell to the Thestrals with a respectful nod that they returned before melting back into the forest. "As ready as I'll ever be," he replied, though a knot of apprehension had formed in his stomach. Throughout the summer, rumors had swirled about a major event planned at Hogwarts for the coming year. Percy Weasley, newly employed at the Department of International Magical Cooperation, had been insufferably mysterious about it during Harry's visit to the Burrow, dropping hints about international magical collaboration and historic competitions, without providing any actual details. Whatever was coming, Harry sensed it would disrupt the rhythm of Hogwarts life he'd grown to love, especially now that Sirius had taken up residence in a small cottage on the grounds, a temporary arrangement Dumbledore had facilitated while Sirius's legal status was fully resolved, and was helping Hagrid with magical creature management. As they approached the cabin, Harry spotted not only Hagrid but also Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and 2 Ministry officials. The first was Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, whose jovial demeanor and slightly too tight robe suggested a man clinging to his glory days as a professional Quidditch player. The second official made Harry's steps falter. Darius Grimshaw stood rigidly beside Dumbledore, his immaculate robes and precisely combed hair a stark contrast to Hagrid's wild appearance. The Ministry official's thin lips tightened at the sight of Harry and Sirius approaching together. "Ah, Harry, Sirius," Dumbledore greeted them. "Excellent timing. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Grimshaw have come to discuss this year's special event." "Black," Grimshaw acknowledged stiffly, not bothering to disguise his displeasure at the man's presence. Despite Pettigrew's confession and Sirius's formal pardon, many in the ministry remained uncomfortable with his exoneration, viewing it as an embarrassment to the justice system rather than a correction of a terrible mistake. Grimshaw, Sirius returned coolly. New position, I hear. Department for the Regulation of Magical Anomalies, isn't it? Created just for you. The barb hit its mark, Grimshaw's face flushed. The newly established department had been widely viewed as Minister Fudge's attempt to save face after the Sirius Black debacle, a way to address unusual magical phenomena that might otherwise slip through bureaucratic cracks. Gentlemen, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, perhaps we should focus on the matter at hand. Ludo, if you would explain why we've gathered. Right you are, Dumbledore. Bagman said enthusiastically. It's my great pleasure to announce that this year, Hogwarts will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament. Harry exchanged a blank look with Sirius, but Hagrid let out a low whistle of appreciation. The Triwizard Tournament? McGonagall repeated, looking concerned. Albus, you cannot be serious. The danger involved has been thoroughly addressed, Minerva, Dumbledore assured her. The Ministry has implemented numerous safety measures for this revival. It will not be the death-defying spectacle of centuries past. For those of us less familiar with wizarding history, Sirius prompted, what exactly is the Triwizard Tournament? Bagman beamed, clearly delighted to explain. Only the most prestigious magical competition in Europe. A contest between the three largest wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selects a champion to compete in 3 magical tasks. The winner brings eternal glory to their school, not to mention 1,000 galleons in prize money. It hasn't been held for over a century, McGonagall added, because the death toll mounted too high. Death toll? Harry repeated, understanding her concern. The tasks were designed to test magical prowess, courage, and intelligence, Dumbledore explained. But they often involve dangerous creatures and deadly challenges. Hence the new safety measures. Such as? Sirius asked skeptically. For one thing, Grimshaw interjected, finally joining the conversation, only students of age, 17 or older, may enter. The champions will face significant challenges, but nothing life-threatening. And as head of the Department for the Regulation of Magical Anomalies, Bagman added cheerfully, Grimshaw here will be overseeing the magical creature components, ensuring everything is properly controlled. Harry felt a chill at these words, not liking the gleam in Grimshaw's eye as the official regarded him. Ever since the basilisk incident in his second year, Grimshaw had viewed Harry's Beastmaster abilities with growing suspicion. When will the other schools arrive? Hagrid asked, breaking the tension. October, Dumbledore replied. They'll stay through the year, with champions selected at Halloween and the first task shortly after. The Yule Ball will follow at Christmas, the second task in February, and the final task in June. Well, Sirius said, clapping a hand on Harry's shoulder, at least you'll be able to enjoy the spectacle without the pressure of competing. One quiet year at Hogwarts might be a nice change. Harry smiled weakly, but something in Grimshaw's calculating gaze made him doubt that prediction. In his experience, quiet years at Hogwarts simply didn't exist, especially not for the boy who lived. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with more excitement than usual on September 1st as students exchanged Triwizard Tournament theories. The official announcement had been made via OWL to all Hogwarts families in August, creating a storm of anticipation. My cousin at Beauxbatons says they've been training potential champions all summer, Susan Bones told Harry as they secured a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Special classes in advanced magic, creature handling, even underwater breathing techniques. Seems like a lot of pressure, Harry commented, helping her stow her trunk. Eternal glory, Harry, Ernie Macmillan reminded him, squeezing into the compartment with Hannah Abbott. Who wouldn't want that? Someone who's already famous enough, Hannah suggested, nudging Harry playfully. The boy who lived, the Beastmaster of Hogwarts, the Air Hunter, you've got enough titles already. Harry groaned at the nicknames. While the boy who lived had followed him since infancy, the other monikers had emerged during his Hogwarts years. Beastmaster had started after the Hippogriff incident in third year, when his ability to calm Buckbeak had become school legend. Air Hunter was newer, coined by the Daily Prophet after Sirius's exoneration, when Harry's role in exposing Pettigrew had become public knowledge. "I'd happily trade all of them for a normal school year," he said, settling beside the window as the train began to move. "Fat chance of that," Susan replied sympathetically. "Even without the tournament, you'd find some adventure. It's like trouble seeks you out." Harry couldn't disagree. Each year had brought increasingly dangerous situations, the Chamber of Secrets, Sirius's manhunt, the Dementor encounters. Part of him hoped the age restriction would keep him firmly on the sidelines this year. The journey to Hogwarts passed pleasantly, with friends moving between compartments to catch up after the summer. Ron and Hermione stopped by, full of news about the Quidditch World Cup they'd attended with the Weasley family. Even Draco Malfoy made an appearance, though his usual taunts seemed half-hearted, lacking their previous venom. Still hanging with the Beast Boy, Bones, he drawled from the doorway, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. "Better watch out during the tournament. I hear Durmstrang students practice dark arts on magical creatures. They might mistake Potter for one." "Shove off, Malfoy," Susan retorted, but Harry noted the lack of real malice in Draco's voice. Since the Hippogriff incident, their rivalry had shifted subtly, still antagonistic, but tempered by something approaching reluctant respect. As darkness fell and the train approached Hogsmeade Station, conversation returned to the tournament and the visiting schools. "I wonder what they're like," Hannah mused as they changed into their robes. "Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, I mean. Do you think they're very different from Hogwarts?" "Dad says Durmstrang puts a lot more emphasis on combat magic," Susan replied. "And they don't admit Muggleborns. Beauxbatons is supposedly more refined," Ernie added importantly. "Very focused on etiquette and sophisticated magic. Their campus is somewhere in the Pyrenees." Harry listened with interest. Despite growing up in the magical world, his knowledge of international wizarding education was limited. His Hogwarts experience, particularly as a Hufflepuff with unusual abilities, had been shaped by the school's traditional house system and the British approach to magic. The prospect of meeting students with entirely different magical backgrounds was intriguing. When they finally arrived at the castle and settled in the Great Hall for the start-of-term feast, Dumbledore formally announced the Triwizard Tournament to thunderous excitement. The news that only students 17 or older could enter was met with outrage from younger years, particularly the Weasley twins, who would miss the age cutoff by mere months. "The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive in October," Dumbledore explained over the protests. "I expect you all to extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and to give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected." As the feast concluded and the Hufflepuffs made their way to their common room, Harry found himself pulled aside by Professor Sprout, his head of house. "A moment, Potter," she said, her usually cheerful face unusually serious. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to inform you that your unique abilities may be of particular interest to our visitors." "My Beastmaster abilities?" Harry clarified, having grown comfortable using the term himself. "Yes." Sprout nodded, soil-stained hands clasping and unclasping. "The thing is, different magical communities have different approaches to such gifts. Here at Hogwarts, we've encouraged your natural talents. But elsewhere?" She hesitated. "They might see it differently," Harry guessed. "Precisely. Particularly at Durmstrang, where creature mastery has historical associations with certain dark arts practices." She squeezed his shoulder gently. "Just be cautious about demonstrating your abilities too openly once our guests arrive. At least until we gauge their reactions." Harry nodded, though the warning left him unsettled. His connection to magical creatures was so fundamental to his identity that the idea of hiding it felt wrong, like denying part of himself. "One more thing," Sprout added. Mr. Grimshaw will be visiting regularly throughout the tournament, overseeing the creature aspects of the tasks. Given your history with him. I'll be careful, Harry promised. See that you are. Hufflepuff House stands behind you, Potter, but even we can't protect you from the Ministry if Grimshaw finds a reason to intervene. With that concerning thought, Harry joined his housemates in the cozy Hufflepuff common room, where speculation about the tournament continued late into the night. As he finally climbed into his familiar four-poster bed, Harry wondered how a competition he wasn't even eligible to enter could already feel so ominously connected to him. The arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations in late October transformed Hogwarts. The French school arrived in a massive powder-blue carriage pulled by enormous winged horses, magnificent palominos that immediately captured Harry's attention. Abraxans, he whispered to Susan as they stood in the crisp autumn air watching the carriage land. They're incredibly powerful magical horses, bred to carry immense weight. Their wingspan must be 20 feet at least. The Beauxbaton students, led by their headmistress Madame Maxime, a woman who rivaled Hagrid in height, were dressed in fine silk robes and carried themselves with elegant poise. Most shivered in the Scottish chill, looking around the Hogwarts grounds with expressions ranging from curiosity to dismay. Durmstrang's entrance was equally dramatic, their ship rising eerily from the depths of the Great Lake in a surge of displaced water. Their students wore thick furs and moved with military precision, led by their headmaster Igor Karkaroff, a thin man with a silver goatee and cold, calculating eyes. "That's Victor Crumb," Ron hissed excitedly from nearby, pointing to a scowling, duck-footed young man. "The Bulgarian seeker from the World Cup." The visiting students integrated into Hogwarts life with varying degrees of success. The Beauxbatons contingent largely sat with Ravenclaw, while Durmstrang favored the Slytherin table. Classes continued as usual, though professors seemed determined to showcase Hogwarts at its best, leading to more challenging lessons than normal. Harry found himself observing the visitors with interest, particularly their different approaches to magic. The Beauxbaton students excelled at charms and transfiguration, performing complex spellwork with elegant precision. The Durmstrang students, meanwhile, demonstrated a more forceful, combat-oriented style, particularly in defense against the dark arts. It was during one such class, where Professor Moody, the new defense teacher, a grizzled ex-Auror with a magical eye, had invited students to demonstrate their school's defensive specialties, that Harry first encountered Victor Crumb's abilities directly. In Durmstrang, Crumb explained in his thick accent, "We learned to use creatures in defense. Not just repelling them, but commanding them." He opened a small box on Moody's desk, releasing what appeared to be ordinary black beetles into the air. With a word in a language Harry didn't recognize and a complex wand movement, Crumb transformed the beetles. They grew rapidly, their carapaces hardening into shield-like armor, mandibles enlarging to razor sharpness. Within seconds, a swarm of weaponized insects hovered around Crumb, moving in perfect unison as if extensions of his will. "Impressive, isn't it?" Moody growled, his magical eye spinning to observe the class's reactions. Battle entomology, an ancient branch of magic largely abandoned in Britain. The Department for Regulation of Magical Creatures banned its teaching in 1887. Too easy to lose control of the swarm. Harry watched, fascinated and disturbed. He could sense the beetle's natural consciousness suppressed beneath Crumb's magic, not communication or partnership, but domination. The creatures weren't willing participants, they were being used as living weapons, their natural instincts overridden. "Now, who'd like to try defending against Crumb's swarm?" Moody asked. "Potter, perhaps. I hear you have a way with creatures." All eyes turned to Harry. The Durmstrang students looked skeptical, while Crumb himself regarded Harry with open curiosity. "I'm not sure my approach would work here, Professor," Harry said carefully, remembering Professor Sprout's warning. "What Crumb is doing isn't the same as what I do." "Enlighten us," Moody challenged, gesturing him forward. Reluctantly, Harry moved to the front of the classroom. The beetle swarm hovered between him and Crumb, their synchronized movements creating an unsettling humming. I don't command creatures, Harry explained, maintaining distance from the swarm. I communicate with them. Understand them. But these beetles. He reached out with his creature sense, feeling the muted, distorted consciousness of the insects. They can't respond. Your magic is overwhelming their natural instincts. Crumb frowned. This is how creatures are meant to be used. They serve wizard needs. That's one approach, Harry acknowledged. But there are others. To demonstrate, Harry turned toward the window, where a small garden spider was building a web in the corner. Rather than using his wand, he simply extended his awareness, projecting respect and a gentle request. After a moment, the spider paused in its work, then skittered down the wall and onto Harry's outstretched hand. No domination required, Harry said quietly as the spider rested calmly on his palm. Just mutual respect. The classroom had gone completely silent. The Hogwarts students, accustomed to Harry's abilities, looked proud, while the Beauxbatons students appeared impressed. The Durmstrang contingent, however, exchanged dark looks. Parlor tricks, one muttered in accented English. Child's play. Crumb silenced his classmate with a glance, studying Harry with new intensity. You are the one they call Beast Master, he stated rather than asked. We have heard of you. Your methods are unorthodox. Different traditions, Harry replied diplomatically, returning the spider to its web with a silent thanks. Indeed, Moody interjected, his magical eye fixed unervingly on Harry. Different approaches to power, wouldn't you say? Fascinating demonstration, both of you. 5 points to Hufflepuff and, well, I suppose Durmstrang doesn't have points, but well done, Crumb. As the class dispersed, Harry noticed Crumb lingering, his beetle swarm now returned to normal size and contained in their box. Your abilities, the Bulgarian said abruptly when Harry passed. They are natural. Not learned. Bit of both, Harry replied cautiously. I've always had a connection to magical creatures, but I've worked to understand and develop it. Crumb nodded thoughtfully. In my country, such gifts are rare. Those who have them are either highly valued or... He hesitated. Or what? Closely watched, Crumb finished. Power over beasts can become power over men, some believe. Before Harry could respond, Crumb continued, the tournament will involve creatures. This is tradition. If you were old enough to enter, your abilities would give advantage. Well, fortunately that's not an issue, Harry said with a small smile. The age restriction keeps me safely on the sidelines this year. Crumb's dark eyes studied him intently. Perhaps, he said finally. But magic has its own plans sometimes, no? With a short nod, he rejoined his Durmstrang classmates, leaving Harry with an unsettled feeling. That evening, Harry shared the encounter with Susan, Hannah, and Ernie in the Hufflepuff common room. I don't like how he was looking at you, Susan said, frowning. Like you were some kind of curiosity. Or threat, Ernie suggested. If creatures are involved in the tournament tasks, and Crumb plans to use that battle entomology stuff, having someone who can communicate with the creatures directly might be seen as competition. But Harry can't compete, Hannah pointed out. He's too young. Thank Merlin for that, Harry sighed, sinking deeper into the comfortable yellow armchair. I've had enough excitement for several lifetimes already. Little did he know that the Triwizard Tournament had other plans for him. The Halloween feast brought the moment everyone had been waiting for, the selection of the champions. The Goblet of Fire, a roughly hewn wooden cup filled with dancing blue-white flames, stood ready to make its choices from among the eligible students who had submitted their names. The great hall fell silent as Dumbledore approached the goblet, which suddenly flared red, shooting out a charred piece of parchment. The champion for Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced, will be Victor Crumb. Applause thundered through the hall as Crumb rose from the Slytherin table, his expression unchanging as he disappeared through a door behind the staff table. A second piece of parchment shot from the goblet's again red flames. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. A graceful girl with silvery blonde hair stood from the Ravenclaw table, her movements fluid and elegant as she followed Crumb's path. The hall grew tense with anticipation as the goblet flared a third time. "The Hogwarts champion," Dumbledore called, "is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers and stomping feet. Cedric, a handsome seventh-year and Quidditch captain, grinned broadly as his housemates pounded him on the back. Harry joined in the celebration, genuinely pleased for his housemate. "Excellent!" Dumbledore called as the tumult died down. "We now have our 3 champions. But in the end, only one will go down in history as the Triwizard Champion. Only one will hoist this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory." But Dumbledore stopped speaking, his attention caught by the goblet, which had unexpectedly turned red once more. Another piece of parchment shot out of it, which Dumbledore automatically caught. For a long moment, he stared at the name written upon it. Then he cleared his throat and read, "Harry Potter." The great hall fell into stunned silence. At the Hufflepuff table, Harry sat frozen, certain he had misheard. Then the whispers began, swelling rapidly into an angry buzz. "I didn't put my name in," he said numbly to Susan beside him. "You know I didn't." "Of course you didn't," she whispered back, her face pale. "You couldn't have crossed the age line." "Harry Potter." Dumbledore called again. "Harry. Up here, if you please." On wooden legs, Harry stood. The journey to the staff table felt interminable, every eye in the hall tracking his progress. Professor Sprout looked devastated, Professor McGonagall alarmed, and Hagrid utterly bewildered. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable as he pointed Harry toward the door the other champions had used. The small room beyond contained the 3 legitimate champions, who looked up in confusion as Harry entered. "What is it?" Fleur asked. "Do they want us back in the hall?" Before Harry could explain, the door burst open again, admitting Dumbledore, Mr. Crouch, Ludo Bagman, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professors McGonagall and Snape, and, to Harry's dismay, Darius Grimshaw. "Extraordinary!" Bagman muttered, gripping Harry's arm. "Absolutely extraordinary. Gentlemen, lady," he added, approaching the other champions. "May I introduce, incredible though it may seem, the 4th Triwizard Champion?" "Impossible!" Madame Maxime declared. "He is too young." "This is outrageous, Dumbledore." Karkaroff spat. "2 Hogwarts champions. And one with unique abilities that provide unfair advantage." Grimshaw stepped forward, his thin face alight with vindictive pleasure. "I warned you, Dumbledore. I said the Potter boys' anomalous magic would cause problems." "Harry," Dumbledore said calmly, ignoring the others. "Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" "No," Harry answered firmly. "Did you ask an older student to do it for you?" "No." "You expect us to believe that?" Karkaroff scoffed. "We must follow the rules," Crouch interrupted, his voice flat and expressionless. "The Goblet of Fire constitutes a binding magical contract. Potter has no choice. As of tonight, he is a Triwizard Champion." The argument continued, but the outcome was inevitable. Harry would have to compete, regardless of how his name had been entered. By the time he was finally dismissed, his mind was reeling with implications. The Hufflepuff common room was divided when he returned. Many students, including most of his yearmates, greeted him with supportive concern, believing his protests of innocence. Others, however, particularly those closest to Cedric, regarded him with cold disappointment, convinced he had somehow cheated to steal Hufflepuff's moment of glory. "They'll come around," Susan assured him as they sat by the fire, long after most had gone to bed. "Once they think it through logically, they'll realize you couldn't have done it." "Will they?" Harry wondered, staring into the flames. "People believe what's easiest to accept. And right now, that's that the famous Harry Potter wanted more attention." Susan reached out, covering his hand with hers. Not everyone thinks that way, Harry. Your real friends know better. Her touch was warm and reassuring, grounding him amidst the chaos of the evening. Harry looked up, meeting her steady gaze, and felt a flutter of something new, a awareness of Susan not just as his friend and housemate, but as someone whose opinion truly mattered to him. "Thanks," he said quietly. "That means more than you know." The moment was interrupted by Professor Sprout entering the common room, her normally cheerful face grave. "Potter," she said, "a word, please." Harry followed her to a private corner, bracing for disappointment from his head of house. "I want you to know," Sprout said without preamble, "that I believe you did not enter yourself in this tournament." Relief flooded through Harry. "Thank you, Professor. However," she continued, "that makes the situation more concerning. Someone else entered your name, and that someone wants you in this tournament for reasons that cannot be benign." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "The question is, what do I do now?" "You compete," Sprout said simply. "You have no choice. But you do so carefully, vigilantly, and using every resource available to you." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Including your unique gifts, Potter. They entered the Beast Master in this tournament, perhaps they'll regret it." Harry nodded, heartened by her support. "I'll do my best not to let Hufflepuff down." "Hufflepuff has 2 champions," Sprout declared firmly. "And we stand behind both of you. Now get some sleep. You'll need your strength in the days ahead." As Harry finally lay in his 4-poster bed that night, listening to the steady breathing of his dorm mates, his thoughts raced. Someone had deliberately put his name in the goblet of fire, someone who wanted him in the tournament badly enough to confound a powerful magical object. But why? To embarrass him? To put him in danger? Or for some purpose he couldn't yet fathom? Whatever the reason, Harry knew one thing for certain: the peaceful year he'd hoped for had, once again, slipped beyond his reach. The weeks following the champion selection were among the most difficult Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. Much of the school had turned against him, believing he had cheated his way into the tournament. Even Ron Weasley, normally one of his closest friends, had grown distant, apparently convinced Harry had found yet another way to seek the spotlight. Only a few people stood firmly in his corner: Susan, Hannah, and Ernie from Hufflepuff, Hermione, who logically pointed out the impossibility of him crossing Dumbledore's age line, Hagrid and Sirius, who were both more concerned about the danger than the circumstances, and, somewhat surprisingly, Cedric Diggory himself. "I know you didn't enter yourself," Cedric told Harry privately after a particularly unpleasant transfiguration lesson where several students had worn badges proclaiming, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." "You do?" Harry asked, surprised by the older boy's certainty. Cedric nodded. "You're a Hufflepuff, Harry. Loyalty matters to you. You wouldn't undermine our house's moment like that." He smiled slightly. "Besides, I've seen how you handle attention. You hate it. No way you'd sign up for more." This vote of confidence from the legitimate Hogwarts champion meant more than Harry could express. "Thanks, Cedric. That means a lot." "Don't thank me yet," Cedric replied, his expression growing serious. "I still plan to win. But I'd rather beat you fair and square than have you handicapped by all this nonsense." The first task loomed closer with no indication of what it might entail, until Hagrid secretly showed Harry what was coming: dragons. 4 enormous, fire-breathing dragons, one for each champion to face. "Dragons?" Susan repeated, aghast, when Harry told her in the deserted common room late that night. "They're expecting 14-year-olds to face dragons." "Not 14-year-olds, Harry corrected. 17-year-old champions, and me. This is insane," she declared, pacing the circular room. "Even with your creature abilities, dragons are class XXXXX. The most dangerous classification." "I know," Harry said quietly. "But I might have an advantage others don't. If I can communicate with them somehow." Susan stopped pacing, her expression thoughtful. That's true. You don't need to overpower a dragon if you can understand it. She sat beside him on the cozy sofa. What's your approach? For the next hour, they strategized. Unlike the other champions, who would likely rely on spells to distract or subdue their dragons, Harry would attempt something more aligned with his abilities, communication and respect rather than domination. I need to warn Cedric, Harry decided finally. It's only fair. Fleur and Crumb probably already know, their headmasters were there when Hagrid showed me. Susan nodded approvingly. That's very Hufflepuff of you. Her expression softened. You're going to be okay, Harry. If anyone can connect with a dragon, it's you. There was something in her voice, a warmth, a confidence, that made Harry's heart beat faster. In the firelight, Susan's blonde hair had golden highlights, and her steady gaze held genuine concern that went beyond friendship. Thanks for believing in me, he said. Not just about the tournament, but everything. My abilities, my intentions. It matters. Of course I believe in you, she replied simply. I always have. Then, with a boldness that surprised them both, she leaned forward and kissed his cheek. For luck, she explained, blushing as she pulled back. Harry felt the spot where her lips had touched his skin tingle pleasantly. Before he could respond, however, the common room door opened, admitting a group of fifth years returning from the library. The moment broken, they turned their attention back to tournament preparation, though something had shifted between them, something new and tentative and full of possibility. The following days passed in a blur of research and preparation. Harry spent hours in the library studying dragons, focusing not on combat tactics but on dragon behavior, communication patterns, and social hierarchies. He visited Sirius's cottage daily, focusing his creature sense at greater distances and through more resistance. Dragons are ancient magical beings, Sirius reminded him. Their consciousness is complex, layered with millennia of instinct and memory. You'll need to project more than just emotion to connect with them. What do you mean? Harry asked, concentrating on a bowtruckle perched on a distant tree, trying to sense its mood without direct contact. Intention, Sirius explained. Pure, clear intention. Dragons respond to strength of will, not just friendly overtures. You need to project respect but also confidence. Uncertainty will be interpreted as weakness. The morning of the first task dawned clear and cold. Harry awoke early, his stomach knotted with anticipation. When he entered the common room, he found it already occupied, not just by Susan, but by most of Hufflepuff House. They stood in silence as he appeared, then Ernie stepped forward. We know you didn't put your name in, he said firmly. And whether you meant to be in this tournament or not, you're a Hufflepuff. He gestured to the assembled students. So we're behind you. All of us. One by one, they approached Harry, offering words of encouragement, good luck charms, and expressions of solidarity. Cedric joined them, extending his hand to Harry. May the best Hufflepuff win, he said with a grin. By the time Harry walked to the champion's tent, wearing yellow and black like Cedric rather than simply Hogwarts robes, his spirits had lifted considerably. He might be facing a dragon, but he was doing so with his house's support. Inside the tent, Fleur looked pale and clammy, Crumb more surly than usual, and Cedric was pacing nervously. Bagman explained the task, to collect a golden egg guarded by a dragon, and had them draw miniature models of the dragons they would face. Harry's hand closed around the Hungarian horntail, reputedly the most vicious of the four. As the other champions took their turns, Harry closed his eyes, centering himself. He recalled every lesson he'd learned in the forest, every creature connection he'd formed, every moment of mutual understanding he'd achieved with beings others feared. This would be his greatest test, not just of his magical ability, but of the philosophy that had guided him since childhood, that fear and domination were poor substitutes for respect and communication. When his name was called, Harry walked into the arena with steady steps. The crowd's roar faded to a distant buzz as he focused on the massive black dragon crouched over her clutch of eggs, the golden egg gleaming conspicuously among them. The Hungarian horntail watched him with slitted yellow eyes, smoke curling from her nostrils, her spiked tail lashing dangerously. Harry raised his wand, not to cast a spell but as a gesture of acknowledgement. Then, focusing his creature sense more intensely than ever before, he projected his intention, respect for her strength, recognition of her protective instinct, and a humble request to approach. The dragon's response was immediate and fierce, a wall of suspicion and territorial rage that nearly staggered him with its force. She had encountered wizards before and expected nothing but trickery and subjugation. Harry stood his ground, maintaining eye contact. Slowly, deliberately, he lowered his wand and bowed, not the quick nod one might give a hippogriff, but a deep, formal gesture that left him momentarily vulnerable. As he straightened, he continued projecting, "I am not your enemy. I honor your strength. I seek only the false egg that does not belong in your clutch." The crowd had fallen silent, watching in disbelief as Harry Potter, the youngest champion, stood seemingly defenseless before the most dangerous dragon. Even the judges leaned forward in their seats, tension visible in their postures. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, almost imperceptibly, the dragon's posture shifted. Her tail stilled, and her head tilted slightly, reassessing this unusual human who neither attacked nor fled. Through his creature sense, Harry felt her consciousness, ancient, powerful, and far more complex than any being he'd connected with before. Beneath her suspicion lay curiosity and a primal intelligence that recognized his unusual approach. Harry took a careful step forward, then another. The dragon's eyes tracked his movement, but she made no aggressive gesture. Encouraged, he continued his slow advance, maintaining the mental connection. With each step, he reinforced his intentions: no threat to her real eggs, no challenge to her territory, only retrieval of the foreign object in her clutch. When he was within 30 feet of the nest, the dragon rose slightly, a warning growl rumbling in her massive chest. Harry immediately stopped, acknowledging her boundary. Then, drawing on every ounce of his concentration, he focused specifically on the golden egg, projecting the wrongness of it, its metallic composition, its lack of life force, its difference from her true offspring. To everyone's astonishment, the horntail shifted position, using her snout to nudge the golden egg slightly away from her clutch. It wasn't permission exactly, but recognition that this strange object was indeed not one of hers. Harry resumed his careful approach. When he was 15 feet from the nest, close enough to feel the heat radiating from the dragon's body, he bowed again, deeper this time, and waited. The dragon regarded him for what felt like an eternity, then dipped her head in the barest acknowledgement. Moving with deliberate slowness, Harry approached the nest, his focus never wavering from the mental connection. He reached for the golden egg, feeling the dragon's watchfulness intensify. As his fingers closed around the metal surface, he projected once more, gratitude, respect, and a promise of departure. Egg secured, Harry backed away with the same careful dignity, maintaining eye contact until he reached a safe distance. Only then did he turn and walk toward the exit, the golden egg clutched against his chest. The silence that had gripped the arena shattered. Thunderous applause erupted, punctuated by gasps and excited chatter. Harry caught snippets as he passed. "Did you see that? Not a single spell. He just talked to it somehow. The Beast Master indeed." Outside the arena, Harry was immediately surrounded by his fellow Hufflepuffs, all talking at once. Susan pushed through the crowd, her face flushed with emotion, and threw her arms around him. "That was incredible," she breathed against his ear. "You were incredible." Before Harry could respond, Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice announced his score, 47 out of 50, the highest of all the champions. Only Karkaroff had scored him lower than a 9, giving a reluctant 6 that was met with boos from the crowd. "You're in first place," Ernie exclaimed, pounding Harry on the back. "Ahead of Crumb and everything." But Harry's celebration was cut short by the arrival of Darius Grimshaw, his thin face tight with barely suppressed emotion. "Impressive performance, Potter," he said coldly. "Most impressive indeed. The Department for the Regulation of Magical Anomalies will be quite interested in analyzing it." "I just did what came naturally," Harry replied, suddenly wary. "Yes," Grimshaw agreed, his eyes narrowing. "That's precisely what concerns us. No fourth-year student should be able to calm a nesting Hungarian horntail without a single spell. Your natural abilities continue to develop in concerning ways." "Concerning to whom?" Susan challenged, stepping protectively closer to Harry. "To those responsible for magical security," Grimshaw replied smoothly. "Abilities that cannot be properly classified represent potential risks. Or potential breakthroughs," came a new voice. Albus Dumbledore had approached unnoticed. "Your department's mandate is to study magical anomalies, Darius, not suppress them." And Harry's approach today was both innovative and commendably humane. Grimshaw's lips thinned, but he offered no further comment, merely inclining his head stiffly before departing. "Don't let him dampen your achievement, Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. "What you demonstrated today was magic in one of its purest forms, understanding rather than dominance. It's a philosophy many in the wizarding world would benefit from considering more deeply." As Dumbledore moved on to congratulate the other champions, Harry found himself surrounded once more by friends and supporters. The golden egg, which apparently contained a clue for the second task, was momentarily forgotten in the excitement of his unexpected success. Yet even as he celebrated, Harry couldn't shake Grimshaw's words. His abilities were developing, becoming stronger and more precise. The connection he'd established with the dragon had been deeper than anything he'd experienced before, not just sensing emotions or projecting simple intentions, but a true exchange of complex concepts. What would happen as his powers continued to grow? And who else might take an interest in the Beast Master's unusual talents? The weeks following the first task brought Harry a welcome respite from hostility. His performance had convinced most skeptics that he hadn't entered himself in the tournament. No 14-year-old could have handled a dragon so masterfully without prior knowledge and preparation. Even Ron had approached with a shamefaced apology, which Harry had accepted with relief. December arrived with a swirl of snow and the announcement of the Yule Ball, a traditional Triwizard Tournament event where the champions would open the dancing with their partners. This created an entirely new kind of anxiety for Harry. "You should ask Susan," Hannah advised him matter-of-factly during a study session in the Hufflepuff common room. "She's been waiting for you to notice her for ages." "What?" Harry looked up from the golden egg he'd been puzzling over. "Susan. Really?" Hannah rolled her eyes. "Boys are so oblivious." "Yes, really. Why do you think she spends hours helping you with tournament research? Or sits next to you at every meal? Or defended you when half the school thought you were a glory-seeking cheat?" "Because she's my friend," Harry said, though even as the words left his mouth, he realized they weren't quite adequate to describe the warmth he felt whenever Susan was near, or the way her smile seemed to brighten even his darkest days. "Well, yes," Hannah agreed patiently. "But she'd like to be more than that. And based on how you look at her when you think no one's watching, I'd say the feeling's mutual." Harry felt his face heat up. "Is it that obvious?" "Only to everyone except you two," Hannah replied with a grin. "So, are you going to ask her or not?" The opportunity came the following evening. Harry and Susan were in the library, researching the mysterious wailing sound the golden egg produced when opened. They discovered it needed to be heard underwater, revealing a clue about the second task. Something precious would be taken from each champion and hidden in the lake, guarded by mere people. "So I'll need to find a way to breathe underwater for an hour," Harry concluded, closing the heavy tome on magical aquatic beings they'd been consulting. "There are a few possibilities," Susan said, making notes on a piece of parchment. "Gillyweed would be simplest, but it's rare and expensive. The bubblehead charm is another option, but it's NEWT level magic." Harry nodded, only half listening. Hannah's words from the previous day kept replaying in his mind, making him acutely aware of how close Susan was sitting, the way her blonde hair fell forward when she bent over her notes, the determined set of her mouth as she worked out problems. "Susan," he said suddenly, his heart pounding. "Would you go to the Yule Ball with me?" She looked up, her quill freezing mid-sentence. "What?" "The Yule Ball," Harry repeated, his mouth dry. "Would you go with me?" "As my date, not just as friends." A smile bloomed across her face, lighting her eyes. "Yes," she said simply. "I'd like that very much." Relief and happiness flooded through Harry. "Great," he said, grinning. "That's great." Susan laughed softly. "Very articulate, beast master." "I'm better with dragons than dancing," Harry admitted ruefully. "Fair warning." "I'll take my chances," she replied, her eyes twinkling. Then, with newfound boldness, she leaned forward and kissed him briefly on the lips, a quick, sweet gesture that nevertheless left Harry momentarily speechless. "Now," she said, returning to her notes as if nothing extraordinary had happened, though her cheeks were pink, about that underwater breathing problem. The Yule Ball itself was a magical evening. The great hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland, with ice sculptures that never melted, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling but disappearing before it reached the dancers, and thousands of fairy lights twinkling from rosebushes conjured for the occasion. Susan looked stunning in robes of deep bronze that complemented her fair coloring and brought out golden highlights in her hair. Harry, wearing new dress robes of bottle green, a gift from Sirius, felt a surge of pride as they entered the hall together. The champions and their partners opened the ball with a formal dance. Harry, who had been practicing diligently with guidance from Professor Sprout, managed to lead Susan around the floor without stepping on her toes or making any major mistakes. As other couples joined them, the formality of the occasion gradually relaxed into genuine celebration. "You clean up well, Potter," a familiar drawling voice commented as Harry and Susan took a break near the punch bowl. Draco Malfoy stood nearby with his date, Pansy Parkinson. Though his words held their customary sneer, there was something almost conversational in his tone. "Thanks," Harry replied cautiously. "You too." An awkward silence fell, broken by Susan. "The decorations are lovely, aren't they? The ice sculptures especially." "They're enchanted to last through spring," Pansy said unexpectedly. "My father's company provided them. They use the same charm work as the ones at the Ministry's Midsummer Gala." The stilted small talk continued for another minute before Draco and Pansy moved on, leaving Harry bemused by the almost normal interaction. "That was strange," he commented to Susan. "Almost like a civil conversation." "People change," she replied thoughtfully. "Maybe facing a dragon and coming out on top earned you some grudging respect." The evening progressed pleasantly, with good food, excellent music, provided by the popular wizarding band the Weird Sisters, and the joy of being surrounded by friends in a rare moment of carefree celebration. Harry danced with Hermione, who had surprised everyone by attending with Victor Crumb, exchanged friendly words with Cedric and his date Cho Chang, and even managed a formal bow to Fleur Delacour when they passed on the dance floor. As midnight approached, Harry and Susan slipped outside for a breath of fresh air. The rose garden had been enchanted for the occasion, with winding paths, secluded benches, and the same fairy lights that decorated the hall. They found a quiet spot beneath a flowering archway, the winter cold kept at bay by warming charms. "Having fun?" Harry asked, suddenly shy again now that they were alone. "The best," Susan replied, her eyes reflecting the fairy lights. "Though I'm still getting used to dating a champion. All those girls watching you during dinner." "I didn't notice any other girls," Harry said honestly. "Just you." Susan smiled, ducking her head slightly. "Smooth, Potter. Who knew you had it in you?" "Must be all that dragon taming," he joked. "Builds confidence." They lapsed into comfortable silence, sitting close enough that their shoulders touched. Finally, Susan spoke again, her voice softer. "I was so scared, you know." During the first task. Everyone was talking about your amazing connection with the dragon, but all I could think was that if something went wrong, if she decided to attack. She trailed off, her hand finding his. I can't bear the thought of losing you, Harry. The simple admission touched Harry deeply. In his life of extraordinary dangers and responsibilities, genuine concern for him, not as the boy who lived for the beast master, but just as Harry, remained precious. I'm not going anywhere, he promised, squeezing her hand. 2 more tasks, then this tournament is over. And hopefully next year will be peacefully boring. I'll believe that when I see it, she said with a small laugh. Trouble finds you, Harry Potter. At least it found me good company along the way, he replied, gathering his courage to lean closer. Their second kiss was longer than the first, sweet and tentative and full of unspoken emotion. When they finally returned to the ball, hand in hand, Harry felt a lightness he hadn't experienced in months. The tournament, Grimshaw, the mystery of who had entered him, all receded temporarily in the face of this new, fragile happiness. Of course, the respite couldn't last. The second task loomed in February, bringing with it new challenges and dangers. But for one enchanted evening, Harry was just a boy at a dance with the girl he was rapidly falling for, and that, in itself, was its own kind of magic. February arrived with biting winds and increasing pressure as the second task approached. Harry's research into underwater breathing methods had narrowed to 2 options, the bubblehead charm, which he practiced diligently but couldn't quite perfect, and gillyweed, which Neville Longbottom had suggested based on his extensive herbology knowledge. The effects last almost exactly 1 hour, Neville explained, showing Harry a passage in Magical Mediterranean Water Plants and Their Properties. It gives you gills, webbed hands and feet, everything you need to navigate underwater. Sounds perfect, Harry agreed. But where would I get it? It's not in the student supply cupboard. Professor Sprout has some in her private greenhouse, Neville admitted. For advanced herbology students. I could ask her for some. For research purposes. Harry smiled at his friend's nervous offer. Neville had become a surprising ally in recent months, his confidence growing after Harry had recognized and praised his herbology expertise. Thanks, Neville, but I'll ask her directly. No need for you to bend the truth. Professor Sprout, upon hearing Harry's request, not only provided the gillyweed but offered additional advice about its properties. The transformation can be disorienting at first, she warned. And be careful of the Mere people, they're territorial by nature, though Dumbledore has negotiated safe passage for the champions. The morning of the second task dawned cold and foggy. As Harry prepared to leave the dormitory, Professor Sprout arrived with troubling news. Susan Bones is missing, she informed him gravely. She didn't return to the dormitory last night. A chill that had nothing to do with the February weather ran down Harry's spine. Missing? But where? He stopped as understanding dawned. The thing that will be taken from each champion. It's not a thing at all, is it? It's a person. I'm afraid so, Sprout confirmed. Miss Bones for you, Miss Chong for Diggory, and so on. They're perfectly safe, she added quickly, seeing Harry's expression. Under an enchanted sleep in the Merpeople's village. But you must still complete the task within the time limit. Harry nodded grimly. What had seemed like an interesting magical challenge had suddenly become deeply personal. The thought of Susan suspended in the cold, dark lake, even with magical protections, made his stomach clench with anxiety. At the lake's edge, the other champions were already preparing. Cedric paced nervously, while Fleur stood rigidly beside Madame Maxime, her beautiful face drawn with worry. Crumb performed stretching exercises at the water's edge, his expression focused and determined. As the task began, Harry waded into the freezing lake, stuffed the gillyweed into his mouth, and chewed rapidly. For a terrible moment, nothing happened, then came an excruciating sensation of suffocation. Gasping, he plunged his head underwater and felt blessed relief as gills opened on his neck and his hands and feet webbed. The transformation complete, he dove deeper into the lake. The underwater world was eerily beautiful, shafts of green-tinged sunlight penetrating the depths, forests of swaying weeds, darting fish that scattered at his approach. Harry swam powerfully through this alien landscape, using his newly webbed extremities with increasing confidence. A cluster of grindylows emerged from the weed bed, their long fingers grasping, but Harry remembered his defense against the dark arts lessons. He projected calm authority through his creature sense while simultaneously casting a revulsion jinx, driving them back into the weeds. As he ventured deeper, the water grew darker and colder. Here, Harry's beast master abilities proved invaluable. While his human vision struggled in the gloom, his creature sense extended like sonar, allowing him to detect the presence of various lake denizens and, eventually, to locate the general direction of the merpeople's village. The underwater settlement appeared through the murky water, stone dwellings encrusted with algae, curious merpeople watching from doorways, their powerful silver tails propelling them as they tracked his progress. At the village center stood a large statue of a merperson, and tied to its tail were 4 figures. Harry recognized them immediately: Susan, Cho Chang, Hermione, and a small blonde girl who resembled Fleur, presumably her sister. They appeared to be in a deep sleep, bubbles occasionally rising from their mouths, their hair floating eerily around their pale faces. Swimming closer, Harry examined the restraints, thick ropes of weed binding each hostage to the statue. He reached Susan first, relief washing through him at finding her safe, if unconscious. Drawing his wand, he cast a careful severing charm on the weeds holding her. As Susan floated free, Harry looked around for the other champions. Cedric appeared from the gloom, his head encased in a large bubble of air, the bubblehead charm performed successfully. He gestured at his watch, then at Cho, clearly warning about the time limit. After freeing his own hostage, Cedric gave Harry a thumbs up and began swimming upward. Crumb arrived next, partially transformed into a shark, an incomplete human transfiguration that gave him a shark's head but left his body human. He seized Hermione and departed without acknowledgement. Minutes passed, and Fleur did not appear. The small blonde girl remained tied to the statue, floating helplessly. Harry couldn't bear the thought of leaving her, regardless of the tournament rules. When he attempted to free her, however, several merpeople surged forward, tridents raised. "Only take your own hostage," one said in a harsh, croaking voice that Harry could somehow understand underwater. "Leave the others." "But she'll be left alone," Harry protested. "Her champion isn't coming." The merpeople shook their heads, unmoved. "Those are the rules. The task is to recover your own." Harry hesitated, torn between tournament protocol and his innate refusal to leave anyone in danger. Decision made, he pointed his wand at the merpeople. "I'm taking her too." The standoff might have escalated, but at that moment, Fleur's sister stirred slightly, the enchantment was beginning to wear off. The merpeople, seeing this, exchanged concerned looks. The rules hadn't accounted for hostages awakening underwater. Harry seized the opportunity, reaching out with his creature sense to the merpeople. Unlike the dragon, whose consciousness had been alien and ancient, the merpeople's minds felt more familiar, intelligent, social beings with complex culture and emotions. He projected understanding of their duty to uphold the tournament rules, but also concern for an innocent child who might suffer. After a tense moment, the lead merperson nodded reluctantly. "Take her. But hurry, the enchantment fades." With a grateful nod, Harry cut Fleur's sister free, then began the difficult task of propelling both unconscious hostages toward the surface. Their combined weight made progress slow, and Harry could feel the gillyweed's effect starting to diminish as the hour neared its end. His gills were shrinking, his webbed extremities returning to normal. With a final desperate surge, Harry pushed Susan and the little girl above him, ensuring they would reach the surface even if he couldn't. As they broke the water, the enchantment ended completely, both hostages awakening with startled gasps as air filled their lungs. Harry's own transformation reversed entirely just as he reached the surface, leaving him gasping and choking in the freezing water. Hands reached down, pulling all three of them onto the platform where the judges waited. Fleur immediately embraced her sister, tears streaming down her face. "You saved her," she cried, turning to Harry. "Even though she was not your hostage." Susan, wrapped in a thick towel, moved to Harry's side, shivering but smiling. "Of course he did," she said proudly. "That's who he is." The judges conferred briefly before announcing the scores. Despite finishing after Cedric and Crumb, Harry's moral fiber and refusing to abandon Fleur's sister earned him high marks, tying him for first place with Cedric. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers, delighted to have both their champions in the lead. As they made their way back to the castle, Susan held tight to Harry's hand. "You know," she said conversationally, "when I agreed to be your girlfriend, I didn't realize it would involve being kidnapped by mere people." "Sorry about that," Harry replied with a tired smile. "Dating the Beast Master comes with occupational hazards." "Worth it," she declared, leaning her head against his shoulder. "Though I wouldn't object to a nice, normal date next Hogsmeade weekend. One that doesn't involve any magical creatures or life-threatening situations." "I'll see what I can arrange," Harry promised, though in truth, his mind was already turning to the final task and what new dangers it might bring. His concerns intensified the following day when Grimshaw appeared during Care of Magical Creatures class, observing from a distance as Hagrid taught them about fire crabs. The ministry official made no attempt to hide his scrutiny of Harry, taking notes as the class progressed. "What's his problem?" Ron muttered, noticing Harry's discomfort. "Me," Harry replied quietly. "Or more specifically, what I can do." "He's been watching you since the first task," Hermione observed. "The way you handled that dragon seems to have really concerned him." "And now I've apparently communicated with mere people too," Harry said. "Something most wizards can't do without mastering Mermish." After class, Grimshaw approached as the other students dispersed. "Impressive performance yesterday, Potter," he said, his thin smile not reaching his eyes. "Two magical species in as many tasks, dragons and mere people. One might wonder what you'll connect with next." "I'm just trying to complete the tournament safely," Harry replied neutrally. "Of course," Grimshaw agreed. "But my department has been tracking your developments. From bowtruckles and thestrals in your early years to basilisks and dragons now. Your influence over magical creatures increases exponentially with each encounter." "Not influence," Harry corrected firmly. "Connection. Understanding." A semantic distinction without practical difference, Grimshaw dismissed. "The point remains, your abilities fall outside standard magical classification. After the tournament concludes, the Ministry will require a formal assessment of your capabilities." Harry stared at him. "An assessment? What does that mean exactly?" "Controlled testing in Ministry facilities," Grimshaw explained. "To document the extent and nature of your abilities. For security purposes." "You mean to see if I'm dangerous," Harry translated. Grimshaw's smile tightened. "To see if your abilities present any concerns that require monitoring. Minister Fudge himself has expressed interest in the case." Before Harry could respond, a deep voice interrupted. "I believe any such assessment would require guardian consent, Grimshaw." Sirius Black approached from the direction of his cottage, his handsome face set in cold lines. "And as Harry's godfather and legal guardian, I can assure you that consent will not be forthcoming." "Black," Grimshaw acknowledged, his distaste evident. "Your legal status remains complicated. The guardianship issue has yet to be fully resolved by the Wisengamot." "Nonetheless," Sirius replied smoothly, "any attempt to subject my godson to ministry testing will be met with the full resources of the Black family legal team, and I imagine Dumbledore might have something to say about it as well." The two men stared at each other, neither willing to concede. Finally, Grimshaw inclined his head stiffly. "We'll revisit the matter after the tournament. Good day, Potter." Black. With a final assessing look at Harry, he departed toward the castle. "Charming fellow," Sirius commented dryly when Grimshaw was out of earshot. Has he been bothering you all year? On and off, Harry confirmed. But he's getting more persistent. The dragon incident really set him off, and now the mere people. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. Your abilities are becoming more visible, more undeniable. And the Ministry hates what it can't categorize. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Listen, Harry, after the tournament, we might need to consider options. Places where your gifts would be viewed as assets rather than anomalies. You mean leave Hogwarts? Harry asked, alarmed. No, not necessarily, Sirius assured him. But perhaps arrange some specialized training, connections with international experts in beast communication. Contacts who could offer protection from Ministry interference if needed. The implication that Harry might need protection from his own government was troubling, but not entirely surprising. His experiences over the past 4 years had taught him that the wizarding world, for all its wonders, often feared what it didn't understand, whether that was Parseltongue, connections to creatures, or other magical anomalies. Let's get through the tournament first, Harry suggested. Then worry about Grimshaw and the Ministry. Sirius nodded, though concern lingered in his eyes. One thing at a time. But stay vigilant, Harry. Someone put your name in that goblet for a reason, and we still don't know what it is. The months leading to the final task passed in a blur of classes, tournament preparation, and increasingly frequent reports of strange occurrences in the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet carried stories of Ministry official Bertha Jorkins, missing for nearly a year now, of increased dark mark sightings, of unexplained disappearances reminiscent of the First War against Voldemort. Harry might have paid these reports more attention if not for the immediate pressures of his life, preparing for the final task, a maze filled with magical obstacles, maintaining his grades despite tournament distractions, and navigating his new relationship with Susan, which had blossomed into something that made even the darkest days brighter. 1 week before the final task, Harry was summoned to Moody's office to discuss strategy. The Exorer had taken a particular interest in Harry's progress, offering advice and additional training beyond regular defense classes. The maze will be different from the other tasks, Moody growled as Harry sat across from his cluttered desk. No audience watching, no one to help if you get in trouble. Just you against whatever Hagrid's cooking up to put in there. Any hints about what creatures to expect? Harry asked hopefully. Nothing specific, Moody replied, his magical eyes swiveling restlessly. But your beast master abilities should give you an edge. The trick will be getting to the center of the maze first. The cup's a portkey that'll bring the winner back to the entrance. A portkey? Harry repeated, unfamiliar with the term. Enchanted object that transports you from one place to another when you touch it, Moody explained. Common enough magical transportation, though regulated by the Ministry. He leaned forward, his scarred face intense. Listen, Potter, there's something else. Something not right about this tournament. Harry's attention sharpened. What do you mean? Your name in the goblet, for starters. That took powerful magic, magic beyond any student. And now you're tied for first place, heading into a final task where no one can see what happens inside the maze. Moody's normal eye fixed on Harry. Perfect opportunity for someone to finish whatever they started when they entered you. You think someone wants to kill me? Harry asked, though the possibility had occurred to him as well. Or worse, Moody replied grimly. Be on your guard in there, boy. Trust no one and nothing, not even creatures you think you understand. The warning left Harry deeply unsettled, especially coming from Moody, who had seemed supportive throughout the year. As he left the defense professor's office, he couldn't shake the feeling that the final task represented more than just the tournament's conclusion. It was the culmination of whatever plot had been set in motion when his name emerged from the goblet of fire. He shared these concerns with Susan, Ron, and Hermione as they walked by the lake the following day. Moody's right, Hermione said thoughtfully. This whole tournament has felt wrong from the beginning. Your name in the goblet, the increasingly dangerous tasks. And all these reports of dark activity, Ron added, skimming a stone across the lake's surface. Dad says the ministry's getting nervous. People disappearing, strange sightings. Do you think it's connected? Susan asked, her hand finding Harry's. The tournament and these dark signs? Harry nodded slowly. I can't prove it, but yeah, I think so. Someone's been orchestrating this from the beginning. But who? Hermione pressed. And why? The who could be anyone, Harry replied. But the why? He paused, thinking of his dreams throughout the year, disturbing visions of Voldemort, growing stronger, planning something. I think it has to do with Voldemort. His friends flinched at the name, but didn't dispute the possibility. What will you do? Susan asked quietly. The only thing I can do, Harry answered. Compete in the final task, but stay alert. And hope whatever is coming, I'm ready for it. The night before the third task, Harry couldn't sleep. After tossing and turning for hours, he slipped out of the dormitory and made his way to the Hufflepuff common room, intending to sit by the dying fire and gather his thoughts. To his surprise, Cedric was already there, staring into the embers. Nervous too, the older boy asked without looking up. Yeah, Harry admitted, joining him on the comfortable sofa. Can't shut my brain off. Cedric nodded in understanding. Tomorrow it ends, one way or another. Back to normal life. Normal would be nice, Harry said with a half-smile. Though I'm not sure I remember what that feels like. They sat in companionable silence for a while, two Hufflepuff champions united by circumstance and mutual respect. Listen, Harry, Cedric said finally. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know I'm glad we were in this together. You've done Hufflepuff proud, both of us have. Thanks, Harry replied, genuinely touched. That means a lot. And if you win, Cedric continued, it'll be because you earned it. Not because of fame or special treatment, but because you faced every challenge with courage and integrity. Same goes for you, Harry said. Though honestly, I'd be happy if either of us won, as long as it's Hufflepuff. Cedric grinned. House loyalty till the end, eh? Helga would approve. As they finally returned to their respective dormitories, Harry felt a bittersweet certainty that the tournament had changed him irrevocably. He'd entered as a reluctant fourth champion, viewed with suspicion and resentment. He would leave it as a wizard who had faced dragons and mere-people, who had proven his abilities beyond doubt, who had found courage not just in danger but in opening his heart to Susan. Whatever the final task held, he would face it as both the boy who lived and the beast master, embracing both aspects of his identity not as burdens, but as strengths. The evening of the final task arrived with perfect summer weather, a clear blue sky fading to dusky twilight as champions and spectators gathered around the Quidditch pitch, now transformed into an imposing 20-foot-high hedge maze. The atmosphere crackled with excitement and anticipation. Harry and Cedric, tied for first place, would enter the maze first, followed by Crumb and then Fleur. As they waited for the signal, Harry scanned the audience, finding familiar faces, Susan with Hannah and Ernie in the Hufflepuff section, Ron and Hermione with the Gryffindors, Hagrid and Sirius near the judges' table, and, unmistakable in his immaculate robes, Darius Grimshaw observing with clinical interest. Ladies and gentlemen, Ludo Bagman announced, his voice magically amplified, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Our champions will enter the maze in order of their current standings. The first to reach the Triwizard Cup at the center will be declared the winner. The crowd roared its approval. Bagman continued, Professors McGonagall, Moody, Hagrid, and Flitwick will patrol the perimeter. If a champion wishes to withdraw, they need only send up red sparks. Bagman approached the champions for final instructions. Remember, he said quietly, the maze changes. Paths shift, creatures move. Stay alert and good luck to you all. A whistle blew. Harry and Cedric exchanged a quick nod before entering the maze through different entrances. The moment Harry stepped inside, the sounds of the crowd muffled, then disappeared entirely, an enchantment to isolate the champions from outside distractions. The hedges loomed ominously on either side, their shadows deepening as the last daylight faded. Harry lit his wand with a murmured lumos, the soft glow providing just enough illumination to navigate the narrow path. The air inside the maze felt unnaturally still, charged with magical energy. Harry reached out with his creature sense, seeking information about what lay ahead. Immediately, he detected multiple magical presences scattered throughout the maze, some stationary, others moving. Most felt non-human, but without seeing them directly, he couldn't identify specific creatures. He chose paths methodically, using the 4-point spell that Hermione had taught him to maintain a northwesterly direction, the center of the maze, according to the map they'd been shown. Whenever the path split, he extended his creature sense, avoiding routes where he detected threatening presences. His first encounter came at a fork where both paths seemed equally promising. As Harry hesitated, a golden mist began to materialize before him. Extending his senses, he detected no creature consciousness within it. This was pure magical enchantment. Drawing on lessons from Professor Flitwick, he cast a gentle breeze charm that dispersed the mist enough to reveal its nature, a gravity-reversing trap that would have left him walking on the ceiling. Harry continued deeper into the maze, guided by his magical compass and creature sense. He encountered a boggart, which took the form of a dementor before he banished it, navigated past a patch of devil's snare by creating magical fire, and successfully answered a sphinx's riddle, all while maintaining his northwesterly course. A human scream pierced the unnatural silence, Fleur's voice, filled with terror. Harry hesitated, torn between continuing toward his goal and helping a fellow champion. After a moment's deliberation, he turned toward the sound, running down a side path. Before he could reach her, however, red sparks shot into the air above where the scream had originated. Fleur had withdrawn from the task, or been forced to. Troubled but reassured that the professors would retrieve her, Harry resumed his path toward the center. He had just rounded a corner when a massive form loomed ahead, a blast-ended scrut, one of Hagrid's experimental crossbreeds that had featured in Care of Magical Creatures lessons throughout the year. The creature was enormous, over 10 feet long, its armor-plated body gleaming in Harry's wand light. Its stinger arched menacingly above its back, and its front end sparked ominously, preparing to propel itself forward with an explosive blast. Harry immediately reached out with his creature sense, but recoiled at what he found. Unlike natural magical beings, the scrut's consciousness was fragmented, chaotic, its artificially combined nature creating a mind that was virtually unreachable. No communication would be possible here. Falling back on conventional magic, Harry aimed carefully at the scrut's unprotected underside. Impedimenta, he cried, hitting it with a powerful impediment jinx that slowed its charge just enough for him to slip past and dash down a side path. Heart pounding, Harry paused to catch his breath and reorient himself. The 4-point spell indicated he was still heading generally toward the center, though the maze's twisting paths made direct progress impossible. As he rounded another corner, he nearly collided with Cedric, who was running full tilt in the opposite direction, his robes smoking slightly. Hagrid scruts. Cedric gasped. Enormous. Just got away. I know, Harry replied. I met one too. Are you okay? Cedric nodded, catching his breath. Fine. Just singed. Listen, be careful. I just saw Crumb attacking Fleur. That must have been her scream earlier. Crumb. Harry repeated, shocked. Are you sure? Positive. His eyes looked strange though, almost glazed. Cedric straightened up. I'm going to keep going. Good luck, Harry. You too, Harry replied as they parted ways, each taking different paths at the next fork. Cedric's news was disturbing. Crumb attacking another champion violated the tournament rules, unless he had been bewitched somehow. The possibility added a new layer of danger to the maze. Now Harry had to worry not just about magical obstacles, but potentially compromised fellow champions. The paths grew narrower as Harry progressed, the hedges pressing closer, their branches sometimes reaching out as if to snare unwary travelers. His creature sense remained on high alert, warning him of a giant spider ahead, which he carefully avoided by backtracking and finding an alternate route, and helping him identify a harmless patch of magical mist that merely caused hallucinations rather than physical effects. Then, as he rounded yet another corner, Harry's wand light fell upon a sight that made his heart leap, the Triwizard Cup, gleaming on a plinth just 50 yards ahead. He had reached the center of the maze. Harry broke into a run, then skidded to a halt as a dark figure burst onto the path from an adjacent route, Cedric, also sprinting toward the cup. They were neck and neck, both champions racing for the prize that represented the culmination of their year-long struggle. A sound made Harry glance left, and what he saw turned his blood cold. A gigantic spider, an acromantula even larger than the one he'd avoided earlier, was scuttling along the hedge toward Cedric, who, focused on the cup, hadn't noticed the danger. "Cedric!" Harry shouted. "On your left." Cedric looked around just in time to dodge the spider's first attack, but his sudden movement caused him to trip. His wand flew out of his hand as the acromantula bore down on him. Without hesitation, Harry abandoned his run for the cup, turning instead to help his fellow Hufflepuff. Unlike the Skrut, acromantulas were natural magical creatures, highly intelligent and capable of speech. He reached out with his creature sense, projecting authority and respect simultaneously. "Stop," he commanded, using both his voice and his magical connection. "This human is under my protection." The acromantula paused, its 8 eyes swiveling toward Harry. Through their mental link, Harry felt the creature's hunger and territorial aggression, but also a flicker of recognition. This human was different, a speaker to beasts. "He is prey," the acromantula replied in its clicking language, which Harry understood through their connection. "He entered our territory. He is a champion, like me," Harry explained, maintaining steady eye contact while Cedric scrambled for his wand. "We compete in a trial of skill, not a fight to the death. Let him pass, and we will both leave your territory in peace." The massive spider considered this, its pincers clicking thoughtfully. Then, to Cedric's visible astonishment, it backed away, retreating into a gap in the hedge. "Bloody hell," Cedric breathed, retrieving his wand with shaking hands. "Did you just talk to that thing?" "More or less," Harry confirmed, helping him to his feet. "Are you okay?" Cedric nodded, staring at Harry with newfound respect. "You could have taken the cup while it was attacking me. Why didn't you?" "Because we're both Hufflepuffs," Harry said simply. "And that matters more than winning." They stood together, looking at the gleaming cup just yards away. After a moment, Cedric spoke again. "You should take it. You reached the center first, and you saved me from that spider. You deserve to win." Harry shook his head. "It's not about deserving. We both got here. Let's take it together. A Hufflepuff victory either way." Cedric hesitated, then smiled. "A tied Triwizard tournament? That would be a first." He extended his hand. "Together, then. 1, 2, 3. They sprinted forward simultaneously, each grasping one of the cup's handles. Instantly, Harry felt a familiar jerking sensation behind his navel. The cup was indeed a portkey, as Moody had mentioned. But instead of returning to the entrance of the maze as expected, he and Cedric were pulled through howling wind and swirling color to an unknown destination. They slammed into solid ground, the cup flying from their grasp. Disoriented, Harry struggled to his feet, helping Cedric up as they surveyed their surroundings. "Where are we?" Cedric asked, wand raised defensively. Harry scanned the area, a dark, overgrown graveyard with ancient headstones and a small church visible in the distance. "Not Hogwarts, that's for sure. I think the cup was a portkey to the wrong location." "Or the right one, from someone else's perspective," Cedric muttered, eyes narrowing. "This feels like a setup." Before Harry could respond, his scar exploded with pain more intense than he'd ever experienced. He fell to his knees, clutching his forehead, as a high, cold voice commanded from somewhere nearby, "Kill the spare." A swishing sound and a second voice, one Harry recognized with horror as Peter Pettigrew's, cried out, "Avada Kedavra." Green light blazed through Harry's closed eyelids. When the pain subsided enough for him to look up, he saw Cedric sprawled on the ground, eyes open and vacant, unmistakably dead. Shock and grief paralyzed Harry momentarily, but before he could react, invisible bonds seized him, pinning him against a marble headstone. Pettigrew, cradling a small bundle of robes like an infant, approached with a large stone cauldron. "No," Harry whispered as understanding dawned. "No, no, no." But there was no stopping what had been set in motion. As Harry struggled against his bonds, Pettigrew lit a fire beneath the cauldron and began a terrible ritual, bones from the grave beneath Harry's feet, bone of the father, unknowingly given, flesh from Pettigrew's own hand, severed in a grotesque sacrifice, flesh of the servant, willingly given, and finally, blood from Harry's arm, taken with a silver dagger that left a burning gash, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Each component was added to the bubbling cauldron, and then the bundle, which Harry now realized contained a deformed, child-sized version of Voldemort, was lowered into the potion. The liquid turned a blinding white, sending diamond sparks in all directions, then surged upward in a column of steam. From within this mist emerged a tall, skeletally thin figure, Lord Voldemort, restored to bodily form. His skin was whiter than a skull, his face flat and snake-like with gleaming red eyes and slits for nostrils. He examined his new body with expressions of satisfaction and triumph before turning his gaze to Harry. "Harry Potter," he said softly, his voice higher and colder than any human's should be. "The boy who lived. And now, the Beast Master too, I hear. How interesting." Voldemort approached, studying Harry with cruel curiosity. "Your reputation grows, Potter. Speaking to snakes, calming dragons, communicating with all manner of creatures." He smiled thinly. "A rare gift. One I myself possess in limited form, as you know." Harry remained silent, his mind racing. Through the haze of fear and grief, he was dimly aware that his creature sense was detecting something unusual about Voldemort, an unnatural fragmentation, similar to what he'd sensed in the Scroot but infinitely more complex and deliberate. "Nothing to say?" Voldemort taunted. "No beast to call to your aid? No clever communication to save you as it did your Hufflepuff friend from the spider?" He glanced dismissively at Cedric's body. "Though it didn't help him in the end, did it?" Fury surged through Harry, momentarily eclipsing his fear. "You're a coward," he spat. "Killing an unarmed student who had nothing to do with this. Collateral damage," Voldemort dismissed. "As your parents were. As you will be, once I've demonstrated to my followers that your survival was merely fortunate chance, not superior power." He turned away, raising his voice. "My Death Eaters. How long I have waited for this moment." Black-robed figures began appearing around the graveyard, operating in response to a summons Harry hadn't heard. They formed a circle around Voldemort, many falling to their knees in obeisance. Through the gaps in the circle, Harry could see the Triwizard Cup lying near Cedric's body, his only possible escape route, if he could somehow break free. Voldemort addressed his followers, berating those who had abandoned him, praising Pettigrew's reluctant service, and explaining how Harry's blood had been key to his resurrection. Throughout the monologue, Harry worked silently at the ropes binding him, but they were magically reinforced, unyielding to physical efforts. "And now," Voldemort announced finally, "I will demonstrate that Harry Potter's survival was mere accident, not power. I will duel him, and he will die, but first, let us see this famous Beastmaster ability in action." Nagini. A massive snake slithered forward from the shadows, 12 feet of gleaming scales and lethal purpose. Through his creature sense, Harry immediately detected something wrong about the serpent. Like Voldemort himself, its consciousness felt fragmented, as if part of another being resided within it. "Speak to her, Potter," Voldemort commanded in Parseltongue. "Command her to spare you, if you can." Harry met the snake's gaze, reaching out not with Parseltongue but with his deeper creature sense. What he found shocked him. Beneath the snake's natural mind lay a sliver of human consciousness, dark and twisted, bound to the animal through magic blacker than any Harry had encountered. "She carries part of you," Harry said slowly, understanding dawning. "A fragment of your soul." Voldemort's expression flickered with surprise, then narrowed suspicion. "Impossible. You cannot sense that." But Harry could. His beast master abilities, growing stronger throughout the tournament, had reached a new level of perception, one that allowed him to detect the unnatural bond between Voldemort and his snake. And now that he was looking, he sensed the same fragmentation in Voldemort himself, a being who had torn his soul into pieces, storing them in living and non-living vessels alike. "Enough of this," Voldemort hissed. "Untie him, Wormtail. Give him his wand. I will kill him properly, as befits a worthy opponent." Released from his bonds and handed his wand, Harry stood unsteadily, his mind working furiously. He needed to reach the cup, but Cedric's body lay between him and it. He couldn't leave his friend behind. And between him and both stood Voldemort and a circle of Death Eaters. "We bow to each other, Harry," Voldemort said, bending slightly in a mocking parody of dueling etiquette. "Come, the niceties must be observed." When Harry didn't move, Voldemort raised his wand. "I said, bow." An invisible force pressed down on Harry, bending his spine against his will. "Better. And now, we duel." Crucio. Pain beyond imagination tore through Harry's body, as if every nerve ending were being simultaneously set afire. When it lifted, he found himself on the ground, gasping and trembling. "That hurt, didn't it, Harry?" Voldemort said softly. "You don't want me to do that again, do you? Answer me." Imperio. A floating sensation replaced the pain as the Imperio's curse took effect. A voice in Harry's head urged him to answer, to obey, to submit. But something within him, the same stubborn core that had helped him connect with creatures others feared, resisted the compulsion. "I won't!" Harry shouted, throwing off the curse through sheer force of will. Voldemort's red eyes widened slightly. "You have spirit, I'll grant you that. But it won't save you. Nothing will. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus." Harry cried simultaneously, his red spell meeting Voldemort's green in midair. What happened next defied explanation. The spells connected, forming a thread of bright gold light between their wands. Harry's hand vibrated as though his wand had become electrified, but he held on, instinctively knowing he couldn't break the connection. The golden thread splintered, forming a web of light around them, enclosing Harry and Voldemort in a golden dome that cut them off from the watching Death Eaters. Beads of light formed on the thread connecting their wands, moving slowly toward Harry's wand. Somehow understanding that these beads must not reach his wand, Harry concentrated with all his might, willing them back toward Voldemort. The central bead hesitated, then began inching in the opposite direction. When it touched Voldemort's wand, an unearthly scream emerged, followed by something even more unexpected, a smoky figure that took the shape of Cedric Diggory. "Hold on, Harry," the shadowy Cedric said, his voice distant but distinct. "Don't let go." More figures emerged, an old man Harry didn't recognize, Bertha Jorkins, and finally, the forms that made Harry's heart nearly stop, his parents, James and Lily Potter, looking exactly as they did in the photographs he treasured. "When the connection breaks," his father's shade instructed, "we will linger for only moments. But we will give you time to reach the port key. Take Cedric's body back to Hogwarts. Do you understand?" "Yes," Harry gasped, the effort of maintaining the connection making his arm shake violently. "You've made us so proud," his mother added, his eyes, filled with love. "You've grown into a wonderful young man, Harry. Your gifts are beautiful. Don't ever let anyone make you believe otherwise." "Now," James instructed. "Break the connection and run. We'll hold him." With a tremendous effort, Harry yanked his wand upward, breaking the golden thread. The ghostly figures rushed toward Voldemort, surrounding him in a swirling mist as Harry sprinted toward Cedric's body, dodging curses from the Death Eaters as he ran. "Stun him!" Voldemort shrieked from within the spectral cloud. "Stop him!" Harry dived behind a marble angel for cover, then extended his creature sense in desperate hope. To his surprise, he detected multiple small presences in the overgrown cemetery, rats, insects, and other creatures drawn to the undisturbed graves. In that moment of extremity, Harry's abilities surged beyond anything he'd achieved before. Rather than communicating with individual creatures, he broadcast a generalized distress call, a magical flare that signaled danger and requested aid from any being that could respond. The effect was immediate and extraordinary. From every corner of the graveyard came a swarm of animals, rats pouring from crevices, birds diving from trees, insects rising in clouds from the grass. None were magical creatures, but their sheer numbers created momentary chaos among the Death Eaters, who swatted and cursed at the unexpected onslaught. This distraction gave Harry the seconds he needed. He sprinted the final distance to Cedric, seized his wrist with one hand, and stretched the other toward the Triwizard Cup. "Accio Cup," he shouted. The cup flew into his grasp, and the familiar jerking sensation of the portkey activated. The last thing Harry saw was Voldemort's face, contorted with fury, as the graveyard dissolved around him. They landed hard at the edge of the maze, Harry still clutching Cedric's lifeless body and the Triwizard Cup. For a moment, no one reacted. The crowd had been expecting a triumphant champion, not this tableau of tragedy. Then the screaming began. The next hours passed in a blur. Harry, in shock from Cedric's death and his encounter with Voldemort, found himself pulled in multiple directions, Professor Moody insisting on taking him to his office, where, in a shocking twist, the defense teacher revealed himself to be an imposter using Polyjuice Potion, the real Moody imprisoned in his own trunk all year, Dumbledore and other professors rescuing him moments before the fake Moody could finish what Voldemort had started, and finally, the quiet of the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey administered Dreamless Sleep Potion. When Harry awoke, Sirius was there in human form, alongside Dumbledore, Professor Sprout, and Minister Fudge, who was having a heated argument with the headmaster about Harry's account of Voldemort's return. "The boy is obviously confused, traumatized," Fudge was insisting. "Diggory's death was a tragic accident, nothing more. To suggest you-know-who has returned, it's irresponsible scaremongering." "Cedric was murdered," Harry said firmly, sitting up despite Madame Pomfrey's protests. "Voldemort ordered Pettigrew to kill him. I saw Voldemort return to his body. I dueled with him. These aren't hallucinations." Fudge's face purpled. "Now see here, Potter, Minister," Dumbledore interrupted, his voice unnaturally calm, "I believe there is additional evidence you should consider before dismissing Harry's account." He gestured to the hospital wing door, where Darius Grimshaw stood with a peculiar expression, part vindication, part alarm. "Grimshaw," Fudge acknowledged. "What evidence do you have? Surely your department hasn't found anything to support these wild claims." "Not about you-know-who directly," Grimshaw replied, approaching Harry's bed with unusual hesitation. "But there's been an incident that may lend credibility to Potter's testimony about what happened in that graveyard." Harry tensed, unsure where this was leading. "When Potter returned with Diggory's body," Grimshaw continued, "our monitoring spells detected an extraordinary magical surge. A type of magical emission we've never recorded before, a broad-spectrum creature communication signal that affected every animal within a half-mile radius of Hogwarts." "What are you talking about?" Fudge demanded. "The forest, Minister. Every creature in the Forbidden Forest responded to Potter's signal, Thestrals, hippogriffs, even the Acromantula colony. They all moved toward the edge of the forest nearest the maze, as if preparing to defend him." Harry remembered his desperate call for help in the graveyard. Had that same signal somehow carried across the portkey connection, reaching the creatures at Hogwarts? "Creatures don't behave this way," Grimshaw continued, his clinical tone masking what Harry suspected was profound unease. This level of cross-species response to a human distress call is unprecedented. It suggests Potter experienced genuine life-threatening danger, enough to trigger a magical survival response of extraordinary magnitude. Fudge looked between Grimshaw and Harry, clearly grasping for alternative explanations. This proves nothing about you-know-who. The boy could have been frightened by anything in that maze. Cornelius, Dumbledore said quietly, when will you accept the evidence before you? Barty Crouch Jr. has confessed to placing Harry's name in the goblet on Voldemort's orders. The Triwizard Cup was turned into a portkey to deliver Harry to the graveyard. Cedric Diggory's body shows clear signs of the killing curse. And now we have confirmation that Harry experienced mortal danger so severe it triggered a magical response previously unknown to wizardkind. The minister's resolve visibly wavered, then hardened again. I will not accept this. Not without proof more substantial than the word of a 14-year-old boy, a confessed Death Eater, and some animal behavior anomaly. Then we have reached an impasse, Dumbledore said sadly. But remember this moment, Cornelius. Remember when you chose to turn a blind eye rather than face an uncomfortable truth. History will note your decision. After Fudge stormed out, Sirius moved closer to Harry's bed, placing a protective hand on his godson's shoulder. What exactly did Grimshaw mean about the forest creatures? He asked. Hagrid, who had entered during the confrontation, spoke up. It was the strangest thing I ever seen. Around the time Harry came back with poor Cedric, every creature in my care went wild, but not panic-like. Organized. The Thestrals gathered at the forest edge, the hippogriffs formed what looked like a defensive line, and even creatures that normally hide came out. My bowtruckles, the unicorns, all of them facing the castle like they was waitin' for something. Harry swallowed hard. In the graveyard, when I was trying to escape, I called for help. Not to any specific creature, just a general call. I didn't know it would reach all the way to Hogwarts. Distance shouldn't matter for magic that deep, Hagrid said thoughtfully. Creature magic ain't like wizard spells. It travels different, especially when it comes from genuine need. Dumbledore nodded, his blue eyes studying Harry with new assessment. What you experienced, Harry, was ancient magic, the kind that existed long before wands and incantations. A primal connection between magical beings that transcends physical distance. It's going to make Grimshaw even more determined to study you, Sirius warned. The Ministry's fear of what they don't understand will only intensify now. Let them try, Professor Sprout said with unusual fierceness. Hufflepuff House protects its own, and Harry has proven himself a true Hufflepuff in every way. The conversation continued, but Harry found himself distracted by a growing awareness. The creature sense that had served him throughout the tournament, that had reached unprecedented levels in the graveyard, still felt different, expanded somehow, more sensitive than before. He could detect not just Fong sleeping under Hagrid's chair, but the owls in the Ollery Tower across the castle, the Thestrals still lingering at the forest edge, and countless smaller presences throughout Hogwarts. It was as if the desperate circumstances of Voldemort's return had permanently heightened his abilities, forcing them to evolve beyond their previous limitations. The implications were both exciting and terrifying. What other capabilities might develop as he grew older? And how would the wizarding world react to abilities that even the Department for the Regulation of Magical Anomalies couldn't classify? These questions would have to wait. For now, there were more immediate concerns: Cedric's memorial service, the end of term, and the looming reality that Voldemort had returned, whether the Ministry acknowledged it or not. In the days that followed, Harry found strength in unexpected places. The Hufflepuffs closed ranks around him, led by Susan, whose unwavering support carried him through the darkest moments of grief and doubt. The house that valued loyalty above all proved its worth, standing with Harry when he shared the truth about Voldemort's return, even as the Daily Prophet began publishing subtle hints questioning his mental stability. At Cedric's memorial, Harry sat with the Seventh Years, honored as Cedric's co-champion and fellow Hufflepuff. When he spoke briefly about Cedric's fairness, his kindness, and his unfailing integrity, many in the audience wept openly. The Triwizard Tournament, meant to forge international magical cooperation, had instead claimed a life and heralded the return of Wizarding Britain's greatest threat. On the final evening of term, as students prepared to board the Hogwarts Express the following morning, Harry sought a moment of solitude by the lake. The giant squid's tentacles broke the water occasionally, a familiar, comforting sight that seemed to belong to another lifetime, before the maze, before the graveyard, before Voldemort's return. "Mind if I join you?" Susan asked, approaching from the castle. Harry smiled, genuinely pleased to see her. In the chaos following the third task, they'd had little time alone together. "Please do." She sat beside him on the grassy bank, slipping her hand into his with practiced ease. "How are you holding up?" "Really? I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "Everything's changed, but nothing has. Voldemort's back, but most people don't believe it. My abilities are growing stronger, but I don't fully understand them. And next year will be even more complicated," she finished for him. "But you won't face it alone." Harry squeezed her hand gratefully. "I know. That's what keeps me going." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the sunset paint the Scottish Highlands in gold and crimson. Finally, Susan spoke again, her voice soft but determined. "My aunt believes you, by the way. About you-know-who. She says Fudge is making a terrible mistake ignoring the warning signs." "That's something, at least," Harry said. "We'll need allies in the Ministry if we're going to prepare for what's coming." "And she mentioned something else," Susan continued. "About your beast master abilities. She says there's precedent for what happened with the forest creatures, not recently, but in ancient magical history. Wizards who could call to magical beings in times of need, forming alliances that transcended species." Harry looked at her with interest. "What kind of wizards?" "They had different names in different cultures. Beast speakers, creature callers, feral mages. But they all shared one quality: they didn't see magical creatures as inferior or separate from wizards. They recognized them as equal participants in the magical world." It was a perspective that resonated deeply with Harry, who had grown up viewing the creatures of the Forbidden Forest not as subjects to be studied or controlled, but as neighbors and potential friends. "Your aunt thinks that's what I am." "A beast speaker?" Susan nodded. "She's looking into historical records. Says understanding your abilities through the lens of established magical tradition might help counter Grimshaw's attempts to classify you as an anomaly that needs ministry regulation." The practical support touched Harry deeply. "Tell her thank you. For believing me, and for helping." As twilight deepened into true night, they made their way back to the castle, where the leaving feast awaited. Tomorrow would bring the journey home, for Harry, back to Hagrid's cabin for what promised to be a summer of intense preparation rather than relaxation. The path ahead was uncertain, shadowed by Voldemort's return and the Ministry's denial. But Harry faced it with greater confidence than he might have a year before. The Triwizard Tournament had tested him in ways he couldn't have imagined, forcing him to confront both external challenges and his own evolving identity. He was the boy who lived, yes. But he was also the Beast Master of Hogwarts, a wizard whose unique connection to magical creatures represented not an anomaly to be controlled, but a different kind of magic, one based on mutual respect rather than dominance. If Voldemort's power came from fear and subjugation, perhaps Harry's greatest strength lay in its opposite, in building connections, understanding different perspectives, and recognizing the value in all magical beings. It was a power the Dark Lord knew not. And perhaps, when the final confrontation came, it would prove to be the difference between defeat and victory. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.